You ever get out of high school and realize that you have no idea what the hell you want to do with your life? Turns out, just kind of waiting and seeing where life takes you can only really get you so far. You're always told, "Oh, what do you want to do when you get out of high school?" Simple enough question. Well, turns out it's a lot harder to figure that shit out when you don't really think of it the entire time you're in high school. So, what do? When walking down that aisle and accepting your diploma and suddenly you realize you have no clue what you want to do with your life. My name is Travis, and when I graduated high school, I had no idea what the hell I wanted to do with my life. College? Not appealing to me. Job? Even less appealing. So, what did I do with all my government-mandated education? Stayed home, sleeping all day, and gaming all night. Typical deadbeat shit. And like any loving and supportive parents, my lovely mom and dad threatened to kick me out of my ass unless I found something to make of my life. So, I weighed my options. College? I had no idea what to study. The nearest college was several miles away. I had no scholarship opportunities. The idea of being in debt for the majority of my life was very unappealing. Job? I get home tired and probably have to listen to some asshole boss. So, it was a job I ended up choosing. Although, trying to find any kind of employment in my town was near impossible. Unless I wanted to work at a factory for the rest of my life, I really had to expand my search from fast food to garbage man, throwing my application to any place that had a help wanted sign. And that's how I ended up at Old King Creole's. Honestly, I don't remember even applying there. I just got a call one day when I was laying in bed reading a book. Let's just say that's what I was doing. When my phone pulled me away from what I was doing. Sighing as I stared at the unfamiliar number, the person behind the line talked with a heavy old southern accent, but I could tell how excited he was to meet me in person. And I was excited to finally shove it in my parents' faces that I had made something with my life. Working at a voodoo shop. Living the dream, right? Of course. If you asked me now what I would have chosen now, college is looking a bit more optimal, if only a little bit. Now look, we've all heard the story of bosses from hell and shitty working conditions for shit pay. And to some extent, I get that. I'll get into my boss in a second. I really don't hate this place. The customers piss me off more than anything. Let me explain why, by explaining my job. I work at Old King Creole's half-priced voodoo shop. Quite a mouthful, huh? It's this glorified shack full to the brim with freaky dolls and spooky cobwebs. Lovely place, really. Especially at night, when all the desperate people come in begging for wishes or potions. Oh yeah, we give out free wishes, like really real wishes. But I don't handle that, so I'm not gonna talk much about them. Just remember, if you ever come in and ask for a wish, please think it through thoroughly. I am so tired of wiping up the counter after a bad wish gets granted. The main thing I deal with is doll sales and potions. Need that water removed? Got a great potion for that. You a shitty parent and forgot little Jimmy's birthday? One of the dolls should do it. Just don't come crying to me when Jimmy's soul gets trapped in the doll. We have a strict no return policy. Is it a scam? No. You brought it without asking if it could suck up little Jimmy's soul. Can't really do much about that now, can I? Potions are more flexible. The only time I've seen it go bad was a weight loss potion. Had to sell the angry lady a potion to get rid of all her excess skin. I don't know what she expected. She was like 300 pounds. Did she think all of that skin was going to go somewhere? The way I check into work is also pretty interesting. If I can call it that. I show up on time, or 5 minutes late without fail, and stab a needle into a voodoo doll on the counter. It is not meant to look like anyone, since it's a blank template, but still doesn't make it any less weird. I swear that thing looks at me whenever I'm on my phone. when nobody is in the shop and I've got nothing else to do. What do you want me to do? Wipe the counter down for the millionth time? I've tried, man. The dust always comes back, without fail. You turn around for half a second and it's back. It's gotten to the point where I just leave it and draw things in it. What else? Oh yeah, we have a basement that I'm never allowed to go into. I was told by my boss. I'll talk about him soon, calm your horses. That I'm never allowed to go down there. Not that I even want to go down there. The loud knocking coming from it and the crying has pretty well and truly kept me away from it. Hey, don't you start judging me about it. If you're so damn curious, you go down there yourself. I'm just a cashier. If I'm told not to go down into the freaky murder basement, I ain't fucking going down there. What else happens here? Well, the place seemingly stocks itself, so that's pretty cool. The place can get so boring when nobody's here that I wish I could restock the shelves or the potions. Something, man. I get paid to sit behind the counter and ring up those things people wanna buy. Simple as that. I've been working here for about 2 months, and man, does it feel like I've been here for decades. Each of my days takes like fucking 3, man. Alright, I'll stop whining and talk about my boss. If you guessed his name is King Creole, then ding ding, congratulations. You've been paying attention to my dumb ramblings. King Creole, who we'll shorten to KC for now, is weird. Like an uncanny valley kind of weird. He is this 6'4" lanky man with messy black hair and button eyes. You ever watch Coraline? Yeah, we're approaching other mother territory. Though I guess he's got her beats, cause he's real. And his mouth is sewn up. Same with his throat and neck. Like, he's got stitches all around his neck. Sometimes when he turns his head too quickly, you can see it wobble, and his stitches about to snap. It's gross. He's pretty cool, all things said. Though he definitely doesn't have a concept of personal space. When I walked into work for my first day, he came out of God knows where and grabbed my hand and put his face like a good 3 inches away from my face. One thing that strikes you about KC, apart from the stitches and button eyes, is how pale he is. Now, I am no bronze god myself, but KC is about as pale as white chalk, like, it's unreal. When I first met him, I thought he was wearing paint of some kind. But nope, that is his skin. I think anyway. If you look at him long enough, you kinda see his skin cracking. Like a sun-bleached corpse or something. I don't know. All in all, he isn't such a bad boss. He pays me well enough. I get $20 an hour just to sit here and ring up the occasional customer. You got a wish? Sorry, that's KC's department. And of course, if you fuck up your wish and end up as a bloody mess on the floor and counter, guess what poor idiot has to clean that up? Yours truly. So, please, if you ever show up to old King Creole's half-price voodoo shop, think your stupid wishes through. Now, if you'll excuse me, my break is done, and that thing in the basement is really banging on the door. And that doll on the counter is really giving me the stink eye. If anything else interesting happens here, I'll let you guys know. Seems as though my original post was pretty popular, despite me just talking about how bored I am with my job. Well, turns out, I guess I didn't make it scary enough for most people. So to fix that, I thought I would tell you guys a story from my second week of working at this half-priced voodoo shop, as a reward for you guys liking it so much. Well, just in case you have no idea who I am and stumble upon this post before my last one. My name is Travis, and I work at Old King Creole's half-priced voodoo shop. I run the desk as a clerk, and overall just do my best to keep up with all the weird shit that happens here. Like what happened when I just started working here. I had punched in, like any other day before, stabbing a pin into that doll template that just stares at me all day from its spot on the counter. At this point, I was still struggling in vain to keep the counter clean, but alas to no avail. So I resigned myself to just fuck around on my phone until I saw some form of life. "Progress, my boy," came the voice of my boss and owner of this fine establishment, King Creole himself. "How's the job been treating ya?" he asked. His stitch-up lips curled into a smile as he came around the counter and wrapped an arm around me, causing me a decent amount of discomfort. As I've mentioned before, King Creole has button eyes, a stitched-up mouth, and a head being kept on his shoulders by some stitches. He always wears a nice black suit with a dark purple tie and a top hat. Yes, even indoors. And yes, I know he looks ridiculous. But look, man, I'm trying to keep this job as long as possible, so don't blow this for me. "It's going okay, Mr. Creole," I said awkwardly, still at this point weirded out by his looks and his unnaturally chalk-white skin. He nodded happily at me and gave me a good smack on the back, getting a loud out of me. "Fantastic to hear, son. Now remember, they come asking for a wish, you just fetch old King Creole and I'll be right on over." He hummed happily, finally letting go of me and standing back. I nodded, since that was really the only thing I didn't have to do here. "Ah, by the way, I think one of the dolls is missing," I pointed out to him, pointing towards the wall of voodoo dolls that goes from the floor to the ceiling. Each of them is of a different design and of a different person, so if one goes missing, there's usually a reason. "Oh, well, I'll be," he hummed, almost happily, as his button eyes turned back to me and he gave me a yellow-toothed smile behind his stitches. "I expect a customer will come in today," he chuckled, walking past me and patting me on the shoulder. His hand was cold as ice, giving a bit of a shiver as he vanished to the office in the back. I sat my butt down on the uncomfortable stool that sat behind the counter and went back to looking at my phone, periodically peeking at the doll on the counter and turning it back over whenever it somehow managed to turn and look at me. About an hour into my shift, the old rusty bell on the door clanged, signaling me to get off my phone as I quickly hid it and looked over to the customer. It was a girl, about my age, maybe a year older. She looked around at the place, a bit disgusted by all the cobwebs, quickly coming closer to me. Luckily, she didn't look at the wall of dolls, since their gaze followed her as she came up to the counter. "Welcome to old King Creole's half-price voodoo shop," I said in my best. "I do actually want to be here, miss. What can I help you with?" I asked her, putting my hands on the counter and looking down to make sure it wasn't too dusty. "Hi, the sign outside said 3 wishes?" she asked me, with a raised brow. She seemed like the sporty kind of person. How do I know this? Well, because she was wearing workout gear in the middle of fall. She obviously was jogging and saw our sign. "How exactly does that work?" she asked me. "Yeah, I gotta go get my boss to handle that. Wait here while I go get him," I asked her, and she nodded, still a bit skeptical about this place. And I really don't blame her about that at all, if I'm being honest. Getting off my stool, I stretched a bit and made my way over to King Creole's office, flinching when whatever was in that basement started pounding on the door again. At this point, I was still afraid of it, so I just quickly ran past it and to the boss man's office, knocking 3 times like I always was told to do. "Hey, Mr. Creole? We have someone here asking about a wish," I said, receiving silence from the office. Raising a brow at that, I tried again, knocking another 3 times to get a response. Although, the response I got was the girl at the counter screaming. Turning quickly, I saw that it was just my boss standing at the counter. Looking back at the office and over to the counter, I scratched my head at how the hell he had gotten over there so quickly, but ultimately resigned myself to it just not being worth my time to think about it. "I do apologize for startling you, darling," King Creole hummed, taking his hat off and putting it to his chest. "I do forget sometimes that my appearance does frighten the faint of heart," he hummed with a chuckle. Yeah, I had the same reaction as that girl when I had first seen him. It's a little early for Halloween, the girl pouted, backing up from him. And I can imagine really rethinking the idea of coming in here. I wouldn't have blamed her if she had left right there. Would have saved me the trouble of cleaning up afterwards. What can I do for you, Melissa? My boss asked, putting his hat back on that messy mat of black hair he owned, and putting his hand out in front of him, obviously throwing the girl off by knowing her name. She looked at me as to see if I was having the same reaction. I just shrugged at her. He did the same thing to me, so I didn't know what she wanted. Well, she began, looking back at him and pursing her lips in thoughts. What does asking for a wish entail? She asked him, crossing her arms at him. Not a bad question to ask in my own honest opinion. Ah, well, you ask little old me for a wish and I grant it for you, no strings attached. He hummed, holding his hands up, showing that some strings dangled down from his gloved fingers. I do ask that you think your wish through very thoroughly. Wishes have a very bad tendency of backfiring, he said with a sad tone. I looked at my boss with a raised brow. That was the first time I'd seen him show any kind of emotion that wasn't, well, creepy happy is the best way to describe him. Seemingly sensing I was staring at him, his attention turned to me. Travis, can you please get something out of my office? He asked with a hum. I looked up at him, confused, since I was never really allowed in there. But hey, he pays me, so I might as well do it, right? Sure, what do you want? I asked, looking to the counter, noticing that stupid doll was staring at me again. Get that brown satchel bag that's under the desk. I'll hand it to Melissa. He hummed, turning his attention back to her. His hands coming down to the dusty counter and drumming his hands on them. Sure thing, sir. I shrugged, giving one last look to the girl before turning and going to his office. Not before that thing in the basement started banging again and startled me. Quickly rushing past it and into his office. King Creole's office was surprisingly spotless. I say that because the entire shop is covered in dust and cobwebs, so seeing such a nice office was definitely jarring. I know you guys are expecting severed heads and dead bodies everywhere, but really he just has a desk and some photos on the wall. All of them are scratched out though, so I don't really pay too much attention to it. Going over his desk and looking underneath it, I did indeed see the satchel bag he told me to fetch. Taking it and heading out of his office, I came back to Melissa shaking his gloved hand, and both of their attention turned to me. Travis, good boy, you found it, he hummed as he motioned for me to come close to him. I did and handed him the satchel. With a cheerful grin on his stitched-up mouth, quickly slammed it down on the counter, kicking up dust and sending both me and Melissa into a coughing fit. He opened it up and searched inside for a bit, his smile growing wider and seemingly about to bust his stitches when he pulled out exactly what he was looking for. Pulling out a small can of what looked like skincare cream. Now then, your exact wish was that you never wanted acne problems again, correct? He asked the girl, tilting his head and waiting for an answer. From my angle at his side, I could notice that his head really strained the stitches on his neck. That would have been funny to see his head go rolling around the shop. Melissa looked uncomfortable, obviously self-conscious about being there. But she nodded to the voodoo salesman, who in turn handed her the cream. She looked down at it, then up to him, a quizzical look on her face. Well, go on, darling, try it out, Creole said, a smile still on his face. Melissa looked down at it and uncapped it. I tried to peek from my spot next to Creole's from behind the counter into the jar. It was just a normal white cream, like any other kind of skincare product. Melissa sighed as she dipped her finger into the cream and got a conservative amount, tapping it on her cheeks and face as she spread it out in circles on the surface. And when she was finished, she pulled out her phone from her pocket and looked at herself, eyes raised as she waited for something to happen. And, well, something did happen. She started screaming really loud, and her skin started sizzling and dripping off her face. Now, I'm not squeamish much, but being caught off guard like that, I backed up away from the counter. "What the fuck is this?" Melissa screamed as the skin on her face started dripping off her faster, like a melting candle. Meanwhile, I was behind the counter, struggling to keep my food down. Luckily for me, I had skipped the breakfast, so I just gagged a lot. "You ask for no more acne, dear," Creole hummed over her loud screams and the sizzling of her skin. "Now you won't have to worry about that ever again," he hummed with a soft chuckle as he watched her squirm and scream some more. At this point, Melissa's face was mostly on the floor in a bloody mess. She clawed at what was left of her skin as it melted her down to her skull and sinews. Her hands weren't spared either, as they too started melting their skin off. It took less than 2 minutes for the girl called Melissa to have become nothing but a steaming pile of bones, blood, and other gross shit on the shop floor. "Travis, be a good boy and clean this mess up, please," Creole said as he turned his attention to me. I was still hacking and looking up to him like he was insane. I'd just watched some girl die in front of me, and now he wanted me to get rid of her? Just a little bit crazy, don't you think? I started to stammer, holding my stomach and shivering some at what I'd just seen. But my gaze turned when he gripped me by the shoulder and stared into my eyes with his button eyes. "Be a good boy and clean this up. Put a pile of bones in a trash bag and toss it into the basement," he hummed to me, raising his finger quickly when I tried to remind him that I wasn't allowed in the basement. "I'll be down there, so don't you worry about it," he hummed, patting me hard on the back and walking over to the door, unlocking it with a key he produced from his suit pocket and inserting it into the basement door. Opening it quickly, he closed it behind him. I could hear his muffled yelling and whatever was downstairs scurrying away from the door as his footsteps disappeared into that unknown darkness. Looking over at the pile of human bones and blood, I sighed hard and looked behind the counter. Putting on rubber gloves and getting out a mop, I went to work. Collecting all the bones by hand, I put it in a trash bag and did my best to hold my breath. I didn't know if he wanted the organs there as well, so I just scooped them up quickly and shoved them into the bag, gagging hard when I finally let them go into the bag. Setting that aside, I did my best to mop up the leftover blood. I did a decent job, for it being my first time and all. Finally, I grabbed the bag and went over to the basement door, looking at it and swallowing a lump in my throat before I opened the door and looked down into the pitch black hole. Looking at the bag, I tied it up as good as I could and shucked it down there, closing the door again and sighing hard as I kept a hand on it and looked down at the floor. A little shining piece of broken porcelain caught my attention. Reaching down, I grabbed it and looked at it. It was just a white piece, maybe from a vase or something, so I shoved it in my pocket and went back to my stool, pulling out my phone and shivering as I scrolled through it. King Creole returned after 30 minutes, slamming the door shut and locking it, mumbling something to himself as he took his hat off and dusted it. Looking over to me, his smile returned and he walked over to me, peering over the counter to see my work. "Excellent work, Travis," he hummed, wrapping an arm around me and looking at me, like a proud father when his son caught his first fish. "Why don't you take the rest of the day off? Here, for all your trouble," he hummed, rolling his fingers like he was doing a card trick and producing $200. Staring at the amount of money and then back at him, could have asked me to lick the dusty counter and I would have done it. Taking it from him, I nodded and thanked him, getting everything I came with, my phone and nothing else. I unstuck the pin from the voodoo doll and left without another word said. Now look, I know what you're going to think. I covered up some girl's death or helped get rid of her body. And you're right, I did. But in my own defense, I did get paid a lot to do it. And it seems like everyone thought she just ran away. No police ever came to the shop, and they never do whenever a wish goes bad. So don't you start preaching to me. It's not like I'm the one telling people to make wishes without thinking them through. So, if you ever end up at this shop, think your wishes through, okay? Now I need to get back to work. A customer just walked in. What would you do if you got held up at work, like at gunpoint and some coked up junkies screaming at you to give him all the money in the register? Hold your hands up and comply? Try and be a hero and fight him off with a bat or a gun hidden under the counter? I always thought I would just give the guy the cash register and hold my hands up while he left with it. That was until I got held up not once but twice in the same week. The first time, I got to work on time. Looking around to make sure King Creole wasn't hiding behind some corner that I didn't know even existed in the shop. Satisfied that my boss wasn't going to scare me, I walked over to the counter and stabbed my needle into the counter doll, taking a seat at my stool and sighing as I started my shift, drumming my fingers up and down on the counter. Normally, I would see most 4 or 5 customers during an entire shift. Most want a wish, much to my chagrin. And maybe 1 or 2 of them want a potion. And that's simple procedure. You ask for the potion and I ring you up. Easy as that. I don't have to clean anything and I don't have to help discard a body. But, unfortunately for me, not many people want a potion. They'd rather try and wish for something. So when a guy came in wearing a beanie and a hoodie, I was more than willing to bet that he was asking for a wish. I barely opened my mouth to talk to him when a gun was shoved in front of my face. By reflex, I almost put my hands up slowly. "Easy, man," I said in a squeakingly surprised voice. "Don't try and say you wouldn't react the same way." "Shut up! Is it just you in here?" the guy asked, his eyes darting everywhere in a paranoid state. He was obviously on something. He had to be, to try and rob a place that looked abandoned 90% of the time. I think my boss is here, and that thing in the basement, but I'm pretty sure it can't get out." I motioned my head over to the shut basement door, which, of course, this time was not banging or crying or screaming. The guy, obviously unamused, shoved the gun further in my face. "Get your boss out here before I blow your fucking brains all over the walls," he threatened, cocking the hammer back on his revolver. "Okay, just chill, man," I said, putting my hands up higher as I backed up and started making my way over to the boss man's office. Luckily, the guy was so busy focused on me, because believe me when I say that the dolls on the wall behind him looked like they wanted to jump down and rip him to shreds. Making it to King Creole's office, I quickly knocked on it. Looking back to the guy who was staring at the counter doll, I imagine he had a look on him that he gives me when I'm slacking off my phone. "Travis, what do you want?" Creole's voice came from the office, the door opening and him looking down at me, then over to the guy holding up his establishment. His smile lowered a bit, but he didn't falter. Instead, he nodded knowingly and stepped out, fixing his dark purple tie and walking over to the counter with me next to him. "Jesus!" the robber gasped when he saw King Creole coming towards him. A pretty normal response when seeing my boss for the first time. The man didn't falter for too long though, pointing the gun up at the lanky voodoo shop owner. "What can I do for you?" Creole asked with a hum, hands clasped together as he looked down at the robber. Not an ounce of concern on that chalky white face of his. "Open up the register and safe," the robber said quickly, looking back at the door, then back to us quickly. The gun firmly in his hand and a serious look on his face, despite his eyes darting between us. "Well, I don't have a safe, but if it's the register you want, Travis will be more than willing to open it for you. Right, Travis, my boy?" he asked me, giving me a hard smack to my back and sending me stumbling forward. The robber nearly shot me on the spot as I did so. My hand still up, and I looked back to Creole like he was sending me to the slaughter. Well, if he wanted to get robbed, I really couldn't stop him. I walked back behind the counter and opened up the register, and one look at it told me that this was more filled than usual. I can say that for a fact, because when I opened it up, the thing shot some loose bills up into the air. My eyes were as wide as the robber's, who quickly pushed me aside and started filling up his hoodie and pant pockets with all the cash from the register.
Now, Kevin.
King Creole's voice hummed, in a tone that I knew meant trouble, the one he used when persuading someone into wishing for something. I started instinctively backing away from him as he kept up shoving bills into his pockets. He did look up though, obviously confused as to how the voodoo man knew his name.
How the hell do you know my name?
The robber, who I guess was indeed named Kevin, asked, pointing a gun at Creole's face, who didn't flinch as he walked over to him. The robber was obviously freaked out, the gun shaking in his hand.
Didn't your mama ever teach you that stealing is very, very bad?
Creole asked, raising his gloved finger and shaking it at Kevin, who shivered and started sweating, backing up away from the man.
And didn't anyone ever tell you not to play with guns?
He asked the man. Kevin looked to me, his eyes wide with fear, as he pointed the shaking revolver forward. A loud crack went out from the shop. My own eyes were wide as my ears rang, seeing that Kevin had pulled the trigger on my boss. I looked over to King Creole, who staggered to a stop, his head jerked backward, and the stitches holding his head on almost snapping off.
Oh, Kevin.
His voice still rang, causing both my and Kevin's jaws to hit the floor. Creole jerked his head back into place, only this time there was an obvious bullet hole in his forehead.
Looks like I have to teach you a lesson.
He chuckled. Kevin then started backing up, dropping the gun to the floor and holding his hands up. I, meanwhile, looked over at Creole, completely dumbfounded. At this point, I had figured he wasn't really human, but surviving a headshot really kinda solidified that in my own head. I looked over at the register and saw that it was still very much full of cash. A never-ending cash register. Another perk of working here, I guess.
Travis, do be a good boy and look away, please.
King Creole asked me as he closed the distance to Kevin, grabbing the robber by the throat and lifting him up from the floor.
I don't want you to watch this part,
he said sweetly, like a mom talking to her son about something. I opened my mouth to ask what was going to happen, but I thought better, turning around and looking at the wall behind me. Kevin, meanwhile, screamed and begged for me to help him. Funny how that works. A couple of minutes ago, he was holding me up, and now he's screaming at the top of his lungs to help him. Though that didn't last too much longer, since his screaming turned into gurgles and hacking coughs. I did my best to ignore the increasingly wet and nasty slaps and rips coming from behind me. I'm gonna be honest, the fear of what he was doing to the robber was a million times scarier than the act of being robbed.
All done.
The satisfied hum of my boss rang in my ringing ears. I turned and saw the big splatter of blood on the wall and floor where Kevin had been. Great, no doubt I would have to clean that up. What did you do with him? I asked the old voodoo king. He looked at me with those big black button eyes of his and looked to his arm, which he brought up and showed he was holding a controller for a marionette doll. Except it was made of bones. Small bones that almost looked like some kind of animals. Of course, those thoughts were dispelled when he lifted his arm up further and produced a small bloody figure attached to the strings of the controller. I'm sure I don't need to spell out who the figure looked like.
I don't appreciate people threatening my employees,
he sighed, dropping the bloody figure onto the table and made it dance around, making the counter messy with blood as he did so. I looked up to him, both thankfully and pissed off, mostly because I figured I'd have to clean all this up. Thank you, sir. Do you want me to? I started, but was soon interrupted by him when he held his hand up and the little figure mimicked him. Gotta hand it to him, he's a great puppeteer.
Don't worry about the mess, Travis.
He shrugged it off, chuckling as he picked up the figure and held it tightly clenched in his glove, more blood leaking out of it and dripping onto the counter.
Just get rid of this for me, please?
He asked, tossing the gun at me. I fumbled with it, afraid that it was going to go off in my hands. But once I was sure it wouldn't go off, because, well, it was empty, I looked up at him. noticing that the bullet hole in his forehead had disappeared. I didn't ask about that though. I simply nodded and went over to the front door and left, walking across the street to a dumpster that is near our shop in the alley, tossing it in there after I wiped it down against my pants, just in case my fingerprints were in there. I quickly jogged back into the store, more than happy not to see a speck left where Kevin once was. That was the first time I was held up in this store. The second time came about 2 days later. I was working later than usual. My shift is usually from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. This time I was working from 5 to 9. Not horrible, but we definitely get weirder people in the later hours. Weird people that usually chill with King Creole and the odd person asking for a wish or potion. Well, this time a fine gentleman came running into the store and hid behind a shelf that covered him from the view of the front door. I watched as he squatted even lower when a car drove past, shining a light into the shop and going along after a moment. The guy looked up for a minute and then over to me. "Hey, do you need anything? Or are you just in here to loiter?" I asked him. Look, I was tired, man, and I was like half an hour away from unpinning my needle from the doll. Mentally, I was already checked out. So, when the guy pointed a gun at me, I actually rolled my eyes at him. "Again?" I thought as I put my hands up. "I need a place to hide," the guy said quickly, looking back to the door and rushing over to me. "The cops are after me," he said. And that's when I noticed the blood on his clothes. I sighed and looked over to King Creole's office, hoping he could handle this. Of course, when I turned back around and saw him right behind this guy, I nearly shat myself.
What have we here?
He asked, putting his hand onto the other man's shoulder and flipping him around to face him. The man gasped and was quickly disarmed.
Need a place to hide, son?
What? He said in confusion, but at the mention of hiding he quickly pulled out a switchblade, pointing it up to Creole. Where? I need quickly, man, he shouted, looking behind Creole to see if the cops were making another round.
Why, right this way, sonny,
my boss said with a happy tone, pulling the nameless man along and towards the basement. Now, seeing that really sent my stomach down in a pit. To this point, I had gotten used to the basement creature, but seeing some unsuspecting person getting led there, I felt bad for the man. Faster, you freak! He could be here any minute, the man said, flinching at any little creak of the shop. Creole took his sweet time, pulling out the key and opening the basement, opening it up and stepping inside like a grand unveiling.
All yours,
he hummed, watching with a wide smile as the man rushed into the dark basement, closing the door behind him and locking it.
And that's that,
he hummed, looking back to me with that same smile and walking over to me. What's down there, sir? I asked him, pointing at the basement door. Creole looked me dead in my eyes. I could tell he wasn't messing around just by the tone of his voice.
None of your business, Travis,
he said in an almost animal-like snarl. I swallowed a lump in my throat and backed up a bit, nodding up at him and flinching hard when the door began to be banged on. Let me out! There's something down here! The man screamed, banging harder and harder on the door, the frame bending with just how hard he hit it. Of course, those soon turned into loud screams, as I assume whatever lived in the basement caught up with him. King Creole looked back at the basement door and waited for it to stop banging. Soon enough it did, and we heard the sounds of something being dragged down the stairs. I looked at him then. A look of anger was on his pale face. First time I'd ever seen him like that.
That whore gets what she deserved,
he mumbled, low enough to where I assume he thought I couldn't hear. But here I did. I didn't say anything, wiping up the counter and unpinning my needle from the doll. Good night, sir, I said as I took off my name tag and shoved it in my pockets. My words shook him from his angry spat, and he turned on his heels to look at me, a smile on his face once again.
Good night, Travis, my boy,
he hummed, turning and walking off back to his office. I nodded and turned to leave myself. I stopped in the door though, turning back and looking at the basement door. I looked back over towards King Creole's office, and when I was sure he was in there, I made my way back over to the door. I looked at it, noticing the blood coming from underneath the crack of the door. I knelt and tried to peer through the keyhole. I didn't see anything at first, just the usual blackness of a basement. I sighed and stood to leave, until I heard a soft thud come from the door. I turned and raised a brow to that. Leaning down again, I put my eye to the keyhole. This time I was greeted by a green, shiny, cracked eye. Flinching hard, I backed up and quickly made my way out of the shop, shaking my head quickly and just getting out of there. I don't know what King Creole has down there, and I really don't want to know either, even if whatever it is keeps begging me to let it out. So by this point, I'm pretty sure that you guys have a pretty good grasp of what King Creole is like as a boss. He's creepy and a murderer by most definition of the law, right? I mean, the button eyes and sawn up mouth should have been a dead giveaway to that. Well, he has ways of surprising you. Like some pointed out, he defended me during the robbery and the runaway convict situation. That alone sorta tipped the scales to him being a pretty alright man. Well, something happened a few days ago that really changed my perspective on him. It was a lazy Saturday. I was leaning back on my newly upgraded rocking chair. That's right, folks, no more crappy stool. Old buddy boy Travis has a rocking chair now. Take that, desk jockeys. Anyway, I was rocking on the chair, enjoying how good it felt to have back support when the rusty doorbell rang. I looked over at the door and saw nobody there. Odd. But not out of the ordinary in this place. I figured it was some ghost or something. Until I heard the sound of a tiny straining. A little hand came up from the other side of the counter. I raised my brow at that. I quickly looked to the wall of voodoo dolls. Had one escaped again? I thought to myself. But my train of thought was derailed when a childlike voice pulled my attention back over. Excuse me? The voice asked, innocent and just a little shy. I stood up from my rocking chair and looked over to the counter to see a little girl standing there by herself. She looked to be about in second or even first grade. Her little hands quickly went behind her back when she looked up at me. Hello little girl, are you lost? I asked her, looking around the shop for any sign of parental figures. It didn't take me too long, considering how small this place is. I want a wish, she said softly, looking up at me and giving me a soft pout. The kind a kid gives when they expect the answer to be no, but they still want to shoot a shot. Let me go get my boss, okay? I said to her. I wasn't exactly trained to handle children, much less one looking for a wish. And having seen my fair share of wishes in this place, I almost wanted to talk her out of it, but a job is a job. Turning to go to Creole's office, I was surprised to see him already leaving it.
"Ah, Travis, my boy,"
he said with a hum, pulling on his suit to straighten it out and patting some dust off it.
"I needed to watch the shop while I..."
He began to say, but his button eyes quickly turned to see that little girl standing in the counter, who was too busy looking up at the wall of voodoo dolls to notice us.
"Well, I'll be,"
he said in a bewildered voice. Yeah, she came in here looking for a wish. I was just about to come and get you, I explained, looking back over to the mystery girl. She was busy looking wide-eyed at all the dolls available. It was like she had never seen a toy before.
"A wish, huh?"
he asked with a hum, walking over to the little girl and clearing his throat.
"Oh, little Miss Olivia,"
he asked, bending down to his knees to get to her level. The little girl turned around and, to my surprise, didn't flinch at all at King Creole's appearance. In fact, she had stars in her eyes when she saw him. Are you the wish man? She asked quickly and excitedly.
"Why, I do believe I am,"
he responded after a chuckle and a smile. This smile was different than the one he usually wore. His normal smile always gave off an air of creepy judgment, like someone knowing the person they were talking to was inferior. But his smile this time seemed genuine. Can you grant me a wish? The girl, named Olivia, as you read before, asked quietly. looking up to the voodoo man with all the passion a girl in her age could have. Hell, I wanted to grant her a wish just from that.
I'm afraid you're a little bit too young, darling. I can't in good conscience give you a wish,
Creole said sadly, taking off his hat as if in a silent apology. You could see Olivia's heartbreak clear on her face. She drooped like a dying flower immediately, her arms behind her back coming to the surface. And that's when I noticed all the bruises on them. Creole saw them as well. His attention turned to it, and then he took the girl by the arm, gently lifting her tiny pale and bruised arm up to looking at her.
Who did this to you?
He asked softly. Olivia looked like she was holding back the floodgates, and then finally broke as she started crying and hiccuping, using her free arm to wipe her face off as she cried. But she managed to blurt out an answer to Creole. "My mommy." As if on cue, the front door slammed open, nearly breaking a shelf near it as a woman came into the shop. I could tell she was Olivia's mother by the resemblance of her to her crying daughter. "Olivia, what in the hell are you doing in this place?" she demanded to know, coming over with a look of rage on her face.
Whoa, 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 calm down there, darling. Little Miss Olivia was simply asking for a wish was all,
Creole said, springing up and quickly pushing Olivia behind him. I acted as well, motioning for the girl to come over to behind the counter. She reacted accordingly, coming over to me and hugged my pants leg. "She shouldn't have gone where I told her to stay." The woman spat in my boss's face. I could smell the alcohol on her from here. Figures. "I'm not paying for whatever she asked for. Olivia, get your ass over here and get in the car," she screamed in my direction. I reached a hand down and patted the girl's head as she shivered violently against me.
I assure you, ma'am, you don't have to pay for anything,
Creole hummed, holding his hands up defensively against the woman's gabs and accusations.
Why, all she asked for was a doll, and I'm mighty inclined to get her one,
he hummed, fixing his tie. As she walked past the angry mother, he walked over to the wall of voodoo dolls and hummed as he looked up at the wall, pointing his finger out as if to try and find the right one, and snapping when he found it. Reaching out, he took the correct doll and brushed it off, blowing on it and sending the dust in the mother's face, sending her in a coughing fit. I smiled at that, seeing my boss stand up for this poor girl.
Miss Olivia?
He asked her as he walked over and past the sputtering mother. He once again got down on her level and revealed the doll to her. It was a small one, about the size of my forearm. It was dressed in a black Victorian gown and had the hair to match, along with about an eyes of all the dolls we had in the store. Olivia, pulling herself away from my leg, looked at the doll with awe, sniffling as she held both her bruised arms out. King Creole carefully gave her the doll and smiled as she looked at it, brushing the doll's hair and quickly giving it a hug. "Thank you," she said softly, clinging to the item as she walked away from the counter and to her mother. "That thing better not have any fleas," she hissed, turning and grabbing Olivia's little arm and yanking her along. Olivia gave one last forlorn look as she was dragged away, the sad rusty bell jingling as they both left. I looked over to my boss, who was clearly as upset as I was. That scene was more difficult for me than all the bad wishes I've ever seen working here, because of how hopeless it all seemed. As if reading my mind, Creole put his hand on my shoulder and forced my gaze to look into his button eyes.
You'll be fine, son, I assure you of that,
he said, nodding to me and tussling my hair, sighing as he let me go and started back to his office. The thing in the door banging as he walked past it, causing him to freeze in place. He looked to the door with a clenched fist and smashed his fist against it.
Shut up! You're never leaving that place!
He screamed at the door, his mouth wide as he gritted his teeth. A few of his stitches ripped, causing him to cover his mouth, and walked over to his office, slamming the door with a loud slam, leaving me alone with the uneasy feeling of being all alone in the shop. The rest of the day was hard to get through. All I could think about was poor Olivia and her mother. I sighed and sat back in my rocking chair. Not much I could do. I didn't know her last name, so I couldn't report her to CPS, so I resigned myself to listen to King Creole, who has never steered me wrong. Only 2 other customers came in that day, and all they wanted was a wart removal potion and a heart attack potion. Don't ask. As I unpinned my pin from the doll on the counter, I looked over to Creel's office. Walking over to it, I knocked 3 times. Not hearing anything from inside, I opened the door and poked my head inside, seeing Creel at his desk sewing a doll, obviously lost in whatever thoughts were dancing around in that head of his. "Sir, I'm gonna head home," I said, breaking his concentration, and he lifted his head to look up at me. He looked confused for a second, before looking over to the clock on his wall and nodding, seemingly realizing what time it was.
Right, yes. See you tomorrow, Travis,
he said like a robot. He turned back to the doll he was sewing and said nothing more to me. I nodded and turned to leave, letting the door to his office close behind me. Walking away from his office, I stopped at the basement door, reaching into my pocket and pulling out that single shard of porcelain I'd kept all this time. I rubbed my fingers over it and looked to the door.
"Please let me out."
The voice of a woman came from behind the door. No pounding this time, just a soft and desperate voice of a woman. She had a southern accent, but it sounded far away, like if she was talking to me from a hallway. I didn't answer. All I did was place the shard of porcelain at the front door and slowly pushed it underneath the crack, turning and leaving for the day. I got home and hugged my mom just to thank whatever being out there for giving me loving parents. The next day, I still had Olivia in my mind, but I mostly resigned myself to just get through another day of work. Walking into the shop, I saw King Creel standing at the counter, and amused to look at his pale face. His smile only grew as I got closer. "Good morning, sir," I said, that look he was giving me a sharp chill up my spine.
Travis, my boy, did you try sneaking this underneath the door?
He asked as sweetly as honey. Lifting up the shard of porcelain I had tried to sneak under the door, I audibly swallowed and nodded. I was just trying to... I don't know, I thought... I stammered, trying to give him the reason behind my apparent crime.
Travis,
he said, walking out from behind the counter and walking close to me. He grabbed me by the collar and pulled me close to him, his smile turning into a scowl that turned my blood into ice.
Don't ever fucking give her anything. Am I understood?
He growled, his yellow teeth sharpening as he spoke. I almost shit and pissed myself at his demeanor. I quickly nodded, shivering as hard as a human could. "Yes, sir, I promise," I stuttered out, breathing hard once he released me, his smile returning and his teeth growing back to normal.
Wonderful. Now, you better clock in. I'm expecting a very fun appointment today.
He hummed, spinning around on his heels and walking to his office, walking past the basement door and into his office and letting the door close behind him. Huffing hard, I walked to my rocking chair and sat myself down, stabbing the doll in the head and rubbing my face hard. Last time I would ever try to even look at that basement door, if that's how he reacted to me just returning something to it. Pulling my phone out, I used it to get my mind off what had just happened. Maybe an hour or 2 into my shift, my phone usage was interrupted by the front door flying open. The rusty bell nearly flew off from its place as the door swung open and shut afterwards. I looked up and dropped my phone when I saw it was Olivia's mom. Although she looked a little paler. Her skin looked like Creel's skin. "What the fuck did you give her?" she shouted as she stumbled to the counter, hacking and coughing violently, collapsing onto her knees just near me, and looking up at me, sending me flying back further from my chair. She had one eye dangling from its socket, and the other one looked like if it was made of milk chocolate and started to melt. She clawed her nails into the counter and pulled herself up, feeling around and grabbing my arm and pulling me close to her. I don't know, man. I just work here," was all I could offer the woman, trying to get away from her as one of her eyes fell out with a gross-sounding plop. She recoiled and stumbled backwards, gasping and coughing, white, puffy stuff coming out of her mouth and falling to the floor. I knew what it was instantly. It was doll stuffing.
Goodness, you're early.
Creel's cheery voice came. I turned to see he was standing in his office door. He strode his way over to the woman and grabbed her by her hair, pulling it upwards so he could look into her eye sockets.
Now, dear, we can't have you losing your stuffing.
He chuckled, producing some thread and a needle.
What the fuck did you do to me?
She shouted and shoving him, and trying to stumble away, only for her leg to buckle underneath her like a fucking accordion. Humans aren't meant to bend that way, if you didn't know.
Dear me, you're changing much faster than I first thought you would.
Creole chuckled, grabbing the woman again and yanking her up. I was in shock at all of this. By this point, the woman's skin looked like one of the dolls we sell. That's when it clicked for me. She was turning into a doll. Sir? I spoke up, flinching when Creole slammed the woman onto the counter and started sewing her mouth shut, despite the woman's thrashing and quickly impinging appendages. He looked over to me with a quizzical look and smiled.
Be a good boy and hold her down, Travis,
he asked with a chuckle, continuing to sew her mouth up. I looked to her and swallowed as I walked forward and quickly gripped her arms, already feeling that there was not an ounce of bone left in them. All I could feel was doll stuffing. I closed my eyes as I held her down. I am not proud of this moment. When he was finished and finally allowed me to let go, King Creole gave her the finishing touches, sewing buttons into her empty eye sockets and smiling as he wiped his gloved hands clean.
Her present is all done. I just gotta wait for her to shrink.
He chuckled, looking at me with an excited smile. I gave him a confused look, my eyes wandering down to the body. It was dead still and looking very much like she belonged in the morgue. The more I looked, though, the more I realized that she was shrinking, inch by inch. Well, at least I know where at least some of the voodoo dolls come from now. I was left in charge of the doll while I waited for this mystery guest of his. I already had an inkling who it was for, but with King Creole you never know what to expect. I sat and watched as this fully grown woman shrunk down to the size of a child, then a toddler, then to the size of my forearm. And she was a doll, through and through. I lifted her up, looking at her, waggled her around, and finally left her on the counter. When the door opened again, the first thing I saw was a woman in a Victorian-style dress coming to me, her hands clasped in front of her and looking at me with a warm and motherly smile.
Good day, shopkeeper. I do believe my daughter would like to speak with you,
she asked in a soft British accent. I looked at her, my jaw hitting the floor. She was the doll that King Creole had given Olivia. As if to reinforce this point, a tiny hand came up to pull on the big black dress. The woman looked down and smiled, leaning down and lifting up the thing the tiny arm was attached to.
Where's Mr. King Creole?
Olivia asked with her big old happy eyes. I looked at her, and then at this woman who, just yesterday, had been a doll. Looking back to Olivia, I opened my mouth to say something, but I was quickly cut off by Creole's office door opening, and the voodoo man smiled so much I thought he had bust a stitch.
My darling Olivia, how are you?
He asked this, like Olivia was a friend he hadn't seen in forever. At his voice, Olivia smiled as wide as him, and the woman put her down, letting her run up to my boss and giving his legs a hug.
Thank you so much for my new mommy,
she hummed, nuzzling her face into him. He chuckled and knelt down a bit, patting her head and motioning me to come over. I took the doll off the counter and came over, getting on my knees with an old man grunt and handing the doll to Olivia. She gasped and happily accepted it, wrapping her tiny arms around it and thanking Creole a million times. When all was said and done, Olivia said her goodbyes, and a new mother took her by the hand and led her out the door. This new mother turning around and waving goodbye to us and over to the voodoo dolls, who all waved back.
I do love happy endings,
Creole sighed, taking his hat off and rubbing his messy black hair, turning to me and raising a brow to my obvious uncomfortableness of the whole situation.
Don't worry, son. She's in the best possible hands,
he said, putting a hand on my shoulder. Sir, how come you didn't hurt her? I asked, going back to all the times he'd caused horrible things to happen to anybody seemingly needing his help. He looked at me like I'd spoken Chinese at him.
Son, my mama always said, help those that truly need it. And you stand there and tell me she didn't need our help.
He asked, patting my shoulder and heading over to his office, leaving me with that train of thought for the rest of the day as I washed away all the blood left over from the old mother. King Creole is a strange man. He went from wanting to kill me for going near the basement door to hugging a child that he had saved from an abusive mother. I still deal with the back and forth of his personality. I don't think I will ever understand him, and I don't ever expect to. All I want to know is, what is in the basement that causes him so much rage? You know, the more I work here at old King Creole's half-price voodoo shop, the more I start to question how the hell I never noticed it before. Now, I'm ready to admit I am no Einstein when it comes to this town. Sure, I have lived here my whole life, but even then, I'm still discovering new places. I didn't even know we had a Denny's near us until last week. But the fact that so many of our customers are high school kids makes me wonder, how come I never heard of this place before? Then I look back at my track record of socializing in school and remember, oh yeah, that's why I never learned about this place. I think the reason I have to clean up so many messes here is that a majority of our customers are indeed stupid high school kids. They barge in here thinking they got a way around King Creole's game, and every single time I am the poor idiot that has to clean up their stupid mess. It's to the point where anytime I see a teenager come into the shop, I instinctively reach behind the counter for some rubber gloves. Because I know I'll have to wipe what's left of them off the floor and walls. I think the worst case of this was when a group of 4 kids walked in. They were seniors, and I'm pretty sure they were about to graduate. They came into the shop while I was busy, actually getting to stock something for once. We had just had someone come in and buy a decent amount of voodoo dolls, so I was finally allowed to stock them. Using my old stool, I managed to just put them all in place when the bell rang and this group of kids came in. It was 3 girls and a guy, who had his arm around the blonde girl. A couple, I assumed. The other 2 girls seemed to just have tagged along for this ill-fated journey to my place of employment. The guy looked over to me and shot me that head movement all of us guys make to each other. You know the one. "Hey guys," I said, getting off my stool and heading to the counter. Sitting on my rocking chair and making sure all my cleaning supplies were in view. "What can I do ya for?" I asked, realizing I was picking up some of Creole's fancy southern talk. "We heard there were wishes here, and since we're about to graduate, we figured, why not try them out?" The guy said, letting his girlfriend go and going over to the shelf of voodoo dolls. Getting in real close and looking at them all. The girls, meanwhile, didn't wander too far off from him, since they no doubt were afraid of all the cobwebs around. Fair enough. "Yep. You all want one?" I asked, dreading the answer I expected. The guy and his girlfriend nodded, while only one of the other girls, a black-haired girl in a blouse, responded as well with a nod. The last girl in a hoodie, though, just shook her head. Figured she just got dragged here.
Travis, my dear boy, seems you've brought in quite a bit of customers.
Creole hummed, walking over to me from seemingly nowhere. He does that a lot, smiling at the group of students, all of whom instantly backed up a couple of feet in shock at my boss's appearance. "Wow, freaky costume, man," the guy said, chuckling, trying to keep up a brave face in front of his girl, but I could tell he was seconds from pissing himself. All the girls had the same expression.
"What can I do you for, Jacob?"
the boss man asked, looking at me. I was wondering why, until I realized my rocking chair was taking up space he needed to get to the counter, so I just easily backed up a bit and let him do his thing. Pulling out my phone, which had a dead battery, instead I decided to watch the inevitable horror that was about to come to my way. Man, you're freaky as fuck. Jacob chuckled nervously, clearing his throat and coming forward with as much moxie as he could muster. Okay, I wish to get into my dream college. Full ride, so I don't have to pay for anything, he declared, confidently crossing his arms at King Creole. Had to hand it to him. That was a pretty airtight wish. I couldn't really think of any way for Creole to mess with that wish. Well, until his girlfriend spoke up. What the fuck, Jacob? The girlfriend shouted, coming over to Jacob and pounding him with her fists over and over. You're trying to find a way to leave me, aren't you? She shouted, grabbing him and thrashing him around. She seemed the clingy type. No, you crazy bitch. I'm trying to secure my future. He shouted, shoving her away and rolling his eyes, as if this has been an ongoing issue. Me and Creole looked at each other and just shrugged. Wasn't our business to give these two couples therapy. Suddenly, the girl pushed past her boyfriend and up to the counter, slamming her fist down on the dusty countertop and staring up with wild eyes to King Creole. I wish that Jacob will never leave my side, she shouted, causing Jacob to come over and grab her, pulling her away from us.
Well,
the king began, bringing a hand up, starting to rub his chin.
My mama taught me that ladies should go first.
He smiled, shrugging and snapping his fingers, causing Jacob to stop in his tracks as he stopped thrashing around with his girlfriend. He looked at her with a new look in his eyes and started to kiss her. Now that's more like it, she giggled, wrapping her arms around him and making out in the shop. I rolled my eyes at this. Yes, I am horribly single. Leave me alone. Although, what happened next kinda helps me feel better about being single. She suddenly shouted in pain, trying to shove him off of her. For good reason, since he had gotten a thread and needle and was starting to stick it into both of their skins. I need to be closer to you, he shouted in a crazed tone, starting to pick up speed as she screamed louder, trying to get away from him. Well, that went about as well as I expected it to go. He managed to pin her to the floor as he started to saw them two together. The other two girls were screaming and cowering together as they watched the scene.
Since Jacob appears to be preoccupied,
Creole said with a chuckle, turning his attention to the two remaining girls.
Would you ladies like to try your luck?
He said with a smile, his fingers drumming on the counter as he waited. The black-haired girl quickly looked at the hoodie girl and shoved her away, backing up from everything and looking back at the door. I wish that I could live the rest of my life and never seeing you again, she shouted, backing up and getting to the door. Creole shrugged and nodded to her.
If that's what you wish for,
he said, looking back at her and motioning for her to shoo with his hands. The girl nodded and turned, opening the door and running out at full speeds. Shame she didn't see the car that hit her seconds afterward. I flinched at just how sudden it happened. Like, she was out of the shop and dead in a good 10 seconds. The last girl remaining was screaming her head off as she saw the girl hit by the car. And let's just say that Jacob and his girlfriend were closer than they were ever going to be. He and she were sewn together, nice and tight, and bleeding everywhere. Please, please don't kill me, the girl mumbled, collapsing to the floor and shivering, shaking her head and pulling her hoodie down, revealing some nice long red hair. Looking over at her, I did feel pretty bad. She seemed like the one who had been dragged here unwillingly by her friends.
Is that what you wish, darling?
My boss asked, stepping away from the counter and over to the sauna bodies wriggling on the floor. Looking over at her, she answered with a fast shake of her head.
Then what is your wish?
He asked, poking at the sewn-together couple with his finger, showing some amusement from it. I don't want anything, she mumbled, curling up into the fetal position, shaking violently and looking over at me like I was going to come in and save her. Well, I get paid by this man, so I can't really offer much help.
Shame. If that's the case, then please leave my shop. I don't take kindly to loiterers,
he said, the front door swinging open. The girl looked up quickly, and then for the two of us, cautiously standing up and walking out of the shop, making sure to keep on the sidewalk as she started running away. Want me to clean up, sir? I asked Creole after an awkward silence. Looking over to me, he smiled and chuckled.
If you wouldn't mind, son,
he answered, looking at the sawn couple and then over to the basement door. I could tell from his face he was trying to figure out a way of getting them down there. I, meanwhile, was already getting the mop ready. Need help moving them? I asked him, as I set the bucket down and started filling it with bleach and soap. A decent enough way to hide the blood, but if the cops ever shine that stuff that shows hidden blood splatters, this place would look like a cheap motel room.
I might,
He said, looking back over to the basement with a sneer.
Alright, help me move them to the door and leave them there. I'll head down there and you can just roll them down when I say it's alright.
He nodded at me. Not having much of a choice, since I offered to help, I helped him pick them up and carry them close to the door. The girl gurgling something incoherent at me, since hers and Jacob's mouths had been sewn together. I assume it was a plea for help. Once they were down at the foot of the door, Creole unlocked it and opened it. I peeked from behind his shoulder to see if I could get a look, but nothing but blackness stared back at me.
Right, looks like we can just kick them down there.
Creole hummed, placing his dress shoe on the wriggling mass, shouted down the stairs. The wet smacking and rolling were heard for a good solid 30 seconds. We waited, the door still open. Then we heard rapid crawling coming towards us. Before I could see the mystery basement creature, Creole slammed the door closed and locked it tight. Well, I said after a decent amount of silence. I'll start cleaning, I said, backing away from Creole and heading back to my mop and bucket, starting to wipe away all the evidence of our latest crime. When I looked back at the basement, King Creole was standing there. He was looking at the basement with his usual anger before wordlessly just walking back over to his office. I let him go, continuing to do the part of the job I hated the most. While I was busy mopping, contemplating if I really should have gone into college, the door opened up and I heard the familiar words of "Hands in the air!" I raised my hands up quickly, my mop hitting the floor, and I turned to look who was holding me up this time. Turned out, it was a cop. Fuck. My arm straightened up quicker when I saw it was a cop this time, and not some idiot trying to rob us. Those thoughts of college were really starting to seem much more appealing. Turn around and step away from the mop and bucket, he ordered me. I did as I was told, heading over to the back wall. The cop closed the distance and slammed me against the wall, slapping some cuffs on me and throwing me to the ground, putting his gun in my back. Where's your boss? He asked me, grabbing my head so I could answer him. Office, over there. I motioned towards his office. With that, the officer let my head go, which slammed down into the wooden floor, giving me a good-sized bruise on my forehead. I rolled over to see what was going to happen. This was the first time I ever had a run-in with the cops in this place. You, in there! Come out with your hands out! The officer shouted, gun trained on the door, and waiting for anyone to comply with that order. I, meanwhile, strained and tried to see what was going to happen. When suddenly my arms went limp, and I was suddenly free of my cuffs. Pulling my hands out, I looked down to see the voodoo doll template holding the cuffs. Turns out that thing doesn't hate me that much after all. Opening the door, Creole stared at the gun in his face and then over to the officer, his stitched mouth in a smile as he looked at the man.
Rookie, your sergeant should have told you that you are not allowed in here.
He sighed, looking past him to look at me on the floor.
And assaulting my employee? Shame on you.
The voodoo man sighed, suddenly getting grabbed by the officer and tossed onto the floor quickly. Keep your mouth shut, you fucker! What did you do with the body? He shouted, putting his foot on Creole's back. I felt afraid for the officer. Handling King Creole like that in his own shop would not end well. And end well it did not. The second his foot was put on King Creole's back, every single voodoo doll on the wall came to life, staring at the officer and jumping off their place on the wall, hissing and screeching at him as they all rushed towards him. The officer looked at the source of the noise and let out a shout as he tried shooting them, He got 2 shots off before they swarmed him. The best way I can describe what they did to him was piranhas eating a cow in the Amazon. They swarmed over him and ripped chunks of flesh off of his body.
I never can stand rude idiots.
Creole hissed, angrily standing up and dusting himself off, walking over the rapidly disintegrating cop body and coming over to me, offering me a hand and pulling me back up.
Sorry you had to see that.
He sighed, dusting me off. His attention then turned towards the squad car outside, his button eyes staring at the car, and he made his way over to the door, stepping outside of the shop for the first time since I started working here. I looked over at what was left of the officer, a bloody uniform and nothing else. In the split second, I wasn't paying attention. All the voodoo dolls had returned to the wall, and now had some accessories with them. Some bones and skin pieces. My little template friend was back on the counter, still giving me the stink eye for probably not cleaning up. I was going to, until a girl's scream caught my attention. Creole was dragging that redhead back into the shop. She was trying with all her might to keep from being dragged away, her nails clawing at the wooden floor and spreading blood everywhere once her nails had been broken and destroyed. She cried and begged not to be hurt as she was dragged towards the basement door.
This will show you not to misplace my good graces,
Creole shouted, grabbing her by the hair when she caught the side of the counter and gripped it with all her might, dragging her to the basement door, opening it and dragging the redhead down into the depths. Creole didn't need to tell me to shut the door behind him. I went back to cleaning the bloody mess that was left behind, stuffing the officer's uniform into a trash bag and set that aside as I mopped up every piece of blood I could see. I've gotten surprisingly good at this. Something about that girl's demise, though, didn't sit right with me. Out of everything he's done to people, hers was the one that rubbed me the wrong way the most. It's not like I can do anything about it. Cops are clearly out of the question. Looking over to the basement door, I sighed as I sat back in my rocking chair when all the cleaning was done, my eyes closing in exhaustion. I didn't get much time to rest. The Creole returned after nearly an hour and a half, blood on his suit and pale face. I swallowed hard as he came over to me, staring at me with those blood-splattered button eyes.
Travis, my boy, you've been so very helpful these past few months that I think a raise is in order.
He smiled, his yellow teeth back to being sharp fangs.
How about, $30 an hour?
He hummed, tilting his head at me. I looked back at him with a bewildered look, quickly nodding without thinking. He smiled and rustled my messy brown hair and pulled out my pay for the week.
Take tomorrow off,
he ordered when I took my pay. I looked up at him and nodded quickly. No way in hell I was going to question him. Packing up, I unstuck my pin and took the officer's uniform in the trash bag and threw it away, making my way home as I sighed hard, rubbing my face as I thought about that poor girl being dragged into whatever hell awaited her down in that basement. Ever since the redhead incident, I was wary of going back to work. I've never really cared about the people who get what they ask for whenever they don't think a wish through. But she wasn't there for a wish. She didn't want anything. She was just there. Yeah, she brought a cop to the shop, but if I was her, I'd do the same thing. Whatever happened to her down in the basement, she didn't deserve it. My day off was spent mostly in my room, sulking, just wrapped up in my blankets and contemplating the many horrible things I've done for King Creole. When my mom came in, she knocked on my door. "Travis, a couple of police officers are here looking for you. What the hell did you do?" she asked, in a confused and scared tone at the same time. As far as I know, she thinks I'm selling crack for all the money that I'm getting. I swallowed as I tossed my blankets away and made my way past her and down to the lobby of our house. 2 officers were standing there and looking up at me.
Travis, can we please talk to you outside?
The older man said, brushing his graying hair back and placing his hat back on. I nodded wordlessly and looked back at my parents, who were staring at me from the kitchen as I was led outside into the cold autumn afternoon. I put my hands in my hoodie pockets and looked up at the officers, my face betraying that I was nervous as all hell. Is this about King Creole? I asked, after a prolonged silence. My eyes widened when the officers nodded. They looked around quickly before the older one took his hat off again and looked at me dead in the eyes. Tell him that we're so sorry for the troubles that one of our rookies caused him. We didn't have time to radio him and tell him to wait for backup, the man said in a quick, nervous tone. My jaw fell to the floor at just how desperately this cop was apologizing to me. I can tell him tomorrow, when I go back to work, I offered the man, who breathed a long, hard sigh of relief and nodded quickly, taking a notepad out and a pencil. Tell him the agreement with the department still stands and that we're so terribly sorry about what happened, he said, scribbling something on his notepad and ripping it out. Handing it to me, I looked down at the note, which was basically just what he had told me, but in written form. I guess in case King Creole didn't believe me. Yeah, okay, I nodded, putting the page in my hoodie pocket and shaking both of their hands, then wordlessly walking back into my house and walking past my parents, who bombarded me with questions. I didn't answer them, just going back to my room and collapsing back on the top of my bed, pulling the covers back over myself and resigning myself to dealing with this some other day. Making my way to work the next day, I sighed as I entered the familiar dusty shop, walking over to the counter and sticking my needle back into the template. Looking back at the basement door, which was eerily silent. Shaking my head and reaching into my pocket, I walked over to Creole's office and knocked 3 times, standing back a bit, waiting for the bossman. He didn't leave me waiting for too long, as he soon opened the door and smiled big and wide when he saw it was me.
Travis, how was your day off? I missed you, boy.
He chuckled, coming fully out of his office and giving me a hug, which I half-heartedly gave back. It was fine, sir. The police came and told me to give you this, I said, reaching into my pocket and handing him the handwritten note. He looked at it quizzically and took it from me, looking down with his button eyes, and that smile on his face grew wide enough to strain the stitches on his mouth.
Oh, marvelous. I was beginning to think that they had forgotten about little old me.
He chuckled, sticking the note into his suit and smiling at me.
I do apologize again for you being roughed up so badly as you were, Travis,
he said, putting a hand around me and leading me back to my counter. It's fine, sir. It didn't hurt that badly, I said, rubbing the bruise on my forehead a bit. It only stung if I touched it, really. Luckily for me, my hair is long enough that I can hide it behind my bangs. I used to never get a haircut sometimes.
Good, good. I do enjoy your company in the shop. Even your little friend was missing you.
He chuckled, tapping the template doll on its head. I looked at it, and for once, it wasn't giving me a stink eye. Well, I'm not such an ass to it after all.
Keep up all the good work, son,
Creole said, giving me a firm pat on the back and leaving me to run the front end once again. Doing my usual ringing up the odd customer, I was soon enough met with something that did make my day a little better. Olivia usually came back to the shop every Saturday with her new mother, so it was always a little ray of sunshine to see her so happy. My doll broke, she said with a sad little pout, holding up the doll, what used to be her mum, and showing that the arm had indeed came off. Can Mr. King Creole fix it? She asked sadly, like this was the absolute end of the world. I looked up at her new mother, who looked at me with this blank gaze. Well, I thought then that it was blank. Now I think it was one of worry and pity. I didn't even have to go get Creole when he threw open the door to his office and came over to Olivia, who ran to him and gave him a hug like he was her long-lost father. He smiled and giggled with her as he took her doll and her hand, leading him to the office.
Are you aware of what awaits you?
Olivia's new mother asked out of the blue, her soft British accent in a low and whispering tone. I looked at her with a confused look. What do you mean? I asked her, sitting up in my rocking chair and looking at the voodoo template, taking it off the counter and placing it on the floor. Looking back at her for more information. She looked to the wall of old voodoo dolls behind her and leaned in close to me.
He's using you. You need to get out of here before it's too late,
she said in a soft, begging tone, grabbing me by the hoodie strings and pulling me close.
Get away,
she begged, quickly letting go of me and doing a full 180 of emotions. A big, happy smile on her face as Olivia came back with her doll all fixed up.
Be more careful with her, darling. She's fragile,
he instructed, giving Olivia a pat on the head and handing her back off to a new mother. Olivia nodded up to the voodoo man and took her mother's hand as she was led out of the store. Her mother looked back at me with a sad look on her face. After they were gone, I turned to King Creole and mustered all the non-existent strength I had.
Sir, why did you hire me?
I asked him, quickly placing the template back on the counter and putting my hands on the dusty surface. The question seemingly caught him off guard as he looked at me like I'd spoken to him in an alien language. He stared at me with those button eyes for a good long time, long enough for me to grow uncomfortable. The same look he gave me when I asked him about the basement.
I just needed an extra hand,
was all he said. Okay. I nodded quickly, sinking away from his piercing gaze. It felt like every button eye was looking at me in the shop. It was a lifesaver when the front door opened and a customer walked in. Creole instantly turned into his usual happy self and happily granted the person's wish of curing their cancer. Shame about the heart attack they had right afterward. As Creole took a hold of the dead body, he dragged it towards the basement and opened the door behind him, grunting as he tried to get a better grip on the cadaver. I was about to offer help to him when a white arm jutted from the darkness of the open basement and wrapped around his neck.
Ah, you sneaky fucking whore!
He shouted, slipping on the first step of the basement and tumbling backwards into the darkness. I watched the whole thing in abject horror. The arm that had grabbed my boss was one of porcelain. I could tell this because all of the shards of it that had fallen off when the two of them went tumbling down. Standing up quickly, I looked down into the basement, an entire pile of porcelain shards waiting for me at the entrance of the door.
Sir!
I shouted down into the dark depth.
Do you need any help?
This was Paycheck on the line, man. This was serious. I didn't hear anything from him, and I looked down into the dark depth. Swallowing the bile building up in my throat, I pulled my phone out and turned on the flashlight and clenched my fist as I took my first step into the basement. It took me a whole 30 seconds to take my second step, just out of fear for whatever was going to come towards me in the darkness.
Sir?
I shouted into the darkness again, taking a few more liberal steps before I froze again. I shone my flashlight deeply into the darkness and heard a fast scurry heading toward me.
Oh, fuck this!
I shouted quickly, turning and booking it upstairs. I managed to get up there and put my hand on the door, flashlight still shining down in the dark. What met me was a woman, body made completely out of porcelain, crawling up the stairs at max speeds towards me. She wore a dirty and tattered white dress, and she was missing one of her eyes. I didn't let her get far as I quickly slammed the door in her face and pushed my full weight up against the door.
Let me out!
She screamed, smashing her hands against the door, cracking porcelain heard as she smashed and beat against the door.
Before he wakes up, please!
She screamed, confirming to me that she had subdued my boss. I closed my eyes and kept my full weight against the door as she kept on banging.
I can't! I have no choice!
I screamed back, just keeping my eyes closed as she banged and pounded with futility. I didn't know who this creature was, and I didn't want to know. What was going to stop me from ending up just like her? So I just kept against the door until she suddenly fell silent. I wasn't about to take my chances, and just stayed against the door until a familiar voice came from behind the door.
Open the door, Travis,
came the haggard and tired voice of my boss. I cautiously looked at the door and backed away from it. The knob turning and the figure of my boss coming out and slamming the door shut, locking it with a key and pounding his fist onto the door. "You okay, sir?" I asked him, backing up to give him some space. He looked back at me, the stitches to his mouth torn open as he covered it with his hand. Nodding to me, he pointed to something behind me. Looking, I saw the template was holding a spool of thread and a needle. Nodding to him, I walked over and gave it to him. He lifted his hand up and quickly started to sew up his mouth. A thick black liquid was dropping from his mouth as he sewed himself back up with expert precision, finishing up in under 30 seconds flat.
I am fine, son. She just got a drop on me.
He growled, tossing the spool back at me and working his lower jaw. He then turned his attention back to me and grabbed me by the throat, shoving me into the wall and giving me a firm squeeze of my throat.
I told you never to fucking go down there,
he snarled at me.
I was worried about you.
I choked out, trying to pull him off of me, gagging and looking pleadantly at him. He gritted his teeth and dropped me, causing me to gag and choke for air as he walked away from me. I looked up as he walked away, silently going into his office and slamming the door shut. Pulling myself up in my rocking chair, I breathed hard, just trying to get my bearing. It took a good hour for me to finally pull my phone out and shakily look at it. What could I possibly do? The police obviously wouldn't help me if they came to me to apologize for them coming here. I had no one to answer anything for me, except I looked back at the basement door and walked over to it, stepping over the still dead customer. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid of him. Do you know anything about him? Is there some way to stop him?" I asked into the keyhole, waiting to see if the porcelain woman was still there. I waited there, about to give up, when a soft voice came back to me.
Charles.
She whispered softly.
Charles Sumner.
Was all she whispered, going silent and not responding again. I nodded a silent thanks to her and went to my counter, pulling my phone and starting my research. Well, it turned out that the only thing I knew about Charles Sumner was that guy who got beat with a cane in the Senate before the Civil War, so I don't think the internet is going to help me there. I worked the rest of my shift and left without a word to King Creole, but instead of heading straight home, I went somewhere I hadn't been in years. The library. A wealth of knowledge. And the only place I could think that would have anything on my boss. Getting to the reference section, I poured into everything and anything I could find, looking at the newspaper section, the headlines, death, famous people from my town, anything about Charles Sumner. And then, about an hour before they were about to close, I got a hit. Charles Sumner, 1900 to 1925. He was a pretty famous pianist back in the day and was even part of a band called the Sumner Orchestra. Other than that, I didn't get too much about him, but it did lead me down a rabbit hole when I saw the only picture of him in the reference book. It was clearly my boss, King Creole in the flesh. No button eyes, no stitches, nothing. He was no doubt human in this picture. That was surprising. What surprised me most was the woman standing next to him in the picture, because that was the porcelain woman. She was famous enough to have a caption along with our boy Charles. Mary Simmons, a well-loved singer in the band, and, according to the book, Charles's fiancée. I dropped the book when I saw it and stared in disbelief. She was his fiancée. What could she possibly have done to deserve what she was getting? I needed to know more. Then all of the lights in the library came out. I looked up quickly and nearly pissed myself, grabbing my phone and turning the flashlight on. I clung to it tightly as I looked around quickly. I looked back at the door and, sorry about this library, ripped the photo out of it, stuffing it into my hoodie and making a break for it, until I found myself falling flat on my face. Looking down, my eyes went wide as I saw a couple of voodoo dolls at my feet, having tied my laces together while I was in the darkness. "Give me a break!" I shouted at them, kicking them and quickly ditching my shoes as I made a run for it again. Getting to the front door, I pulled on them to no avail. I was locked in. Why couldn't the internet have had this information? Now I was going to die in my least favorite place in this stupid town, and that was saying something. Looking around, I had to find a way to escape. I soon made it to the nearest door and reached out to open it, only for my arm to go completely limp. I raised a brow at this before I lost control of my entire body, once again hitting the floor with a grunt, looking around in terror as I couldn't move. A million questions I asked were soon answered when a familiar voice came up behind me.
You should have left well enough alone, Travis.
Creole berated me from the darkness, the lights coming back on, and revealing him standing right next to me, holding a voodoo doll that looked exactly like me. He held it in a firm grip, a needle held right up to the doll's neck. I swallowed hard and looked up at him. "I just wanted to know more about you," I shouted at him, the fear in my voice obvious. But he held up a hand to his mouth and hushed me as he knelt down with the doll in his hand.
Use your inside voice, Travis. We're in a library.
He chuckled, grabbing me by my hair and pulling me up by it.
You want to learn more about me, huh? Want to know what that whore did to me?
He asked, his teeth growing sharp as he talked, reaching into my pocket and pulling out the page I'd ripped from the book. He looked down at it with disgust at first, but also with a sense of sadness. "Please don't kill me," I whimpered, shivering and trying to gain any kind of control back over my body. He looked at me and then at the paper, tossing it back at me, giggling like a little child.
I'm not going to kill you, son. I need you for things,
he said, grabbing me by the hair and pulling my head up to meet his button eyes.
But after this little stunt you pulled, it looks like I'll have to put things in motion.
He sighed, pulling me up to my feet and tossing the doll of me up and down. What do you mean? I asked him, again getting shushed by him. He patted my head and whispered something into the doll's ear. I suddenly got super drowsy and struggled to keep myself standing, looking at Creole, and finally passed out. I woke up this morning and gasped, looking around quickly to see where the hell I was. I was in my room. Had I dreamt all of that? The picture of Charles and Mary, however, were still in my hoodie pocket, and that quickly dispelled any idea of a nightmare. I got up and went to the bathroom next to my room and screamed, because looking at my reflection in the mirror were two big black buttons where my eyes should have been. Look, I don't know what he's doing to me, and I don't know how to stop it. I'm scared, guys. I'm gonna have to find a way to stop him before I end up like all the customers I've shit about. If I don't upload, assume I've failed. My skin is getting really pale as I finish this up, so don't get a move on. Wish me luck. Keeping the door closed on my parents as they attempted to learn why I screamed, I finally convinced them that I had seen a giant spider and killed it. When I finally heard their footsteps walking away from the bathroom door, I took another look at myself in the mirror. There was no doubt, my eyes were replaced by buttons. I couldn't blink, not that I really needed to, and I could see much better than I could before. This would have been nice if my eyes weren't fucking buttons. I was stuck. I had to learn more about Creole and learn how to defeat him before I turned into whatever the hell I was about to turn into. And I have to give it to you guys, mentioning that I should find Olivia's new mother. Unfortunately for me, I had no fucking clue where she lived. I pulled on my hair, trying to figure out where she could live, when I had an idea. All of the items that were on her original mother's body were sitting behind the counter at work. This included a cell phone and her wallet, where her ID would be. Great, back into the lion's den. Suiting up in my hoodie and pulling the hood on quickly, I ran past my parents shouting that I was late for work and booked it outside. I hope I can see them again someday. Making my way to the shop, I gathered all the courage I could. I walked into the shop, and was immediately confused when I saw nobody there. The office door was closed and the basement door was locked, as usual. Well, at least this part would be easy. Walking over to the counter, I finished around the container of people's things and soon found what I was looking for. Sophie, I said aloud, looking at the ID of Olivia's old mother, which contained her address, and it was within walking distance of here. Stuffing the ID in my pockets, I quickly turned to leave and walked right into Creole standing behind me.
You do look very distinguished with buttons,
He cooed, grabbing my face with his hands and pushing the hood off my head. Looking up at him, I shivered as he stared at me with a happy expression.
You're looking quite pale these days. Are you sick, Travis?
He asked, fake concern plastered all over his pale face. Looking down at my hand, I saw that it was quickly becoming the shade of white he was. "The fuck are you doing to me?" I shouted at him, pounding on his chest and finally shoving him off of my face, backing up from him and starting to head for the front door.
I need a store clerk. You answered the advertisement, Travis,
he said with a chuckle, picking up the voodoo doll of me from the counter, pulling a needle from his pocket and holding it back up to the doll's neck. I froze and looked at him with gritted teeth, looking behind him, a feigned concern, making it look like Mary had broken free from the basement. He fell for it and looked back at the basement door. He did so long enough for me to chuck Sophie's cell phone, which I had kept, right into his head, knocking his hat off and staggering him for a bit. Turning, I quickly fled out of the shop and started booking it towards the direction of Olivia's house. I was hoping that the voodoo doll had limited range on me, and luckily I think it did, as nothing happened to me as I ran to the neighborhood. Panting and out of breath, I looked around to try and find the correct house. Soon enough, managing to find it and stumbling my way to the door, knocking on it hard. "You work with Mr. King Creole?" Olivia gasped when she opened the door for me, a look of confusion on her face when she saw me with button eyes and pale skin. "Can I get button eyes too?" "I need to talk to your mommy," I said through exhausted panting. No wonder I almost failed PE all these times in high school. She nodded and let me into the house. I looked around and saw that every single picture in the house was of Olivia and her new mother. Not a single one of Sophie existed. Damn, is he good. "Oh dear God," came the soft and concerned British voice of Olivia's new mother. I looked up at her and stumbled to her, grabbing her by the collar of her poofy black dress and shaking her, the desperation clear on my face. "Help me! How do I stop this?" I screamed, begging the woman to help me in any way she could. I did not want to end up like Sophie or all these other people that Creole had killed. "I know this is his real name, and I know who's trapped in the basement. Please tell me how to save myself," I shouted again. I do not know. If I speak ill of him, he may..." She looked over to Olivia, who was playing in the living room, oblivious to us and in her own little world. She turned back to me and bit her lips. "Go to this address," she said quickly, pulling out a notepad and scribbling on it. "Please tell me it isn't far," I begged. Having to run here had really wiped me out. It is, I'm afraid, but it's the only place that may help you," she said, tearing off the sheet of paper and handing it to me. I looked down at it and raised my brow. "Isn't this right near the shop? Won't you know?" I asked her, wondering if she was really sending me on a suicide mission. But she shook her head and kept her hands together around the notepad. "He doesn't go there anymore. You should be safe," she said, and her face twisting into fear as she covered her mouth with her hands. The notepad fell to the floor as she backed away from me. I shivered as she did so, scared at what she could have seen. "Why are you blushing, mister?" Olivia asked me, her attention now on me, and tilting her head in confusion. Was I blushing? I didn't feel enough hot for that. I pulled my phone out and looked myself in the camera, and my heart sank in an instant. My cheeks were painted red, like a puppet's. I turned and ran out of the house, adrenaline up and completely in panic mode. He was turning me into a puppet, and if I didn't stop him soon, it was going to be over for me quickly. I had to find out more about him and maybe find a way to stop this in the process. Slowing down after a while, I made my way back towards the shop, but instead of making my usual left turn towards it, I continued forward and ended up at the decrepit old building, just like the voodoo shop. They really need to fix up this part of town. The faded old letters read out library. Only I had never seen nor heard of this library. Although, considering how it looked, I could kinda see why. Sighing and walking in with my head held high, I walked up to the doors and found them completely sealed behind wooden boards. Luckily enough for me though, there was a broken window right nearby, so I entered the building and began my search. I headed for the reference section, where I found much more information detailing things about Charles Sumner, and let's just say it's a tale, alright? Charles Sumner was born into a poor family, his dad dying of cholera and his mother having to raise him on her own. Luckily for the two of them, Charles's mother was a voodoo witch doctor, and a very loved one by the community. Charles, meanwhile, became a piano prodigy at the age of 7. He would go on to make a career out of it, and soon enough, by the time he was aged 18, he was in his own band. Now he wasn't a millionaire or anything, but it seemed like he was well off, and that's where Mary Simmons was the vocalist for Charles and his fiancée. While nice, this information didn't help me at all, and I was about to give up completely and just burn down the whole shop, when I suddenly turned to the last page the reference book I was reading had on Charles, when in big black letters, a headline was shown from the newspaper. Charles Sumner missing. Intrigued, I read as best I could in the old decaying page of the book. Charles had gone out with his bandmates and had never returned home. I looked around and tried to find any other information on Charles, Mary, or anybody, and then I found it. Mary Simmons and 6 others go missing. I read aloud when I found an ancient newspaper article about it. I looked up when I heard footsteps outside, but it was just some crackheads mumbling to each other. I went back to the paper and read it as best I could. Mary had gone missing about 4 months after Charles did. I stroked my chin at that and looked back at the other books I had thrown around everywhere. His mother? I mumbled to myself, going on a hunch, trying to find a book or something on her if she was so beloved by the community. And I did. Although she retreated from public life after the disappearance of Charles, I did manage to find one interview she gave before then. She blamed Mary for the missing Charles, more importantly the missing $10,000 he had won in a contest the night he went out. Gotcha, I said aloud, closing that book and trying to use my mind to piece some things together.
Having a good read, son?
Creole asked me, sending me flinching into the bookshelf and staring at him as he sat up above me on the bookshelf across from me. Really good one, Charles. I shot back at him. The smile on his face disappeared when I called him that. He growled at me and hopped down to my level, grabbing me by the collar again and slamming me harder into the bookshelf.
Don't call me that,
he snarled, lifting up his fist to beat me, only for me to headbutt him and grab a book from the floor, striking my boss in the face with it and pushing him over. He tripped and fell to the floor, but stared back at me with anger in those buttons of his. What did Mary do? Why did you keep her trapped in the basement? I demanded to know, lifting the book over my head to hit him again. He looked at me with sharpened teeth and got up to his feet, fixing his tie and looking at me like I was a worm that he had just stepped on. Grabbing me by the collar again, he stared into my button eyes with his own.
That whore deserves everything I gave to her,
he snarled, his teeth again growing sharp. In a pure rush of adrenaline, I grabbed his mouth by the stitches and yanked as hard as I could. I managed to rip out the entire length of his suture, causing him to drop me and stumble backward, gagging and coughing. He looked at me with his black ooze dripping out of his mouth, much quicker than it did before. Acting quickly, I ran at him and pushed him over with all my weight, fishing inside his coat pockets as we both stumbled to the floor. I managed to pull out the 2 items I knew he needed, his spool of black thread and the key to the basement. Thanks, Charles, I shouted with a chuckle, standing and booking it towards the library entrance. No pun intended there, surprisingly. I heard him scream and shout at me, but when I looked back, he was struggling to stand up. Clearly ripping those threads out of his mouth did something to him. Good thinking adrenaline fuels me. Making it out through the window I had gone in through, I sighed hard as I looked down at my arms, still pale as him, but they had stopped at my elbows, meaning I had bought myself some time. Sighing hard, I now knew what I had to do. I was going in the basement, armed with a key and a rusty pipe I stole from outside of the library. I started walking towards Old King Creole's. A million things were going through my mind at that moment. Thoughts about Charles and what had happened to him, and what was going to happen to me. Opening the door to the shop, everything was dead silent. Even the rusty bell was much quieter than it usually was. Looking to the wall of voodoo dolls, I saw that they were all starting to rot and fall off the shelves. I must have really weakened him. Renewed by this, I strode towards the basement and stopped. His office. I looked over to it and changed my course to look through it. Maybe there was something in there. Going into the clean office, I saw most of what I'd seen the first time. A tidy office and scratched out pictures. Only this time I paid attention to the pictures, seeing that, indeed, these were of Charles and Mary. Opening up his office desk, I didn't find much of anything. Countless buttons and threads, as well as several pairs of gloves. About to leave, I saw on his desk a picture that wasn't completely scratched out stood prominently. Picture of a young Charles Sumner and his mother, Mother Creole. Looking out of the office and towards the basement door, I knew that all my answers would come from down there. Walking over there, I finally inserted the key and turned it, opening the door and staring down into the darkness. Taking my phone out and turning on the flashlight, I made my way down there. The rickety old wooden steps creaked with every one of my footsteps. I looked to the ceiling and to the floor as I made my way down, passing several bones and articles of clothing on my way down. I finally touched solid ground. I was in the basement after all this time, and it was as freaky and gross as I'm sure you guys imagined. Decaying and rotting bodies laid everywhere, some hung up by strings like puppets, and others clearly having been chewed on by something. And that something soon caught my attention. The sound of crunching porcelain turned my attention to the corner of the room, where Mary sat, looking up at me in horror. "He's gotten to you too," she whimpered softly, curling up into the fetal position. I made my way over to her, phone trained on her cracked and broken body. I kept my pipe in my hand, just in case she got any ideas. "What happened to him? Obviously he didn't just wake up like that, as I did." I demanded to know, keeping a distance from her and waiting for the answer. She curled up tighter, obviously not wanting to spill her beans, but finally she spoke up. "I cheated on him," she mumbled, looking up at me with the one eye she had. Her face was cracked and the right eye was missing, but the other one shone off the flashlight I had trained on her. "He was a nice guy, and when he asked me to marry him, I caved. But I was already seeing someone else, a mobster." She mumbled softly. "And you wanted to make him disappear and steal that 10,000? I asked, sort of siding with Charles/Creole on this one. "No, that wasn't the plan at all. I told Henry that I just wanted him to get scared and leave town. Henry and his goons took it too far," she said quickly, looking at me and lunging out, grabbing me and shaking me quickly back and forth. "I didn't tell them to torture him." "Wait, torture?" I asked quickly, shoving the porcelain doll off of me, holding my pipe up to get her back from me. She looked fragile, but something had to be chewing on all these corpses down here, and she was the only living thing down here. Yes, those stupid idiots," she mumbled, starting to cry and looking up at me, holding her two hands up and rubbing her messy hair around. They tortured him, beat him, ripped the eyes out of his head and cut his head off when it was all said and done," she explained, looking up at me for some kind of sympathy. "What? You were just gonna fuck him up and steal his money? I don't believe you for a second." He's done horrible things to people, but if you caused that to happen to him, you know better, I said with a huff. It didn't make sense, the way she put it at least. But, she began, obviously trying to fix her lie, but she gave up and sighed, rubbing her cracked face and nodding behind her hands, looking back up at me with an exhausted face. Fine. I wanted to get rid of him, but I wasn't strong enough to just come out and say I didn't love him anymore. He spent every single moment of his time playing gigs, which I had to sing in, and I hated it. I hated all of that. So, when Henry came and swept me off my feet, I decided to be selfish for once in my life. She shouted back at me, stumbling to her feet and staring at me with daggers in her single eye. Guess you didn't expect him to come back as a vengeful voodoo ghost, I snickered, backing up from her and heading back towards the stairs. She followed me, the anger still obvious on her face. If Henry hadn't done such a shit job hiding his body, his mother wouldn't have discovered it and turned him into that freak, she mumbled, turning and looking around the walls she must have looked at for almost 100 years now. Now I'm nothing but his punching bag, she sighed, looking back at me with a hopeless expression. He fixes me, then breaks me over and over. She despaired. I'm sorry, Mary, I really am. But at the same time, you aren't some innocent victim, I responded, looking down at my phone when it vibrated. An unknown number, although I knew exactly who it was. No, I said softly.
Sorry, Travis, my boy. Your luck's run out.
A familiar voice said to me, before something struck me on the head and I lost all control of my body, flopping to the floor and passing out. His nice dress shoes coming into view just as I lost conscience.
Wakey, wakey, son,
Cole hummed, smacking me hard in the face with a glove, snapping me awake and looking around, instantly trying to move, but finding myself stuck and trapped. I looked around and saw I was still in the basement, only I was tied to a table. You gonna cut me in half? I asked, groaning at the stinging pain in my head, looking at him and realizing that he had lost an eye, then seeing he had just used the thread from that eye to sew his mouth back up.
Unfortunately not. I do need you to be somewhat intact,
he sighed, walking over to me and tapping on my nose, smiling as he pulled away.
No, Travis, my boy. I do in fact need you alive. Well, sort of.
He chuckled, slamming a heavy bag onto the table, on top of my leg, causing me to cry out in pain. Charles, please. He doesn't deserve this. Mary's soft voice spoke up, causing Creole to stop his searching in the bag and looking off into the direction I couldn't focus on. He grabbed the pipe I had equipped and walked out of my field of view, although the sound of breaking porcelain was more than enough for me to understand what he was doing to her.
Sorry about that,
he returned with a chuckle, dropping the pipe on the floor and searching through the bag once again, smiling nice and wide when he finally found the item he was searching for, pulling out an ancient drill, the kind you need to crank to be able to use. What are you going to do to me? I asked him, pulling on my restraints hard and trying to escape the restrictions that he had firmly placed down on the table. He looked down at me with a wide and happy smile as he placed the drill on my exposed palm.
I need a permanent employee, someone who can work hard and never ever take breaks or refuse an order. If you would have just been a good little boy and just followed my orders, I wouldn't have had to do this. But you just had to start snooping, didn't you?
He sighed, starting to drill into my hand. I am not ashamed to say I screamed. I screamed and begged. I thrashed and tried in every way possible to try and escape. It wasn't so bad with the second hand. I think I was passing out from blood loss by that point. The feat, luckily enough for me, was a walk in the park compared to the drill in my hands. As I struggled to stay conscious, I saw that he had begun to tie thick pieces of string into the holes of my hands and feet.
You'll make a fine addition to the crew, Travis. You practically look the part.
He giggled, his voice distorted as I slipped in and out of consciousness, although the feeling of something sharp and cold on my throat brought me back to reality. He had a hacksaw over my throat. What? No! I sputtered out, my voice slurred from blood loss, trying to protest, but too weak to move at all.
Sorry, son. This is the only way to grant you immortality. Luckily enough for me, my head was still intact enough for my mama to bring me back to life. So you'll be nice and easy. Just a quick dip in that solution I whipped up, and you'll be a new man.
He chuckled, pressing that hacksaw hard on my throat and starting to saw into me. The first few goes were on a scale of pain you could never imagine, but by the time he had cut into my spinal cord, I was already dead.
Wakey, wakey, son. You gotta stop falling asleep on me.
Creel's soft and loving voice spoke up to me as I regained my consciousness. I looked around and saw that I was sitting up on the table. I looked down on myself, startled when I saw I was in my own black suit. My tie was red, like Creel's purple. "I'm alive?" I asked, looking over to him and touching my throat, finding a long row of stitches all across my throat like his.
Yes, indeed, son.
He chuckled, smacking my back and pulling my attention over to a large black cauldron nearby.
Mama's old recipe. A quick dip of your head in there and you can kiss mortality goodbye.
He chuckled, pulling me to my feet and helping me stand straight. I shivered at the thought that I had been dead, but even more so when I looked down at the strings tied to my hands and feet. "What am I?" I asked him, looking over to him and wanting to cry, despite my clear lack of eyes. He looked back at me with his big yellow smile, pulling me close with his arms around my neck.
You're my store clerk, son, and my own personal puppet.
He chuckled, lifting up a mirror and showing me myself. I did start crying then, even if no tears came back. My face was pale, and the red cheeks bright and vibrant. My normally messy hair was nice and combed downward.
Now you're going to work with me here forever.
He chuckled, stepping back and smiling as he motioned for me to get up the stairs. I looked up the stairs and refused to take a single step, until the strings tied around me went tight and some unseen force began to force me upstairs. I tried to fight it, tried so hard. I tried running out the door, running far away, into the arms of my parents, so I could wake up from this nightmare. But I had no such luck. That force made me go to my counter and stand there. Just stand there, unable to move. "I just want to go home," I mumbled, still crying, as Creel made his way back upstairs, looking my way with a smile and a chuckle.
Now, Travis, we can't have a sad store clerk. Let's fix that,
he said, snapping his fingers and smiling at me. "Of course not, King Creel, sir," I said happily, saluting him and smiling back at him. My mouth and body may have said that, but my mind was screaming and wanted to strangle him with the strings keeping me upright.
Attaboy,
Creel hummed, clapping his gloved hands together and heading into his office, leaving me standing there with no way to sit down or do anything. Just stand there and smile like a fucking idiot. I can only control myself at night when he locks the shop and spends all his time down in the basement. I'm allowed to sit and do whatever I want, but the second I approach the door, my invisible handler forces me back to my post. This is my life now, the puppet in King Creel's sick little games. All I can do is smile and thank you for coming in. I can't scream for help or anything. I am trapped here, and I can't find a way out. Help me, please help me, and make sure to visit old King Creel's half-priced voodoo shop. We have everything you could ever want, and King Creel is a lovely boss and more than happy to grant you any wish that you could ever want. And I am more than happy to clean up anything that you leave behind. Welcome back to old King Creel's half-priced voodoo shop. Fuck. Now I'm even starting to type this shit out now. Hey guys, it's me, Travis. Still alive, unfortunately, and losing my sanity little by little every day. I know you guys probably have a lot of questions as to how the hell I'm even able to talk to you guys right now. And I promise I'll get into that, as painful as it is to talk about. But if you're new here, then allow me to introduce myself. My name is Travis. I work here at Old King Creole's half-priced voodoo shop. And because of my own stupidity, I've ended up becoming a human puppet for my boss, King Creole. And when I mean puppet, I do mean puppet. I am suspended by strings from the ceiling, and my face is white as chalk, and I've got stupid red cheeks painted on. During work hours, my mind is sort of disconnected from my body. My body and mouth say things that my mind doesn't want to say. I am basically the most disgusting thing in history. An overly cheery store clerk. Sometimes I want to punch myself with how sick and disgusting I sound, being a stupid puppet for my boss. The only time I get to take back control of myself is when the shop is closed. Although, whenever I try to leave through the doors, I am quickly taken over again and forced back to my post at the counter. And yes, I have tried to end it all. Whatever force is pulling on the strings attached to my body forces myself to end any attempt on my own life. So, I'm stuck here being the boss's puppet. Some of you asked if my parents ever came looking for me, and yeah, they did. A couple of days after I was turned into a puppet, I was standing at my counter. A stupid smile plastered on my face as I looked around with my button eyes. Quickly, I stood stick straight when King Creole came out of his office. His stitched-up mouth was turned into a smile as he approached me.
How are you doing, Travis, my boy?
He asked me with a chuckle, giving me a hard pat on the back. I turned my head to him and just smiled nice and wide back at him. "I'm doing fantastic, sir," I said happily, while internally I was screaming every curse word I knew at him, wishing I could rip his stupid head off his shoulders and hunt it down the basement with Mary. He chuckled and nodded at me.
Say, I need you to go to the basement for just a second. I left something down there when I was tending to Mary. Could you be a dear and go get it?
He asked me, standing back, offering me the key to the basement. Reaching out and taking it, giving him a little salute. "Sure thing, sir," I hummed, walking over to the basement and opening it. While my body readily gave in to his orders, in my head I thought of why the hell he was sending me down here. Nothing was important enough for me to go down here, and I got my answers the second I closed the door behind me. The rusty bell rang at the door, and I heard the sound of a couple of people coming in, and I heard the voice of my mother.
Are you King Creole?
She asked. Her tone was one of sorrow and insecurity. I turned on my heels quickly, staring back at the door. My mother was here. I reached out towards the door, but found myself unable to close the small distance to touch the knob. I wanted to force myself to stretch my stupid hands just a couple of inches closer, but I couldn't.
Why, yes, I am, ma'am.
Creole chuckled, the sound of my rocking chair squeaking as he was no doubt sitting in it and rocking in it.
What can I do you for?
He asked my mother. Our son went missing a few days ago, and we were wondering if you've seen him anywhere. My father spoke up. His heavy voice was also heavily covered in sadness and worry. I was just a couple of feet away from them, and I couldn't do anything to draw attention to myself. I opened my mouth to try and scream, but nothing came out of my throat but a long, soft wheeze.
Well, he was here the last day I had him scheduled to work. He left, and that was the last I ever saw of him.
Creole lied through his teeth, a tone of concern on those stitched-up lips of his.
I truly don't know where he is, he explained.
We understand. If you see or hear from him, please give us a call. My dad said to the man who was torturing me, a sheet of paper being heard from the other side of the door, and the sound of my mom crying softly. I was alive. I was right here. Open the fucking basement door.
I sure will. He's a fine young lad. I do hope he turns up,
Creole said to my parents, Soon their footsteps grew faint, and the front door opened and closed, that rusty bell jangling and signaling the last I ever saw of my parents. Finally able to move again, I clawed at the basement door and opened it up.
Oh, Travis, you just missed your mama and pops. Such nice people, worrying about their son.
He chuckled when he saw me standing at the basement door, holding up a missing persons flyer at me, showing my old face, before my button eyes, pale skin, painted cheeks, and my severed head getting stitched back on. "Oh, that's too bad," I said in my happy tone, my mind practically screaming and begging to be let out of this prison. Is this what someone in a coma feels like? Or people who get trapped in their bodies and are unable to move?
I'm sure they'd love to see you. Who knows? Maybe I'll pay them a visit one day, if you ever misbehave. After all, I know where they live now.
He giggled, holding up the flyer of my past self and showing that my address was plastered onto it. "You fucking monster!" "You won't have to worry about that at all, sir," I said, crossing my heart against my will towards him. "I would never do something like that." I nodded, smiling, as I was forced to turn back and head down to the basement. Creel's giggles filling my ears as I descended into the dark depth. Finally arriving down into the basement, I looked around for whatever the hell it was that he had left down here. While I was down there, I saw the Voodoo King's old fiancée and murderer, Mary, the living human porcelain doll, who was currently busy chewing on the rotting corpse of one of the dead customers. She stopped and looked at me, pulling away with a large grey slice of meat in her mouth. "Travis, what are you doing down here?" she asked, quickly swallowing the meat in her mouth. Normally, I'd be gagging and throwing up all over myself, but my body didn't react to that at all. Plus, I'm always wearing a nice suit, and getting vomit off of it would be a bitch. He sent me down here for something, I sighed, finally having some control over myself as I walked over to her. Looking at her then, at the corpse she was munching on, I won't blame her for that. A girl's gotta eat, you know. "Oh, he must have his cane," she sighed, pointing over to the item laying on the floor near some cracked and broken porcelain. I nodded. I walked over to the item, picking it up and looking at the item. It was a simple one made of some black wood with a white orb handle. "I'm guessing he beat you with it?" I asked her, looking over to her and staring with my button eyes, finding myself hitting the orb against my palm. "Yeah," she said simply, turning back to her chewing and ripping another chunk of the decaying body. I looked at her and then down at the cane, sighing and trying to wrap my head around how the hell my life had gotten to this point. Should have fucking gone to college. Leaving Mary to her cannibalism, I started the path up the stairs. Getting up there, I handed the item to Creel and he smiled at me.
Thank you, son,
he hummed, taking it and looking down at it. "Anything for you, sir," I said with a smile, shivering internally when his head jerked up to look at me with a quizzical look.
Anything, huh?
He asked me with a hum, stroking his chin and standing up quickly, putting both of his hands on my shoulder and giving them a hard squeeze.
Like killing your parents for me?
He asked me in a low growl. I froze. I couldn't. There was no way in hell I was going to do that. I opened my mouth to no doubt agree to him, like the stupid doormat I had become. But instead, I grabbed him by the head and smashed my own into his, sending him sputtering backwards.
"Oh, still have some fight in ya, huh?"
He asked me with a chuckle, holding up the cane and bringing it down on my head, sending me stumbling to the floor like a doll. Because I am one. He raised it up to deliver another one to me when the door again opened and we both looked towards it. Is this a bad time?" the customer asked. A girl wearing an oversized hoodie asked us. Creel looked down at me and then at her, placing the cane on the floor and walking over to her, the cane tapping along as he went over to her.
"Sorry, dear. What can I do for you?"
he asked with a hum. I, meanwhile, was forced back up by the strings and standing up nice and straight for our customer, brushing myself off and heading back to the counter to stand there like the animatronic I basically was. You grant wishes, right?" Can you get a guy to like me? She asked shyly. Creole chuckled and nodded slowly, wrapping an arm around her and pushing her over to the counter.
Travis, be a dear and get Miss Liz here the love potion,
he asked of me with a giggle. Nodding to me, I quickly nodded back and reached out to give the woman the potion he asked for. God, I wish I could have talked her out of it. The love potion is probably the worst potion we sell here, especially if you're as vague as this girl was about it. She took it and looked at the vial it came in, looking at Creole dubiously and reading the back of the bottle. Smart girl. Nodding to herself, she opened it and quickly drank it, gagging at the tastes, but swallowing it all. She stood there for a bit, recovering, and soon her phone went berserk. It vibrated like crazy and she pulled it out quickly, a smile spreading on her face when she saw it was the guy she loved. She thanked the two of us and ran off, putting the phone to her ear and chuckling as she left the shop. The poor girl had no idea what she was getting into. Every single time someone uses the love potion, the person they love ends up killing them and doing weird shit to their body, saying that they love them so much they wanted to keep them always. Yeah, making a creepy human statue out of their body is totally showing love. Creole must want to marry me after what he did to me. Let's see what happened to her. She'll probably come running back here in no time. I'll keep you guys posted if she does end up back here. Creole must have been in a good mood, because he didn't end up beating me again. Just going off to the office and closing the door, leaving me to stand there at my post. He doesn't go anywhere at night, if you guys were wondering. He just stays in the office until the shop opens up again. But that gives me a chance to rest, curled up under the desk, no reason other than to cry. Well, my button eyes don't really produce tears, but my body does everything else that crying entails. I don't know how to get away from him, but there has to be a way. If I can smash my face into his, there has to be a way to be able to break the spell he has on me. I'll get out of here and I'll rip his head off. I swear I will. And do be sure to check us out. King Creole has been talking about getting more employees. Hope to see some of you here. You know what I miss the most ever since becoming a puppet? Using the bathroom. As weird as it sounds, having at least some kind of privacy inside of a room with a toilet for me to sit down. I've never taken something for granted so hard as being able to sit down from my own free will. The stupid strings keeping me suspended and forced to stand up straight makes me long for the days of being able to sit down by myself. King Creole has been treating me worse than usual lately. I don't know if I did something, or if he's still mad about me smashing my face into his. But now every day before we lock up the shop, he puts his arms around me and he invites me down into the basement since I was so curious about it. He drags me down there and forces me to stand and watch while he uses all types of things to beat Mary with. Look, I may have thought before that she deserved whatever she was getting from Creole, but seeing it day after day, it's starting to make me afraid for myself. What happens when you start treating me like her? She's porcelain, and to some extent, she's grown numb to everything. She just takes it, waiting for it to be over. Me, on the other hand, I'm human, or I guess my body is pretty much human, and I've seen what Creole does to humans that piss him off. One day before lockup, I was doing my usual standing at the counter, wondering of ways to end my eternal suffering, when the bell at the shop door clanged, bringing my button eyes over to the person who had just wandered into our lovely shop. He was a heavy-set guy, tall and bundled up in a jacket since it was cold. He looked at me with about as much discomfort as I usually had towards myself whenever I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. "Hello, sir, and welcome to old King Creole's half-price voodoo shop," I sang in my stupid greeting voice. All the while, subconsciously, I was telling this guy to stick a knife in my heart to end me. Not too different from when I was human working here, now that I think about it. "Yeah, whatever, you freak. Is your boss here? I'm told you can make problems disappear, the guy said, looking around the shop and sneering at all our items, and probably all the cobwebs everywhere. Although I've never seen a spider here, and I live at the shop now, so I have no idea how they show up here. He sure can. I'll go fetch him for you right away, I said cheerily. The strings attached to me forced me to walk over to the office and tap it lightly to a little tune. God, I wanted so badly to just smash my face into the wall when I was forced to act like this. Oh, sir, we have a customer looking for you, he said happily, stepping back when the door flung open. Creole smiled with the stitches on his mouth giving a nice creaking sound as they threatened to snap. He waltzed over, patting my combed hair like I was a dog and heading to the counter to meet with this man that had wandered into our shop.
What can I do for you, Paul?
He asked with a cheery laugh. His gloved fingers drummed on the counter as he looked at the man and waited for an answer. The man gave the same look to Creole he gave me, before shrugging and handing him a business card to the voodoo boss man. My buddy Pat says that you can make problems go away, he said, crossing his arms that rested on his beer gut and waiting for Creole to respond. He seemed shifty, like the kind of guy you see on wanted posters, or the kind you look out for if you belong to the neighborhood watch.
Ah, of course. What is the nature of your problem? I do hope it is easier to solve than Patrick's was. Quite a mess he got himself into,
my boss said, looking over to me and motioning me to come over, the strings yanking me over there since I really had no choice but to obey him. I need to lay low for a couple of days. Feds are on my ass about some sexual assault allegations, Paul explained. Figures really. He does look like the kind of type to be involved in something as disgusting as that. Creole nodded, the drumming of his fingers stopping once Paul finished.
Well, I can offer you my basement, but it's becoming quite full down there.
My boss thought aloud, holding his chin as he thought aloud. His button eyes scanned this man, but soon the smile he always had plastered on his face went away, and a look of disgust came across it.
On second thought, I can squeeze you in.
He chuckled, walking past me and patting me on the shoulder as I led the man to the basement door.
Travis, be a good boy and close up the shop for the night,
he said to me as he unlocked the basement and allowed Paul to enter first. I looked at him and quickly nodded, being dragged over to the door. I flipped the sign to say we were closed and locked the door, turning my attention back to the basement door and realizing I had regained control of my body. I took that glorious opportunity to stretch as I've never done before. God, the feeling of my popping joints feels incredible now. Taking this slim window of opportunity, I walked into the boss's empty office, looking around for anything to aid me in my current predicament. I didn't have much luck, since, once again, the only item King Creole has in his office seems to be his sewing supplies. And I don't think any of that is going to help me here. My attention turned from his office to the basement when I heard Paul start to scream, along with hard smacks and the sounds of something wooden breaking.
Travis, get down there, boy,
Creole's voice ordered me, forcing my body to stand up perfectly straight and forcing me down the basement. The best way I can describe the feeling is sleep paralysis. Being unable to move at all while freaking the fuck out. Walking down into the basement and reaching the end, I almost wanted to do a 180 and start walking back up the stairs. Paul was being hung by a meat hook from the wall, and Creole was slowly sharpening a knife on a nearby wheatstone. His look was one of anger until he saw me, and that scowl flipped into his big, wide smile.
There you are, boy.
Hello, sir. What are you doing with the customer? I asked, surprisingly for once, being able to agree with whatever my mouth said. Creole chuckled as he walked over to me and grabbed me by my combed hair, stroking the now extremely sharp knife against my stitched-up neck. I backed up a bit, but he pulled me back into it.
Why, I'm making the problem disappear,
he said with a soft, low hum, pulling away and coming over to Paul, who had his mouth tightly sewn up and just able to mumble and thrash around on the meat hook. Creole approached the man and placed the knife on his stomach and dug deep into him, causing a silent scream from the man. I'm sure you're giving him the swift justice he deserves, sir, I said, clapping my hands and smiling at him like the kick-ass he had turned me into. Now I've got a pretty in-depth understanding of how Creel's morality works. He'll never harm a child, but will harm their parents if he deems it worthy of his intervention. Anybody coming into his store and asking for a wish is instantly damned for being selfish, no matter the wish. And he absolutely despises molesters and rapists. Guess this guy filled one of those categories. My attention was turned from the torturer in front of me to Mary, who motioned for me to come over. I looked over to Creel and was able to force my body to walk over to the porcelain woman, looking down at her as she struggled to keep herself up, her legs having been broken into shards and barely back together. "You'll be at this for a couple of hours," she sighed, offering me a spot to sit down. I looked at it and sat down. She pulled herself into a pile of clothes and sighed as she brushed back her wild and messy blonde hair. "Child molester will take his sweet time with this one," she explained to me, looking over with her single eye. Despite all the times she was put back together, she always had a hole where the right part of her face and eye should have been. "What's he going to do with him?" I asked, trying to make conversation with a woman in a similar predicament to me, although she had suffered for far longer than I have been. "Peel off all his skin, use it to make voodoo dolls, and leave the rest of him to me," she sighed. The weight of her decades of torture weighed heavily on her. When I raised a hand to comfort her, she immediately shirked away from me and silently shook her head. She didn't like to be touched at all. I can understand where she's coming from. "Is there any way to save ourselves?" I asked her, hoping for any bit of information she had. But she simply responded with another silent shake of her head, a chip of porcelain falling off her face and onto the floor. She gave up decades ago. "What was he like before this?" I asked, looking up as Creel cracked in delight as he sliced off the molester's skin. Well, at least I agreed with these actions. Truth be told, I would have asked for a turn if I knew how to skin properly. But maybe that's just my slowly slipping sanity talking. An idiot. Sweet, adorable idiot who was too stupid for his own good. She sighed hard, rubbing her cracked face and letting out a long, haggard breath. "He was sweet, he really was. A mama's boy who brought me back to my house on time. And showed up on time exactly on the dot," she said with a sad sigh. "So why did you do it?" I asked her, my button eyes turning my attention from the torturer in front of me over to her. It still made no sense for me as to why she would kill Charles Sumner and lead to his transformation into King Creole. "I was young and stupid, and blinded by money and sex. Charles was such a prude that he wouldn't have sex until we were married. I wouldn't have cared as much if he didn't drill into me every single day," she groaned, both of us receiving a stink button from Creel as he turned to see what we were doing. But he quickly turned back to having his fun with Paul, starting to cut into his face. "So, you asked your mob boyfriend to kill him?" I asked her, seeing that she was indeed a selfish whore. In Creel's own words, not my own. "It wasn't supposed to go like that. Just wanted Henry to beat him up enough to scare him into leaving town. But then Charles had to go and win that contest. When Henry found out about it, he wanted the money, and so he tortured Charles into giving it to him. And then he told me that they had accidentally killed him," she explained, sitting up and looking at me with her glass green eye, looking at me with the most sincerity I'd ever seen from her. "I take it that Mama Creel didn't take it too happy to see her son being murdered?" I asked her, using the distraction that Creel was having as getting some much-needed information from a primary source. "Not at all," she said with a soft chuckle, the kind of person gives when they realize how fucked up their situation is. I know that chuckle really well. "She suspected me from the start, and since Henry was an idiot and didn't hide the body at all, she found Charles, and the rest is my horrible story," she explained. She really was a flawed person, but was I any better? I helped my boss cover up murders, got rid of bodies for him, I was no better than her, really. Is she still with us? Is she an immortal voodoo creation, like her boy? I asked, looking for any way to get out of this situation. But she responded with a shake of her head. She died in 1960, I think. Old age. Creole was devastated. He didn't come down here for over 6 months. She didn't want immortality, so she just went quietly into the ether. She sighed, flinching when a chunk of human meat was flung at the two of us. Both of us looked up in terror when Creole pointed the blood-soaked knife at us.
Not speak of my mother, you fucking whore!
He snarled, lifting his leg up and stomping her face in, sending the girl flying backward into a pile of bones that was behind us. He next turned to me and pointed the knife right at me. I raised my hands to show I meant no harm, but he just chuckled at me.
There's no way you're getting out of your situation, Travis. You're my special store clerk, my good little boy, and my very own puppet.
He smiled, snapping his fingers, my body going stiff again and being forced to stand up straight. You are correct, sir. I am at your eternal service, I said with my stupid yes-man tone, wanting so badly to rip the knife from his gloved hand and plunged it into his chest. But all I could do was smile like a jackass and follow his order to take all the skin he had peeled up to his office. Taking it in my hands and starting up the stairs, I sighed through my nose hard. This was going to be my life now, wasn't it? The slave of an undead voodoo man. Why did I have to be an idiot and get involved in this? I was about to start making $30 an hour, god damn it. Why did I have to ruin all of this? I thought all this as I came upstairs and came face to face with a police officer. We looked at each other before we both looked down at what I had in my hands. And back up at each other. Well, how the hell would I explain this? Turns out I didn't have to. I'm here to wish for something, the woman said. She was middle-aged, looked like she was a hard-ass, but her tone of voice really sent me back. I looked down at the skin in my hand and thought for a second. Yeah, let me just put this away and I'll get my boss, I said, far enough away from Creole for me to be able to control my actions. Going to the office, I thought to myself, is she going to be my way out of here? Well, I had some hope, for the first time in a while. I should have known not to. Walking down the basement with this police officer, I did my best to act as naturally as I could, you know, with the strings being constantly attached to me. She was obviously uncomfortable with me, but if she's a cop, she most likely knows about King Creole. If that one time that cop tried to arrest the two of us, in any indication, then the whole police force knows what's going on in here. I finally made it down the steps with her in tow, watching as Creole was beating Mary with his cane for probably the same reason he had been before. Sir, this officer has a wish, I said, for once in my normal voice. He must have been so upset that he wasn't even bothering to control me at the moment. He looked up at me with a scowl on his face before staring at the officer. His button eyes went from her to me, then down to Mary, whose face was barely held together from his vicious beatings.
Ah, Officer Kilpatrick. You're early. Your appointment wasn't until 7.
He chuckled, taking his top hat off and running his fingers through his black, messy hair, putting the item back on and walking closer to us, pointing his thumb back at Mary and moving his head toward her, the sign for me to move Mary out of sight. Nodding, I went over and gently picked up Mary. She's light as a feather, mostly since her body is hollow on the inside, I'm pretty sure. And I carefully placed her in the corner of the room, careful not to put her down too hard and risk more pieces of her falling off. I know, but I got off so early, so I figured I might as well just come here. She crossed her arms and looked at the voodoo shop owner. We had a deal. I made sure that your missing clerk wouldn't be investigated thoroughly. Now you owe me a wish, she said, her eyes traveling to see me staring back at her. That couldn't be possible, I thought to myself. Creole had that much influence that no one was ever going to come looking for me? This officer had been my one chance at getting out of this hell, but it turned out she had signed my eternal damnation here.
Yes, yes, dear. I'm well aware of our little deal.
Creel chuckled, brushing some porcelain off of his suit and staring at the middle-aged officer in front of him.
You want your precious little daughter back.
He sighed, looking at her with his back to me. She kept looking over at me, tending to Mary, and obviously felt guilty about what she had done. You can do that, right? And not have her ending up like a freak like the two of you? She asked, pointing to the two of us and waiting for an answer. Gotta be honest, that one hurts. Being compared with Creel really hurt what's left of my soul. If I still do have a soul.
If that's what you wish. But that is particularly hard to do. And for that, I'm going to need her body.
Creel explained, walking past her and over to the basement stairs.
And I'll need your help with that, Officer Kilpatrick.
He said, with a toothy grin, those stitches strained and breaking once again. Why can't you send your little puppet? She snuffed, pointing to me again and once again chipping away at my soul and causing me to turn my gaze away from them and look back at Mary, who patted my chest to make me feel a little better.
I'm afraid Travis isn't allowed outside of the shop. I will accompany you, if you so wish. Her body must be brought back here, of course. Otherwise, I'm unable to perform the required ritual to bring her back.
Creel explained, tapping his fingers on his cane, clearly waiting for this woman to get a move on things. Fine, she said with a long sigh, walking past him and up the stairs. Creel turned his button eyes back at me, and I felt the strings pull tight, as I was forced to stand up straight once more.
Travis, dear, be a good boy and close up shop. I'll be back within the hour.
He ordered of me, leaving before I could give him any kind of stupid-ass kissing response. I sighed, as I was allowed to go limp again, waiting until I heard the front door open and close before I turned back to Mary. You've got a chance to look for a way out now, she said, picking up some of her pieces and starting to put some of the pieces on them. Sighing, as she got a good amount of her face back into a decent shape. Is there going to be any way out of here? I asked her, raising a brow at her. I got a shrug back and a look like I was an idiot. I haven't left this basement in almost 95 years. What should I know? She rolled her one eye. Damn, she got me. Pouting a bit as I turned to go upstairs, I looked back at her and smiled. She may be older than everyone I know combined, but old girl still has some bite in her. Making my way back upstairs, I did my only order and locked up the shop, looking around at the dusty and cobweb-filled place with my button eyes and trying to find any kind of way out of here. That wasn't leaving the front door. Once again, I had no luck. Turning my head, I looked at the voodoo dolls on the wall and thought for a second. Any of you guys want to help me get out of here? I asked them, getting silence back from them. Well, it was worth an ask. I looked back over to the boss man's office and resigned myself to try and look if there was anything that could help me out of here. Opening up his desk again, I once again couldn't find anything useful. How does he not have any scissors? How the hell does he cut shit? Resigning again, I sat in his office chair and looked around at all the pictures, picking up one of the pictures on his desk and looking at it. It was old and weathered, but I could see that it was Charles and his mother. Made sense that this was the only picture of himself that he hadn't destroyed. He really must have loved his mother. I miss mine so much. Setting the picture down, I sighed and rubbed my face, my fingers going down and scratching the stitches on my neck. Something deep down in me wanted to rip off the stitches. Would that kill me? Since the fact that I wasn't able to just do it, and that invisible force was keeping me from doing it, I think that it might. Well, if I'm ever able to get to fight Creel in a fist fight, I know where to go for. Well, they were gone for a good while, and when they finally came back to the shop, I was out of the office and standing at the counter like I usually do. Creel walked through after opening the door that I locked and holding the door open as Officer Kilpatrick brought her daughter's casket into the shop, dirt dripping onto the floor and causing me to exhale through my nose in annoyance. I'd probably have to clean that.
Travis, be a good boy and help Mrs. Kilpatrick with the luggage.
Creel ordered. I nodded and walked over, holding one end of it and helping her as we both were led down the basement. Getting down there, I placed the coffin down, giving Kilpatrick the stink eye, as best I could with these button eyes. She was still uncomfortable looking at me and backed up when we placed the coffin down. "Do I have to be here to watch?" she asked, hugging herself and backing up away from the coffin. Creole walked over, grabbed the coffin, cracking it open and looking down into it, smiling as he saw the corpse in there. I walked over and peeked in. Yep, that was a dead child, alright. A rotting dead child at that. Thank God I can't smell things anymore.
Well, you don't have to, but it will help me with the ritual if you do.
He chuckled, picking up the corpse and placing it on the same table he'd used to turn me into a puppet. Well, this sure was going to be fun to watch, especially with the maggots crawling in and out of her body. It was obviously too much for Kilpatrick, since she started gagging and throwing up. Yep, super glad I can't smell or taste things anymore. Creole went to work, straightening the body out and nodding. He then looked over to me with a smile and beckoned me to come closer to him. I duly obeyed and walked over to him, leaning in so he could whisper to me.
"Bring that skin I had you place in my office,"
he said, pulling back and shooing me away. Well, now I've been downgraded to an errand boy. Sighing, I obeyed and made my way back up the stairs, picking up all the things he would need, the skin, threads, needles, etc., making sure everything was in my arms. I made my way back downstairs, placing them on the table for my boss. He nodded happily at me and cracked his gloved fingers. One thing about Creole is that he is an expert at sewing. Be they dolls, or in this case humans, must be all these years he did piano because his fingers are like water, man. Smooth moving. If he wasn't keeping me trapped in here as his slave, I would strive to be this good. He laid the new skin on top of the rotting corpse and began to sew it onto the old skin, humming a song as he did so, clearly lost in his craft. Kilpatrick came over soon to see what was going on. She raised a brow at the skin, it obviously now being a match for her daughters, but that soon changed when the skin began to mold and form to the child's body, turning the correct shade and even growing back the red hair she had used to have. Creole stepped back and nodded at his work, looking around the basement for something before looking to Kilpatrick.
"Buttons or glass eyes?"
he asked of her, throwing her off and causing her to take a step back at that. Obviously, she'd never had to consider a question like that. "Why can't you give her regular eyes?" she asked.
"Well, those are hard to come by, where glass and button eyes are far easier to use. I assure you, dear, nobody will notice. Well, with a glass option, of course."
He laughed with a smile. Kilpatrick wasn't amused, though by her looks, she was the kinda no-nonsense cop. "Fine, give her glass eyes," she sighed, crossing her arms again, the gun on her holster moving a bit. I looked at it, but if the times the shop got robbed were any indication, there was no point in trying to kill Creole that way. With his answer, Creole reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 pairs of glass eyes, and carefully he placed them into the gaping holes where the girl's eyes used to be. She was young, she looked maybe 7 or 8, just about Olivia's age. I was wondering what had happened to her, but the gaping hole in her neck kinda said enough about that. Shot, it would seem. By who? I was soon about to find out the answer to that question, but for now, Creole dramatically dusted his hands off and stepped back.
"Now then, will her mother step forward and offer her blood?"
he asked, a nice smile on his face as usual. Kilpatrick walked over and looked at her daughter on the table. The softening of her face obviously showed that Creole had done an incredible job at making her look just like she had been when she was alive. She looked at Creole and nodded as she offered her hand to him. He raised a needle up and pricked each of her fingers nice and deep. The crimson liquid dripped off her fingers and into the girl's open mouth. It took a minute or two, but it was soon obvious that the body was starting to change drastically. Before, she had resembled a wax figure doll, but with each drip into her mouth, she gained color and started breathing. Wow, you really can grant any wish. Although, this being King Creole, I was expecting the inevitable. The woman gasped, while the little girl sat up from the table, breathing rapidly and looking down at her hands and arms, clutching her throat as she seemingly tried to stop the bleeding that had caused her untimely death. But she then looked up at her mother and blinked a couple of times. "Susie, it's Mommy," she said, getting on her knees and grabbing her daughter and kissing her until a couple of minutes ago rotting face.
Mommy,
she said in a soft voice. Her arm soon came around and hugged the woman. It was a tender moment, which lasted all 5 seconds.
why did you kill me, Mommy?
The little girl suddenly asked, causing me to raise a brow and looked over at Creel, who was just smiling and chuckling up a storm as he backed away. I followed in his lead and backing up as well.
What?
Kilpatrick asked quickly, pushing the little girl away from her, still keeping her hands on her shoulders, her face one of denial as she chuckled and looked around the basement.
What are you talking about, baby? I didn't do anything to you.
She explained, but the girl looked straight on her with her glass eyes.
I came downstairs while you and Daddy were fighting. You shot Daddy in front of me.
The little girl said, her voice deadpan, sitting up more on the table and standing up on it.
When I started crying, you shot me too,
she said, holding an accusing finger up at her mother.
You were supposed to be in bed,
she said quickly, backing up into Creel, who chuckled as he clasped her shoulder from behind, smiling as he held her in place despite her attempts to shrug her off.
I had to make it look like a robbery,
she shouted, struggling against the unnatural strength of Creel.
You lied, Mommy. You always said lying was bad,
Susie said, her voice becoming more and more distorted, her mouth opening up to reveal row after row of needle-like teeth inside her mouth.
You killed me and lied,
she shouted in a distorted voice, pouncing from the table and onto her mother, taking a big chunk of her neck meat, sending mother and daughter down to the floor in a gargled scream. Creel stepped over the two of them as Susie continued to show down on her mother.
She said to make her never forget about what happened,
he explained with a chuckle, tapping me on the shoulder and turning around to watch the scene with me.
Your parents seem really desperate to find you. Maybe they'll come in here and wish for you back. Better hope they word it correctly.
He giggled, slapping me hard on the back and leaving me alone to watch the scene as he returned upstairs. I stood there and watched the little girl eat her mother for a good while, mostly because I dreaded returning upstairs. I was about to, until something came sliding over to me and hitting my nice dress shoe. I looked down, and I swear I almost lost both of my button eyes. A pocket knife. I looked back over at Kilpatrick's body and saw Mary already going through the dead woman's pockets.
Keep it safe,
she said, going back to look for anything else. I bent over and picked it up, feeling the item in my hand and looking back over at Mary. I wanted to try cutting the ropes there, but I need another opportunity where Creel isn't in the shop. I guess I just have to play the waiting game some more. Hopefully I can stay sane long enough until that happens. Susie finished eating her mother and came downstairs with me. Creel ended up turning her into a voodoo doll and placing her on the wall with the others. Why waste precious materials after all? It had turned out that Kilpatrick's husband and daughter were killed in a burglary gone wrong, and looks like Kilpatrick had a fat life insurance policy on her husband. So much for serving and protecting. Since the cops are firmly not an option anymore, I'm still stuck at the shop. But at least I have a knife now. Not risking telling you guys where it is, just know it's safe. And hopefully, I'll be able to do something with it. A small step towards freedom, but a step nonetheless. I've done a lot of horrible shit while working here at the half-price voodoo shop, but this tops everything before. I bet some of you have been wondering about that one girl who asked for a love potion. Well, I had forgotten about her until she came running to the shop in the middle of the night. I was doing my usual thing when the shop was closed, curled up on the floor behind the shop and contemplating my horrible sensation. Then a loud thud came onto the door, followed by a bunch of panicked knocking. I popped my head from behind the counter and raised a brow. The positive thing to having button eyes is that I've got incredible night vision. So even with the lights off, I was able to see clearly the girl knocking on the door. I sighed and pulled myself onto my feet and forced myself to walk over to her. "We're closed, ma'am," I told her, looking at her and noticing that she was covered head to toe in blood. Not an unusual sight at the shop, I'd have to say. I can hear you guys yelling at me for not helping her right away. And look, man, I'm a fucking voodoo puppet. I can only give so much of a shit anymore.
I need you to help me. I came here before and asked for a love potion, and ever since, the guy I've been dating has turned into an absolute psycho," she screamed, smashing her hands on the window harder and yanking on the locked door some more. I sighed, looking at her. "All sales are final," I said, thinking for a second, looking back over to the office and then back at her, sighing harder and opening the door for her, letting her in and locking the door again. Turning the lights off in the shop, I looked at her with crossed arms. "Look, I can't do much for you. I'm in a much worse situation than you are." "Fuck you, man! My boyfriend just tried to fucking cut my head off!" she screamed at me, shaking as she hugged herself. It must have been the first time she took a really good look at me, because when she looked at the stitches all around my neck, she took a step back. "Okay, maybe we're in the same boat," she mumbled a bit. "Yeah, look, I can take you down to the basement to hide from your boyfriend, but you cannot tell my boss this, otherwise we're both gonna end up fucked in the ass," I explained to her, walking over to the basement door and pulling on it, groaning when I realized that it was locked. Should have figured that. Okay, maybe not. "Look, you can just chill here with me until the morning, and then we can both deal with whatever the hell happens," I said, exhausted from everything. Being unable to sleep is terrible. "Thanks, I'm Liz. I think your boss already said my name." She offered her hand, and I shook it, not minding the blood on her. "Travis, so, what's with the blood? Murder your boyfriend?" I asked her, walking over to the counter and offering her the rocking chair I'm never allowed to use during work hours. She sat down and started rocking a bit. "No, I did stab him a shit ton of times, but as I was leaving the house, he stood up and rushed towards me, so I just ran and ended up here," she explained, rubbing her arms and pulling away when she seemingly finally got a good look at herself. "You wouldn't happen to have an extra change of clothes?" she asked me. "Yeah, in the basement, unfortunately," I said with a chuckle, looking around the shop, the voodoo dolls obviously not happy that I brought someone into the shop after hours. I responded with a middle finger to them, judgmental assholes. We kinda just sat in silence until she finally broke it with a question I knew was coming. "So, what happened to you?" she asked me. I looked at her with a raised brow and started chuckling. Clearly, she doesn't read my posts. I walked over to behind the counter and produced the missing person poster my parents had given King Creole. I handed it to her. "That used to be me," I said with only a hint of sadness, crossing my arms and leaning against the wall next to her. She took it and looked down at it, and then back to me. "You look better with messy hair," she said, causing the first genuine smile I had had in a very long time. Ever since being turned into a voodoo puppet, my hair has been forced to be down and perfectly combed, opposed to my normal messy hair that I loved. Getting a compliment on my old hair was uplifting, to say the least. "Thanks, I hope I can get it back someday," I sighed, looking over to the door and standing up straighter when I saw a figure shambling towards the shop. "Hey, does your boyfriend usually walk on all fours?" I asked her, keeping my buttons strained on the figure shambling over to us. No? What kind of question is that?" she asked, obviously confused, but soon shrieked when something started knocking hard on the front door. She stood from the rocking chair and started to back up into me, smearing blood onto my suit. "That's him!" she screamed. "Figured," I sighed, as the creature started slamming onto the front door. To say he was a human is like comparing me to a normal human at this point. His face was split straight down the middle, and he had plenty of teeth inside the crevice where his brains should have been. He was also clearly unaware or uncaring of the fact his guts were spilling out all over the sidewalk. You said you just stabbed him?" I asked Liz, as I leaned over the counter to search for a weapon. "I had to make sure he was dead. Clearly I should have done fucking more," she said in a panic, producing a knife from the hoodie she was wearing. I looked at it and then at her and shrugged. I got nothing against women carrying something to defend themselves with. "You have any kind of magic shit that can kill him?" she asked me as I calmly looked into the box of things I kept behind the counter. Look, I'm just a slave at this point. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm being held up by magic strings that disappear into the ceiling. Not much I can do in that department. I sighed, pulling out Officer Kilpatrick's gun from the box and slamming it onto the counter. Here, see if that'll help, I said, walking over to get King Creole out of his office.
Please, let me in. I love you. I'm sorry about attacking you.
The creature growled, slamming its split head against the glass front door harder and harder, starting to crack the glass of the front door, causing Liz to quickly pick up the gun and fumble with it for a second as she aimed it towards the creature. I knocked on Creole's office and waited for him, tapping my foot on the floor as I waited. Except he didn't come out, which was odd to me. I tried again, only for him to not respond either. Trying to open it, I found it was locked as well, and I groaned. I know for a fact he doesn't sleep, since I don't fucking sleep. So where the hell was he? Bad news, Liz. Looks like we're on our own with this one. I sighed, walking back over to her and going back to the box for something to arm myself with, showing Liz how to turn the safety off, as she panicked about it not firing. How can you be so calm about this? She asked, terrified, only getting a shrug back from me. In my defense at this point, I can't expect it to happen. Finding the gun from one of the robbers, I checked the cylinder and found 3 bullets still unfired. Great. 1 for the monster, 1 for Liz, and 1 for me. That was a plus, I guess. Alright, so we fire as many bullets as we can into him. Is that really our only plan? I asked her, sitting down on the rocking chair with a huff as I rubbed my aching legs. Standing up for so many hours really does a number on them. Unless you have a better idea, she said, still pointing the pistol towards the creature that used to be her boyfriend, who was rapidly putting more cracks into the glass door with each hard smash of his head. Well, at least he was dedicated to that. You guys gonna help out? I asked the voodoo dolls, turning my attention towards them, but, as usual, they just gave me a blank look back whenever I tried to talk to them. Nope, got no ideas here. I shrugged, locking the hammer back on the revolver and aiming it at the creature. We would have had a last stand there if I hadn't noticed the voodoo doll template on the counter. Ever since being turned into a puppet, I had forgotten about my little companion. He seemingly hadn't forgotten about me though, as he was holding King Creole's key. Guess he wasn't such a little shit after all. Taking Liz by the arm, I pulled her over to the basement door and unlocked it, quickly pushing her in and walking in myself as her boyfriend broke through the door. I can't see a thing, she huffed, flinching when the creature started pounding on the door on the other side. But I gave her a pat on the shoulder and took her hand as I led her down the flight of stairs, able to see her rather well down here. Don't worry, if Mary can't get through that door, he sure as hell isn't either. I sighed, leading her to the basement and flickering on the lights, turning around when she screamed at all the dead bodies and human remains. Oh, and Mary eating another customer. Hey Mary, don't mind us, I said, waving to her. He won't be happy that you brought someone down here, she pointed out, wiping her blood-stained mouth and looking at the girl I had brought down here. When is he ever happy about something I do? I asked back, reaching down and handing Liz some random articles of clothing. Plus, I don't even think he's here. I knocked and he didn't come out of his office, I pointed out, leaning against the cold stone walls of the basement. Well, just make sure she's out of here before he comes back, the porcelain woman said, going back to her meal with the same vigor that we walked in on. Liz was obviously confused and scared, but I assured her that Mary was mostly harmless. Nodding, she went over to the corner and changed out her bloody hoodie and jeans into another hoodie and jeans. Go figure. What are we going to do about Trevor? She asked, after a decent period of silence. I looked at her with my button eyes and sighed, running my hands through my hair and thinking it over. There was a chance that the voodoo dolls would deal with it, but I had only ever seen them do anything after King Creole had been attacked by the rookie cop. I guess wait is the only thing we can do, I shrugged. I really didn't have any ideas. If I couldn't even get out of this place, how the hell am I supposed to come up with some kind of way to kill a boyfriend turned evil undead creature?
He wasn't exactly happy with this option, but there wasn't much we could do about it anyway.
So, I'm guessing your parents didn't find you?
She asked me. The subject wasn't the most ideal thing I wanted to talk about at this moment, but I figured there wasn't much else to talk about anyway. No, Creel made it so the police won't investigate my disappearance. My parents came here to ask about me, and I couldn't do anything to alert them that I was here. I sighed, looking away and over to the corner.
Well, if I get out of here, I'll tell them,
Liz said, causing me to look over to her. Would she do that? More importantly, what would even happen after that? Creel wouldn't just let me go. He'd cause my parents more suffering and by extension me. I still remembered his threat to me. No, I can't risk Creel hurting them. Me and Mary are working on a way to get out of here. I just need some time to think. I sighed, rubbing my face and scratching at my buttons. But right now I gotta make sure he doesn't find you. Let's just say he doesn't like people knowing that Mary exists down here, I said, walking over to her and taking her hand as I led her back up the stairs. I don't hear him, she whispered to me. And she was right. I didn't hear Trevor either. So, turning off the basement lights, we both started upwards towards the basement door. Silent as silent could be, reaching it and placed my ear against the door and heard wet smacking. The usual sound I heard when someone was getting beat to death in the shop. Stay here, I told her, opening the door quickly and closing it behind me. My hunch was correct when I say Creel beating the living shit out of Trevor with his cane. His gaze turned to me, and his scowl quickly turned into a wide smile.
Travis, dear me! I thought this disgusting creature that gobbled you up.
He chuckled, walking over to me and tussling my hair. Already I could feel my body tense up and my brain lose control as the strings took over. No need to worry about me, sir, I said happily, praying to whatever fucked up god existed for me not to say that Liz was hiding in the basement. He looked me over and looked over to the basement door. No, please, no.
You're hiding something from little old me, aren't you, Travis?
He asked me with a smile, walking past me and over to the basement. I held my breath as he turned to the knob. I held my breath as he turned the knob, only for it to not open. He reached into his coat pocket, only he didn't find the key in there, or any of his other pockets.
What the hell?
He asked in annoyance, looking at me and coming over, grabbing me by my collar.
Now you listen here, boy.
He snarled, his yellow teeth sharpening back into fangs.
You tell me what the fuck you hid down there.
He snarled, causing me to gulp and try once again to bash my face against the voodoo monsters. But it wouldn't work this time. A girl, sir, I said in that stupid kiss-ass tone. The one who brought this creature with her. I choked out as I started to squirm away from him, fighting my hardest to not fall under his stupid spell.
Is that so?
Then it must be Miss Elizabeth, he asked with a coo, pushing me away and producing a needle from his pocket. He inserted it and with a flick of the wrist opened up the door, only to get met with a shot right into his face from Liz. The voodoo man stumbled backward and tripled over the bleeding corpse of Trevor. Run! I managed to choke out as the strings loosened and I seemingly was able to have control over myself again. She nodded quickly and started booking it towards the entrance, only for her ankle to be grabbed by Creel's gloved hand and causing her to fall flat on her own face. I tried to assist, but the strings instantly took their hold on me once again.
Well, Miss Liz, seems your potion didn't turn out so well.
Creel chuckled, the hole in his head dripping in the black substance that usually came out of his mouth.
Allow me to remedy that,
he snarled, pulling her closer as she tried in vain to escape him, shooting bullet after bullet into his head.
Travis, help me!
She screamed, looking at me with sheer terror in her eyes. I wanted to force myself to fucking move, but I was stuck there in place, just forced to look blankly at her.
Travis, get this bitch down to the basement. I'm gonna teach her some respect.
Creel snarled at me as he finally managed to pin Liz to the floor and slap the empty gun away as she tried to bash him with it. The strings pulled tight once again. I fought as hard as I could, guys. I swear I did.
but the strings pulled me over and forced me to pull Liz up and hold her against me as I began dragging her to the basement. Creel stood up and dusted himself off as he chuckled, walking along with me as I pulled Liz screaming and kicking down to the basement. I helped Creel strap her to the table. He scolded me for letting someone in after hours and deemed that the punishment I would receive was to help him with whatever he was going to do. He sliced the clothes off her and took great pleasure in the fact that she had been wriggling and screaming all the while. He hummed all the while and stepped away to the corner of the basement to look for the item he would use on Liz. He came back with pieces of porcelain. My heart sank instantly when I saw that. He placed each piece onto her and mumbled something to himself. Liz began screaming louder as the porcelain began to sizzle onto her skin and soon morphed perfectly on top of it. He repeated this pattern panel by panel, replacing every inch of her skin just like Mary. Guess this is what he did to her. When he finished, Liz was completely porcelain, but unlike Mary, she couldn't move. She simply darted her eyes back and forth, tears streaming down her shiny pale face. But he wasn't done yet. He looked over at me and smiled wide as he snapped his fingers. And before my eyes, she started shrinking, just like when he turned someone into a voodoo doll. In no time flat, she was the size of a porcelain doll and he picked her up carefully.
Travis, Travis, Travis.
He sighed at me, bringing the doll of Liz over to me and holding on to it as he tapped my cheek with his gloved hand.
You shouldn't fall in love. You'll just end up in a million pieces,
he explained, dropping Liz in front of me. I screamed as loud as I could in my mind as my body just stood there and watched as she hit the floor and shattered into a million pieces. A million bleeding pieces.
Clean the mess upstairs. We open in a few hours,
he said, leaving me to stand over Liz's dead pieces. Liz was my only chance of escape, but besides that, she was just a poor girl who wanted to be loved, and this is how she ended up. Mary said there was no way she could have survived. The only reason she survives his beatings is because he leaves enough of her intact to be rebuilt. There's no fixing Liz, and it's all my fault. After the unfortunate death of Liz, I slid further and further into hopelessness. All the days started blending together, and I started fighting the strings less and less. I felt like I was both being dragged around physically by the strings and mentally. I just gave up fighting. Creel seemed to notice that, as he tried to get some kind of reaction out of me, but I gave him no satisfaction at all with anything he tried. And that seemed to annoy him at least, so I got that small victory. I might have fully surrendered to the strings if a familiar face hadn't shown up to the shop. When the rusty bell jingled, I didn't bother looking up for my staring contest with the voodoo template on the counter, until the sound of little feet running over to me tore me away from my exhilarating game. Little Olivia stared up at me with her sweet, innocent little eyes. "Wow, you look just like Mr. King Creole," she gasped. I had almost forgotten the girl and her new British mother. I looked at her, and the first smile in a couple of days came to my face. She returned my smile and looked over to her mother as she came over to me. The look was one of sorrow as she looked at me, covering her mouth with her hands as she looked at me. "I couldn't stop him," I sighed, as I pointed to the strings forcing me to stand. She reached out and held my hands in hers as she offered me some comfort. It felt nice to have someone touching me and not immediately hit me with a hard wooden cane. As if to further push that train of thought, King Creole emerged from his office, a big wide smile on his face.
Olivia, darling,
he said with a big cheery grin, coming over as the little girl ran to him and wrapped her little arms around him.
Don't you worry, dear. I know what day it is today,
he said with a soft chuckle, petting her head as he kneeled down to her level. She looked up at him flabbergasted.
You know today is my birthday?
She asked with a smile. The voodoo owner nodded and stood back up, looking at me and Olivia's mother. A finger coming up and wagging at the two of us. Olivia's mother quickly dropped my hands and stood back. She feared the creature just as much as I did. He smiled when she was finally away from me and turned his attention back to Olivia.
Of course I do. Now come along, darling. I've got the perfect present for you,
Creole said, taking Olivia's hand and leading her to the office. Her mother followed after them, and soon enough left me alone once the office door was closed, leaving me alone once again. Well, at least someone showed me some kindness. It really felt nice. The trio emerged from King Creole's office and chuckled as Olivia thanked him a million times for her gift-wrapped present, smiling down at her and then over at me, his button eyes meeting mine, and he chuckled.
How about a story before you'll leave for your party?
He asked her, looking down at Olivia, who quickly nodded and jumped up and down, handing the gift to her mother and really just wanting to hear his story.
Travis, my boy, bring that rocking chair and your old stool over here,
he ordered me. I nodded and brought the two chairs over, Creole taking the stool and Olivia climbing up onto the stool.
Once upon a time, there was a man named Charlie,
he began, a soft chuckle leaving his lips as he looked up at me and Olivia's mother. We both looked away from his commanding gaze.
Now, Charlie loved playing the piano. He wasn't very good at it at first, but he kept practicing and practicing. Day after day, he played the same songs over and over, just to get the movements down perfectly. And one day, he did it. He had mastered the piano.
The voodoo man smiled, lifting his fingers up and mimicking like he was playing the piano.
Wow, couldn't he just have wished to be better at the piano?
Olivia asked the storytelling voodoo man. He let out a howling laugh, causing me and Olivia's mother to flinch.
No, darling. My mama always said life can't be solved with a wish. You gotta roll up those sleeves of yours and get it yourself. Charlie knew that, and he never stopped practicing and getting better. He even started his very own band.
He smiled, seeing Olivia with stars in her eyes. He smiled and continued.
He even fell in love and got engaged. But life isn't always fair to hard-working people like Charlie.
He sighed, leaning back in the rocking chair and letting it creak. Now, I and you already know this story. We know who Charles Sumner was and who he became. I knew this story very well in my futile attempt to stop my fate from happening. So why was Creole telling an abridged version to Olivia, especially on her birthday of all days? The brutal murder of Charles Sumner isn't exactly the kind of children's story I would tell a kid.
What happened to Charlie?
Olivia asked, now concern plastered all over her face, as she scooched over to the edge of the stool to look up at King Creole. The voodoo man's smile grew as he let the chair rock him back closer to Olivia.
Little old Charlie won a contest that gave him a lot of money. He was gonna use that money to buy him and his fiancée a nice plot of land with a house on it. But Charlie's little lady friend was very naughty. She wanted that money all for herself,
he said, his smile straining his stitched-up mouth as his rocking on the chair continued.
She decided to get her secret boyfriend to steal the money from Charlie, so they could keep it all to themselves.
At that line, my buttons instinctively drifted over to the basement door. Mary had been punished for her crime for close to 100 years at this point, and it seemed like there would be no end in sight for her. Who was that Greek myth guy? The one whose liver got eaten by the giant bird every day? Prometheus, I think. I guess that's what kind of punishment old King Creole dishes out.
So, on the night he won the contest, Charlie was brought to a bar to celebrate, and he had a party with people he thought were his friends. Then they took him out to the woods.
The smile on the pale voodoo store owner's face dropped a bit.
Then they started beating him, saying all manner of horrible things to him,
he said, shaking his head and looking at Olivia, who was captivated by every word being spoken to her.
Did they kill him?
The little girl asked. Clearly, she was smarter than her years let on. She could tell where this story was going.
Not right away. They beat him, and then they realized Charlie had gotten a very good look at all their faces. They picked up some sticks and stabbed them into Charlie's eyes. You cannot imagine the pain Charlie felt. His so-called friends hurting him so badly.
Creole sighed, taking his top hat off and running his gloved hands through his messy black hair.
Only the problem was, that didn't kill Charlie. Oh, he screamed and screamed. Anyone would, if that happened to them. The people hurting him panicked again. What if someone heard that and would come?
Creole quickly put his hat on and sat up straight as he looked at Olivia.
Did someone come? To save Charlie?
The little girl asked, hugging the doll of her old mother that never left her side. I was also on the edge of my seat, even though I knew the outcome. What can I say? He's a good storyteller.
No, nobody did. But they were so scared that they'd been seen and caught that they had to act fast. One of them grabbed a rusty saw from the back of one of the trucks. The other held Charlie down, shoving his face into the cold, wet dirt, and they started cutting. Only there was a problem. The saw was duller than they were, and they didn't cut very well at all, he said.
And that made sense. The cut to my neck that Creole gave me is nice and smooth. He did it with a nice sharp saw. His own cut. It's gagged and uneven in places, like someone really forced it to be cut.
How long did it take to end?
Olivia whimpered. Her mother came over to hug her from behind and let her calm down. The little girl burying her face in her mother's dress, but still looking over at Creole, obviously still fascinated by the story.
Oh, it took a very long time, darling, Creole said. 30 minutes from when the saw started cutting to when Charlie's head fell off his shoulders. And they covered his body under some leaves and sticks and left him there,
he said, holding his hands up as if this was the end. But he continued, another smile spreading across his face.
But they didn't account for his mama.
I raised a brow at this. Creole never talked about his mother. It was something that sent him into a fury whenever me, and especially when Mary, brought it up. But here he was, telling a little girl all about his elusive mother. Me and Olivia's mother were obviously curious.
Charlie's mama was very skilled in the arts of voodoo. She was loved by everyone for healing the sick and helping the needy. And when she learned that her son was missing, oh, now she sprung into action. She found Charlie's body within a few days of him going missing. But she didn't report it to the police. Oh, no,
he said, wagging his finger at all three of us.
She took him straight back home, and she fixed him right up, bringing him back to the land of the living.
Olivia gasped and started clapping in excitement, looking up at her mother like it was a miracle.
Now, Charlie was very upset at what had happened to him. He worked so hard all his life, and he'd been taken advantage of. Well, he decided that it was his turn to have the fun. He chuckled, looking up at me with a smile. He made everyone who killed him suffer, especially his fiancée and her secret boyfriend. He hummed with a smile. If he'd done something this horrible to Mary, I can only imagine what he did to Henry, her secret mob boyfriend.
Wow, what did Charlie do when he was done?
Olivia asked, setting her doll on her lap and looking up at him for an answer. He smiled down at her and tousled her hair.
Why, he decided to teach everyone the same lesson he learned. Taking the easy way out gets you punished, he said with a chuckle, looking over at me and Olivia's mother. Your new mommy learned that the hard way. Your new mommy left her family and moved to America to start a new life just for herself. Now, she's the best mother you could ever ask for. He smiled,
Olivia nodding back quickly and turning to hug her mother nice and tight. She looked over at me and nodded sadly.
And what about him? What did he do to get turned like that?
She asked, pointing at me and then looking at Creole. I also looked at him, expecting some bullshit thing I had done to deserve this. What he said made me want to pull out the switchblade I've been hiding this whole time and just stab his fucking heart out.
I was feeling selfish,
he said with a giggle, standing up and walking past me as the strings tightened and forced me to stand in place while he said his goodbyes to Olivia and her mother. Both of them left the shop. He approached me and wrapped his arm around my stiff body.
Travis, my good boy. Your parents called me once again. They're begging me to help them find you. I think they might be coming over again. Who knows? If they ask for a wish, I just might grant it.
He chuckled, grabbing my face and pulling it over to look at him. He smiled wide as he squished my cheeks.
You wouldn't dare!
I choked out, managing to fight off the string's influence enough to say that. That got a hard laugh out of him. He smacked me across my face and caused me to go limp against my will. He put his dress shoe on my face and put hard pressure on it.
I wouldn't dare?
He asked after laughing at me for a good while, putting even more pressure on my head.
If you weren't my sweet little pet, I would have already gutted you like a fucking fish and used you for a voodoo doll.
He hummed, reaching down and grabbed me by my hair and pulling me back up.
Listen here, if you as much as try anything with Mary, I'll kill your parents right in front of you,
he said with a smile, dropping me back on the floor and fixing his tie. I struggled to push myself up and look at him, gritting my teeth and trying to think of a way to fight back against him. And what I said is the reason I haven't posted an update in a while.
Your mother will be fucking disappointed that this is what you're doing,
I said, and I instantly regretted it when he stopped in place and looked back at me, his teeth grinding hard as he came over to me, grabbing his cane from seemingly nowhere and started to beat me with it. That was normal when he got pissed off, but this time he dragged me by the suit collar and dragged me down to the basement.
You will not speak about my mother,
he growled as he tossed me down to the floor of the basement and snapped his fingers. The strings on my body pulled tight as he had me suspended from the floor.
I'll make sure that filthy mouth of yours is kept shut.
He smiled as he produced a needle and a thread. He stabbed my lips with it and sawed my mouth shut tight and left me dangling from the ceiling for 2 straight days. Mary managed to cut the threads on my mouth with the porcelain shards that she always had near her. After he calmed down, he dragged me back up to the counter and shoved me to the wall, pointing a gloved finger at my face. The voodoo human doll that was King Creole delivered a threat to me that has left me chilled to the bone.
You so much as speak out of line, and I will turn your parents into dolls and burn them right in front of you.
He snarled, stepping away from me and letting his threats seep in. He means it, and he has the ability to do it. I need to stop him. I need to kill him. Let me get this straight, for the record. I don't know how to do any kind of voodoo. It's not like King Creole has how to do voodoo books lying around everywhere. And let's just say the internet has been even less helpful. Anything I try just ends up with me getting beat by my beloved boss when he discovers what I try to do. That's completely off the table for me, though it would have been cool to give him the same shit he's been giving me. So far, the only thing I had going for me was the switchblade and Mary. The old porcelain girl has plenty of fight left in her if her ambush of Creole was anything to go on. Plus, I still have the key to the basement that my little template voodoo friend gave me. Creole seemingly hasn't noticed, or he has an infinite amount of keys, because he easily goes down there every day to beat Mary and to do his usual messed up shit down there. So when he went down there today, I expected to hear the usual shattering of porcelain, but I didn't hear it this time. I heard a piano. Now let me tell you something. Hearing any kind of music breaks the deafening silence of the shop was like hearing the voice of an angel. I turned back to look at the basement door and raised a brow as to where the hell a piano had come from. I've been down there a lot. There ain't no piano down there. I walked over to the basement door and found it open. Now, this was very strange. Well, he hadn't told me not to come down there, so I silently walked down. The sound of a sweet yet sad tune played and grew louder and louder as I came towards the basement. I stopped just short of the final step and pressed myself up against the stone wall, peeking my head over to see what's happening down there, and my jaw hit the floor faster than an anvil from the sky. The basement looked completely different. No hanging bodies, no bones, no rotting corpses, nothing. Instead, it was a concert hall. Like a full-on giant concert hall. Seats with cushions with people sitting in them watching. Not real people, obviously. Each one of them had a stitched-up mouth and button eyes. Most likely he made an audience out of the bodies down there. I looked over to the stage and my button eyes nearly fell off, because playing the piano wasn't King Creole, it was Charles Sumner. Well-combed hair, tan, normal eyes, and a big smile on his face as he played the piano. My confusion was immense, but he played the piano so beautifully, it was hypnotizing almost. I looked around for a place to sit, and found one next to one of the guys who had once wished for $1 million and ending up getting hit by a car right after. He said nothing as I sat down. I kept staring at the stage, my button eyes soaking in the scenery of something that had only happened in the 1920s, when Charles was still alive. I can see all that practice really paid off for him. It would have been a lovely concert, maybe one for the history books, until Mary descended from the ceiling to the stage with wires attached to her. Unlike Charles, who was all smiles and soaking up the opportunity, Mary looked sad and almost unwanted in a way. And yet, she too was human again. The very definition of beauty, with golden blonde hair, pale skin, and a white dress. When she landed on the stage, finally, she took a step forward and looked back at Charles. He ignored her, but kept playing his heart out. Mary sighed and looked out to the crowd. "I'm not going to do this again, Charles. I hate it," she said finally, causing Charles to miss the stroke of the key and then snap his attention over to her. Standing up, I felt my blood run cold as he pushed away from the piano and started to walk over to her. I reached down to my shoe and removed the switchblade. Yes, I've been hiding it in my shoes this whole time. It's what he gets for giving me way too big shoes.
Listen, you whore.
Charles snarled from the stage. His anger was obvious and emanating from him. He walked over to Mary and grabbed her by the throat, the woman gasping, and started to hit him on the chest.
You know what today is, and you know damn well better sing, or I'll make sure the eternal punishment of yours become even fucking worse.
He snarled, some of the Creole slipping out of the pianist.
Good. At least I'll finally be free of you.
He choked out, raising another hand to strike him, only for him to intercept it and toss her to the ground. The woman coughed and hacked, soon an entire chunk of her face falling into her hands, her skin cracking all over the place, and soon enough, she was back to her porcelain form.
Very well then. Oh, Travis!
Charles suddenly asked, spinning on his heels and looking at me. I froze and quickly shoved a knife into my pocket, looking around and seeing that every person in the crowd was looking at me.
Come on over here, boy. I require your services.
He chuckled, walking back over to the piano. Sitting down with some dramatic flair, he began playing some practice notes. Those notes sent my strings trembling, as soon enough I was forced to stand up and walk over to the stage. My buttons looked at Mary as I passed her and took her place on the stage. I looked then over at Charles, who waved back at me and started up the music again. The second he did, the strings pulled tighter than ever and began to force me to dance. Now, normally I can't dance. I look like a thrashing fish more than anything, but the strings forced me to dance as elegantly as a professional dancer. This wouldn't be too much of a problem. except for the fact that every motion the strings made me do caused me more pain than I can even begin to try and explain to you. Each and every pull of those strings felt as if each limb was going to be pulled out of their socket, along with my skin being pulled off with a potato peeler. I screamed with each and every pull of the strings, each and every dance move, each and every tone of Charles's piano keys was like another peel of my skin. Mary watched in horror as I screamed and begged for him to stop. She looked between me and Charles before she finally stood up.
Enough! Stop! I'll sing!
She finally said, causing Charles to stop and turn to her. By extension, this allowed me to stop as well. I collapsed to the floor, crying and whimpering at just how much pain I was in. My entire body limp and throbbing in blinding white pain. Mary walked over to me and carefully put her hand on me, flinching away when I hissed out in pain.
You better start before I force him to do it again.
Charles threatened, his fingers hovering over the keys and ready to force me up once again. The woman waved him off, helping me sit up first before she backed up. Looking out at the crowd, Mary sighed and took a deep breath. And then she started to sing. Not like lyrics, but like an opera singer might. It was incredible, just like Charles's piano playing. They went together in perfect harmony. Charles started to play it again while Mary sang her heart out. I just watched from the stage completely enraptured as my aching body healed from my abuse. It was something that you can only really experience if you were there. It was as if Beethoven or Mozart cooperated together to create something made of pure beauty. It was heavenly. To think a monster like him could produce something so beautiful. With one final soft aria, Mary finished, and with a flurry of keystrokes, Charles finished. He stood from the piano, stepped away from it, and bowed to the crowd, the corpses standing up and clapping.
Happy birthday, Mama,
he said to the ceiling, lowering his head in a short breath. The stage was gone. I don't know how he did it. I can't even blink, and yet in the blink of an eye, the basement was back to its normal, horrible self. Creel was back, putting his top hat on his head and sighed out from his nose. That explains why he went all out on this.
Oh, she's burning in hell as you'll be,
Mary spat, causing Creel to swiftly turn around and bitch smacked her, sending shards of porcelain to the floor and causing Mary to fall back into the wall and fall to the floor. Creel then turned to me and smiled.
As if she wouldn't be joining me.
He chuckled, walking past me and towards the stairs, his steps heading up, most likely back to his office. I went over to Mary and helped her back up, handing her some pieces of herself, which she thanked me for.
Guessing he does that every year?
I asked her, sitting down next to the porcelain woman. She nodded as she laid her head back against the stone wall we sat up against.
His tribute to her, for bringing him back to life, and for being a good mother, I guess,
she explained, looking over to me with her one eye sighing, shaking her head and looking over to all the bones and bodies laying around.
I'm no better than him. I eat anything he sends down here just to be able to grow back any piece of my body. If I really wanted him to kill me, I would have just stopped eating. And yet, here I am, still after all these decades, she said with a sorrowful chuckle, looking over to me and reaching a hand out to touch my face, sending me flinching a bit. But she softly rubbed my red-painted cheeks. Those look good on you. Some much-needed color. Would rather have some real color.
I chuckled, letting her touch me for a second before pulling away. I don't know if it's because she's my only other contact in this horrible place, but it's comforting to know that she cares about me, at least enough to stop my suffering when she can. Our moment was interrupted by a hard crack to the back of my head, sending me falling into her lap. As I looked up, I saw Creel snarling down at the both of us.
Trying to steal my pet, whore?
He asked, raising his cane and striking her harder, growling as he struck her hard enough to shatter a good portion of her face. I looked over once I regained myself and saw what he had done to her, and I acted. Pulling the switchblade out of my pocket, I brought the blade up and grabbed Creel by the shoulder. Turning him around, he looked at me in absolute confusion and fury, As I slashed at his throat with the blade, I managed to cut almost the entirety of his front stitches, causing a big spray of black liquid to come flying out of his throat and causing him to stumble forward and onto the floor, clutching his throat as he did so.
You idiot! What have you done?
He choked out, staring up at me with the rage of a cornered animal. Acting on impulse, I kicked him in the head and broke further stitches, causing more of the liquid to ooze out of him, and causing him to fall flat on his face as he bled out. I backed up and dropped the knife, looking over at Mary. She was putting her face back together and staring in awe at what I had done. That didn't last too long as the voodoo man pushed himself back up, his head dangling down by his shoulder and chuckling up at me. He stood up and fixed his head back easily, pulling out his threads and needle and leaving the items to stitch up his neck. I backed up from him, quickly reaching down and grabbing the knife again.
You really risked the life of your family for a whore like her?
He asked with a giggle, clearly pissed off royally and trying to hide it behind a forced smile and laugh. When the floating thread and needle were finished, they dropped themselves into his hand, and he carefully put them back in his pocket. He reached down to the floor and dusted off his hat, placing it on his head with a smile. He looked over at me with a cheery smile and then lunged at me and shoved me into the wall with the force of an 18-wheeler. I tried stabbing him again, but he simply took the stab through his hand and looked at me.
Why aren't you dead?
I asked as I kicked my legs at him. He answered me with a chuckle and a pat to the cheek.
Takes more than that to undo Mama's work,
he answered, looking back over to Mary to make sure she wasn't doing anything to try and save me this time. Then looking back at me and looking at the knife embedded in his hand, he said to me,
Looks like I'm paying your parents a visit.
He chuckled, backing his head away from my own as I tried to headbutt him, bite him, anything.
Don't you fucking dare, you psycho!
I shouted, desperately trying to get out of his death grip. But he just watched and laughed, like an animal playing with its food. He had the upper hand on me, and I had lost my only advantage against him. He tossed me to the floor and stomped on my head with his dress shoes as he looked down at me.
I'll do you one better, Travis. How about I bring them here, show them that you are alive and well, and then have you kill them for me?
He said with a maniacal giggle, grinding his heel into my skull and causing me to thrash and try to fight him off. But I felt the pull of the strings, and my angry growls and curses turned into a big smile.
That sounds perfect, sir. I'll get the tools ready for you,
I happily said as he lifted his foot off of me and let me stand back up. He smiled as he looked at me and nodded.
That sounds excellent, Travis. Why, I bet they'll be happy to see you. Just imagine the look on their faces as you slice their skin off and help me turn them into dolls,
he said with another childlike giggle. I wanted to wrap my hands around his head and crush it with the force of a vice, but all I could do was nod and salute him.
I can't wait, sir,
I declared. He nodded and tousled my combed hair, turning and starting to walk up the stairs before he suddenly stopped and turned to look at me.
Travis, be a good boy and bring Master his cane,
he said with a hum, producing a nice toothly smile as his stitched-up mouth strained to breaking point. I turned my head to look at the item sitting on the floor, turning back to him and finally walking to get the item, picking up the item and handing it back to him.
Now, that's a good boy,
he said, walking upstairs and leaving me. The knife was still stabbed in his hand. Well, I fucked up. I wasted my only chance to kill him. Now he'll be back with my parents at any moment, and it's all my fault. I should have fully decapitated him. Maybe that would have worked. I don't know anymore. I've been laying on the floor in the shop for about 5 minutes now and just crying. Well, I was, because I think I have one more chance. My little voodoo template friend has just produced a scissor blade for me. I'm sorry I ever said anything bad about you, little guy. I have a chance. I'll save you, Mom and Dad. Promise. King Creole took his sweet time bringing my parents over, and that worked in my own favor. With the help of my little template friend, I got a scissors knife. What better weapon to kill a voodoo doll making monsters like him with? With renewed vigor, I acted quickly and headed downstairs to get Mary. She was my only real ally in this fight, so her help would be important. Although, let's just say she was more than a little skeptical. "That's the worst plan I've ever heard," she said, her face pressed against her hand as she shook it. Well, she didn't have much confidence in me, but at the same time, I didn't hear her coming up with any ideas. "Even if I agree to help you, you're going to be under his control. How are you going to go against that?" she asked me, a quizzical look plastered on her cracked face. "That's where you come in. You ambush him from behind and split his attention. I know for a fact he loses control when he stops focusing," I pointed out to her, handing her half of the scissor. She looked down at the item like it was an armed grenade, looking up to me. "Where the hell did you get this?" she asked, admiring the surprisingly sharp item, dragging her porcelain finger across it and scratching her polished skin with the item. "That template doll that sits on my counter," I said quickly, looking back up to the stairs and then to her. "Look, it's not important right now. I'll leave the basement door unlocked, and when you see Creole get close enough to the door, ambush him. It'll get me enough time to be out of his control and help you. Please, Mary, I don't want him to hurt my parents," I begged her, grabbing her hands and squeezing them against mine. She was trembling as she looked down at the item and then up to me. "All right, yeah, okay, I'll do it," she nodded, looking around the basement and walking off in a direction, producing a scarf and pulling it tight against her hands. "I'll wrap this around his neck and fight against him as best I can," she said softly, coming over to me and handing me back the scissor. "You need to cut off his head completely this time. No half-assing it," she said, poking her finger into my chest. I nodded and wrapped my arms around her and pulled her into my chest, thanking her softly before quickly going upstairs to arrange everything else that might help us in our battle against the Voodoo King. My little friend wasn't much help, but he had done more than enough for me. I walked into the office and quickly looked around and looked at the only picture he cared about, Charles and his mama. I took it and shoved it into my suit. Quickly I made my way back to the counter and sat in agonizing silence as I waited for him to show up. It was maybe an hour or 5 later that he strolled right into the shop with my mother and father in tow. I hadn't seen my parents in who knew how long, and when they saw me standing at the counter, my mother screamed and quickly fainted in my dad's arms. Mom always was pretty squeamish.
What did you do to our son, you fucking freak?
My dad shouted, obviously having mixed up feelings about his only kid looking the way I look. Creole simply chuckled and drummed his fingers on his cane. His button eyes turned over to look at me with a more than satisfied smirk.
Travis, my boy, are you just gonna stand there? Come greet your mama and daddy,
he ordered, snapping his fingers. The old familiar pull of the strings forced me over to my parents. At the very least, he let me talk. "Dad!" I managed to choke out through pent-up tears. I wanted to reach my arms out and hug him tight. My mom started coming around, and again she looked at me, reaching a shaking hand out to me. I may have been an undead puppet, but I was still their son. "Travis, my sweet baby boy," my mother whimpered, touching my painted cheeks and touching my combed hair, a forced smile on her face when she saw that. "I always knew you would look handsome if you combed your hair," she said with her loving smile. That alone was enough to break me. For once, I was thankful for the strings holding me up, because I just wanted to hold on to my parents tight and just let go.
Aw, not as much as I'd hate to break up the sweet family reunion,
Creole interrupted, walking over to us and smiling as he rubbed the head of his cane with his gloved hands.
Travis here has been a very, very bad boy, and unfortunately, I do believe a punishment is in order,
he hissed, raising his cane and snapping his fingers again. My body was stiff as a board, and a smile was forced upon my face as I took the offered cane and raised it above my head, and brought it down on my mother's head. With a sickening crack, she went down. I was screaming internally as my dad looked at what I had just done. I wish I could have told him the reason why I'd done it. That I wasn't in control of myself, but I just as quickly raised the cane again and brought it down on his head as well.
Good boy.
Creel hummed, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me close. He smiled and pinched my cheek playfully as he took the cane back from the limp noodles my arms had become. He looked at the item and rubbed some of the blood off the white orb head and patted me on the back.
Be a dear and start taking them to the basement,
he ordered, walking over to the basement door to unlock it. And that's when Mary burst through the door and tackled him quickly. He barely had time to react before Mary was on top of him, wrapping the scarf around his neck and pulling it tight. As I had predicted, his control over me faded, and I shook off the shock of attacking my parents and quickly pulled the scissors blade out. As Mary fought with him, I ran over and plunged the blade into his mouth.
What are you doing?
Mary shouted, still trying to contain him to the floor as I jostled for space next to her. I didn't have time to answer her, so instead I showed her, dragging the scissors across his stitched-up mouth and cutting free all of them. His jaw dropped open soon enough, and that black sludge began to leak out of his mouth. Next, I started putting the blade against his throat and started slicing as many stitches as I could, but inevitably he threw us off and stumbled to his feet, barely able to stand on his own.
Oh, you fucking done it now.
He snarled, spitting out loads of that black sludge. As he stumbled forward to us, he covered his mouth to keep that fluid inside of him and kept his other hand on the cane to keep himself up. It was clear to me now that the black sludge was somehow keeping his rotting corpse alive, so getting it out of him was the key to beating him.
Now, Charles,
I said through the pants, reaching into my suit and pulling out a picture of his mother.
Didn't your mom ever teach you not to swear?
I asked, removing the picture from the frame and stabbing the blade through it. If I pissed him off before, I really fucking pissed him off with that stunt. He seemingly got a second wind and pounced on me, tackling me to the floor and beating me with his fists and his cane when he felt like it. He might very well have killed me if Mary hadn't stabbed him in the button eye with one of her shards. He screamed something fierce and fell off of me. His left button eye cracked in two and fell off to the floor. He looked up at her with his single remaining button and forced himself to stand back up.
Going to kill me again, you whore?
He asked her, reaching out for his cane and using it to push himself up. Obviously his strength was waning as the floor was starting to be coated in his black sludge.
No, Charles, I'm finally going to end this,
she said, helping me back up and handing me the scarf to clean my bleeding face. I struggled to stand as well, but I finally managed and brandished my blade out like it was a knife. The Voodoo King Creole was finally about to be bested, except for the fact that we were in his shop, where he had all the power.
It won't be that easy,
he chuckled, which turned into a coughing fit as he covered his mouth again. I was ready for anything, until I noticed the wall of voodoo dolls was empty. I swallowed a lump in my throat as I pointed it out to Mary. We both collectively looked around and then up to the ceiling, where dozens of button eyes stared back at us.
Forgot about those,
I said, having forgotten all about Creel's bodyguards. They fell on us like a pile of rats, each of them stabbing us with needles or razor blades, or even little claws that they had built in. Mary had an easier time with it. She was made of porcelain, so it was much harder to actually hurt her. Me, on the other hand, I was getting torn to shit. They slid down from my strings and just had a blast slicing me and stabbing me. Creel, meanwhile, struggled on his way towards his office, most likely to sew up the damage to himself, when the front door opened. A familiar British accent spoke out.
Don't listen to him anymore,
Olivia's mother shouted out, her face twisted in fear and determination. All the voodoo dolls suddenly stopped and looked over to the one that used to be among their ranks. Creel stared at her, like he'd kill her if she said another word, but it didn't stop her.
He has hurt a lot of us and caused you to forget who you used to be. You were all people once, lied to and betrayed by him. He's the enemy of all of us,
she pointed out to the limping Creel, who looked around as all the dolls turned their heads to him.
You all got what was coming to you. You asked for something and I gave it to you,
he declared. The voodoo dolls weren't persuaded, however. They all looked at each other and then leaped from me and Mary onto Creel. He cursed something fierce as they swarmed him and tackled him to the ground. It was like ants swarming dropped food.
Thank you,
I said to Olivia's mother, She waved it off and quickly took the scissors from me and reached up to cut off my strings, only for me to stop her and point out at my unconscious parents. "Help them first, please," I said quickly. She looked at me with hesitation but quickly nodded, kneeling and pulling each of them out of the shop. "Was that part of your brilliant plan?" Mary asked after a moment. I looked over to her and chuckled, rubbing my combed hair and messing it up some, sighing happily at being able to do that. "Of course, I'm a master strategist," I declared, although our joking was short-lived when Creel's hand burst through the pile of voodoo dolls and emerged from them. He's buttoned back and his stitches fixed. I guess having dolls made out of the same items he needed to fix himself back up to attack him with wasn't the best idea. God, he was like a cockroach.
Everyone betrays me today.
He snarled, fixing his tie and storming over to us. Me and Mary backed up and pointed our makeshift weapons at him. I peeked over him to see all the voodoo dolls lifeless on the floor, and they had fought a good fight. I backed up and my foot hitting something on the floor. Looking down, a beautiful sigh met my eyes. My dad's Zippo lighter. It must have fallen out of his pocket when Olivia's mother had dragged him outside. Thank you so much for being a smoker, Dad. I reached down and lifted the lighter up, flicking it to life and tossing the burning flame over to the pile of voodoo dolls. And those babies must have been made of gasoline because they went up quicker than a forest fire.
No!
Creel screeched, staring back at me in horror as the fire began to spread further across the shop.
You fucking idiot! Have you any idea what you've just done?
He shouted at me, staring back at the growling inferno. The smoke from the voodoo dolls began to rise, but then the smoke seemingly turned at a 90-degree angle and headed down towards the basement. At the time, I had no idea what had just happened. Now, with hindsight, it was pretty clear. That smoke was the souls trapped in the voodoo dolls, and they were heading down to their bodies.
Looks like your time on Earth is finally up, Charles,
Mary declared. Creel turned to her and grabbed her by the hair, pulling her out of my reach and forcing me to stay stiff against the front door as he backed up away from me.
Oh, don't think you ain't coming with me, whore!
He snarled. I watched in horror as shambling, rotting corpses started rising up from the darkness of the basement. Some had no flesh to speak of and were just bones shambling for their revenge. Creel looked back up and shoved Mary into their awaiting clutches. She was grabbed and began to be torn apart. I guess for eating their corpses, maybe.
Mary!
I shouted, horrified that my only friend was being killed right before my eyes. But she looked back with not an ounce of fear in her eyes. Instead, she smiled and nodded towards me. I think it was her way of thanking me for being with her, being her friend, and helping her escape the hellish torture. She waved goodbye to me and was shattered into a million fragment pieces, all of them shining and dropping to the floor.
This ain't over, Travis! I'll make sure you suffer for all of this!
Creel screamed as his shop was engulfed in fire and the rotting corpses of his victims came closer and closer to him, his back to them as he shoved his finger towards me.
You don't get out of this that easily!
He screamed as he was dragged from behind and dragged back towards the basement door. He kicked and screamed, his stitched up mouth breaking open once more and his sharp yellow teeth snapping at anything.
This isn't over!
He screamed one last time as the creatures pulled him down into the basement and the fire engulfed the door. Then the strings went slack and fell to the ground. I looked at them and my hands shook as they seemingly disappeared into thin air. I was free, but I didn't have time to waste. The fire was spreading fast and I needed to get out of there before I became one with the shop permanently. There was one thing I knew I could say. Braving the roaring fire, I walked over to the counter and saw that my little template friend was still sitting there. I reached out and grabbed him, shoving him into my pocket and quickly rushed out of the shop as the fire reached the ceiling. I exited and came upon Olivia's mother tending to my parents. He's gone. So is Mary, I said sadly, looking to the floor and starting to cry. She reached out and wrapped her loving arms around me, hugging me tight as I let out all my pent-up emotions all over her. I may have been free from him, but I wasn't back to normal. I still had button eyes, pale skin, stitches across my neck, and those stupid rosy cheeks. And Guess I would have expected that to change back to normal, but I guess not. Alexandra, the woman said. Alexandra, the woman said after a period of letting me cry. I looked at her confused, and she gave me a loving smile. My name, so you can stop calling me Olivia's mother. She chuckled, tussling my hair and getting a sad but genuine chuckle out of me. I guess I did never ask her own name, huh? Alexandra helped me take my parents to our house just as the fire department shoved up to fight the fire. Let's say the police were livid when they saw the burning voodoo establishment. Turns out, as told to me by Alexandra, that the police force made a deal with Creel decades ago. He keeps crime low for them and they don't investigate when anyone goes missing. A beautiful partnership. It also explains why no one ever investigated us. And why that rookie did. No one told him to not fuck around with King Creole. Arriving home with my parents, Alexandra assured me that their wounds would not be serious and that they would recover. That left me plenty of time to think about how to change myself back to normal. Don't get me wrong, immortality sounds great and all, but if it means once again being cooped up in my room for my entire life, I'd rather at least try to find a way to change back. I also had to find a way to tell my parents the entire story of what happened. Let's just say this site helped a lot in that department when they did wake up. It was a little awkward for them to see me like this at first, and I know they still try to avoid eye contact with me, but they still love me, and they are so happy to have me back in the house with them. They offered to help me in my search to reverse this, but they had been through so much already that I decided to go with it alone. Well, with the help of Alexandra and Olivia, of course, and the template. He's no normal voodoo doll. For once, he can communicate with me. Well, kinda. He leaves me little notes from time to time, giving me advices and updates. More often than not, it's that he loves me. Cute little guy is thankful I saved him. For now, I've been trying to get in contact with anyone who knows anything about voodoo and curses. Not much success, unfortunately. Just your usual nuts that shit themselves when they see me. But I'm giving it my all to try and find a way to fix myself. Now more than ever, I've been able to finally fall asleep and enjoy a good night's sleep for the first time in who knows how long. But one night I had a dream. A nightmare, really. I was back in the shop, the burnt out remains of the shop, and the only thing intact was the basement door. Reaching out to open it, I entered it and walked down the winding and twisting path. I made it down to the basement. There, I saw him, sitting in a chair waiting for me. He looked up at me with a big smile, a cup of wine in his hand, and he looked up at me. My body froze as he set a cup next to him and stood up, walking over to me and giving me a wide smile.
I told ya, it ain't over, Travis.
He chuckled, patting my cheek and suddenly growing those sharp yellow fangs, leaning in to bite me. I woke up in a cold sweat, panting hard and looking around my room, rubbing my head and shivering. I looked over to the voodoo template on my nightstand, and he knew why I was panting. He pointed to the window. I staggered over to it and looked out of it. And in the darkness, one normally couldn't see what was standing out there, but with my button eyes, I saw him standing underneath the street lamp. He tipped his top hat to me, and when the street lights flickered back on, he had disappeared. He isn't dead, but I'll make sure he is.
Adjusting to life after escaping King Creole wasn't easy. Not easy at all. Wearing normal clothes and not my suit felt strange. Like it was something wrong I shouldn't be doing. It was like I was an abused puppy getting used to life in a new loving home. I didn't trust anything at first, but soon enough, I started getting used to things and eventually figured out some things about myself. The first thing is the fact that while I don't have to eat or sleep, my body is capable of doing them. Eating is a challenge as food and drinks tend to leak out of my stitched up neck. My parents have thought it best to keep me hidden from the outside world. Not that I'm complaining. People aren't exactly going to be very happy when they see what I look like.
although it did lead to some fun exchange with the police. See, they found my dad's Zippo lighter in the charred remains of old King Creole's half-price voodoo store, and they soon paid a visit to my parents' house. I listened in from my spot in the living room and soon heard the conversation.
You're under arrest for the crime of arson,
the head cop declared, twisting my dad around and slapping the cuffs on him. He protested, thrashing around while my mom pleaded and begged to let him go. Clenching my fists, I walked out from the living room and into the view of the police.
Let him go,
I said, walking over to them. The cops each looked at each other in confusion, clearly having thought me burned to a crisp in the blaze that had consumed their darling King Creole. I know about your deal with Creole, and let's just say I've got a good witness to let the press know why the missing people in this town aren't investigated, I threatened, crossing my arms and staring at them with my button eyes. Each cop looked like they were about to shit themselves as they quickly uncuffed my dad and retreated from the door. Their hands held up as I approached them and slammed the door in their faces, looking back at my parents and confused by their scared expression.
I'll explain later.
That was all I said, and I would, when I myself had more answers to them. To date, I'm still not convinced that King Creole died in that blaze that consumed the voodoo shop. If my dreams, and the fact that I swear I see him from time to time, are any indication that the old voodoo bastard is still alive, I don't know what is. I've gotten in the habit of talking with Olivia and her mother Alexandra for advice, seeing as Alexandra is the last living person that I still have a connection to from the voodoo shop. I run a lot of ideas past her. Today, I braved the outside world, dressed up in my old hoodie with the hood up, and made my way over to their house, making sure to keep my buttons on the lookout for Creole. Wherever he might be, I know for a fact he isn't exactly happy that I torched his business. Making it safely to the small house the two lived in, I rang the bell, and Olivia ran out to give me a hug like she always did.
You're here! Can we play checkers?
She asked me, as her little arms kept themselves around me as I let myself in. I smiled and patted her head. Something about how innocent and sweet she is always recharged my body.
I'll see if I have time. Now, where's your mommy?
I asked her, to which she smiled and let go of my waist. Taking my hand, she led me to the living room, where Alexandra was reading over a pile of books. And when I say a pile, I say it was stacked from the floor up to the armrests that the chair had.
Catching up on world history?
I asked, as Olivia went off to keep herself entertained.
No, I have Netflix for that,
she said, looking at me as she sighed and put the books she was reading down. Alexandra had been turned into a voodoo doll all the way back in 1927, so she was having some trouble adapting to all the new things that had happened since. When we were told we had a man on the moon and Britain no longer had an empire, she nearly fainted. But she'd gotten used to a lot of the new technology like TV and cell phones.
I'm looking for a way to change you back,
she said with an exhausted sigh.
Any luck? The internet hasn't exactly been much help. Either they want me to contact some voodoo gods or use a Ouija board or something.
I sighed, sitting on the couch from across her, picking up one of her books and raising a brow.
Voodoo for dummies?
I asked with a chuckle.
Do not mock the knowledge of literature, Travis. And I do have a lead for you, in regards to King Creole's mother,
she said, looking around the mess of books on the floor, tapping her lips with her fingers as she looked for the correct book, finding it after a few seconds and opening it up.
Here, Mama Creole. She's buried in a cemetery a few miles outside of town,
she said, offering me the book to look into. I grunted as I stood up and took the book from her, looking down at the text and reading the passage. It definitely was Creole's mother, as it mentioned her as the mother of the long-deceased Charles Sumner. While this was good information, I was more confused as what this had to do with my current situation.
What? Want me to dig her up and have a nice conversation?
I asked skeptically, only for my shins to be kicked by her. Okay, I kinda deserved that.
Try doing a seance to contact her,
Alexandra explained, handing me a slim pamphlet from the stack of books next to her. Pouting as I took the item, I looked down at it with a skeptical brow raised. Then again, if my current situation is anything to go off of, I really should start believing that things I used to believe were fake are very much real.
Be extremely respectful. Voodoo spirits can be very unpredictable. I'm sure you know that well,
she said with a soft smile. I responded with a chuckle and I closed the book. She then handed me some candles and a lighter, supplies from my seance. I'm sure you both know that, I responded, looking down at the pamphlet and nodding to her. Olivia came back with a doll of her old mother in her arms, coming over and hugging me just before I left. She seems to really like me, kinda like an older brother. It's sweet, and I do show my care for her as well. Bidding them goodbye, I pulled the hoodie back over my head and googling where the cemetery would be. Luckily enough, it was within walking distance of the voodoo shop. Texting my parents and saying I would be out for a bit, receiving pleas not to be out too long. I promised them and went on my way. Walking into the old part of town, I stopped at the burnt-out remains of the voodoo store. It was blocked off by police tape, but I easily stepped over it and entered the charred remains. I looked around at the barely recognizable store, stepping over soot and creaking wood. The big pile of ash on the floor was most likely where I lit the voodoo doll on fire. Hearing a crunching sound, I looked down at my feet and saw a few pieces of porcelain, and my heart sank right through the floor. Damn it, I sighed hard, leaning down and picking up the pieces and looking around for any more of them. But all I could find was those few shards of Mary. Her death tore me in many ways. She was finally free from Creel's abuse and her torture, but her manner of death really hurt me. But as long as she's finally free, I guess I shouldn't be too sad for her. Putting the porcelain shards on the shard counter I used to stand and sleep behind, I looked around one last time before heading my way towards the cemetery. Alexander had failed to say that the cemetery was abandoned and overgrown to shit. Even the gate had dying vines, and I had to tug with all my strength to get the rusty gate open. Sighing in annoyance, I looked around the old cemetery and started to walk around, trying to find any indication of where Charles's mother was buried. "Help you, son?" a nasally voice asked me. Now to say I nearly shit myself is an understatement. Who the hell expects a person to suddenly ask a question in an abandoned cemetery? Spinning on my heels, I turned my button eyes to see a tall black man in a top hat standing in a grave and leaning on a shovel. A big brown cigar in his mouth, and he smiled at me. "The fuck is wrong with you, son? I asked you a question," he said, smoke blowing out of his nose. I stammered, looking around and putting my hood down, cautiously coming over to the strange man who was billowing smoke like a chimney. I'm looking for a grave." "There's one. One over there, another one over there," he snickered as he pointed to graves in every direction. He raised his brows at me to see if I was satisfied with his response. He seemingly didn't give a shit about my button eyes. Then again, I figured that he was some kind of voodoo person with his getup. "Mama Creel, her grave." At that name, the man stood up, his eyes big and wide as he climbed out of the grave and blew smoke right in my face, and it caused me to wave the smoke out of my face. "Mama Creel, huh? Haven't heard that name in many years. The fuck you gonna do with her grave?" he asked me, getting right in my face. I'm so happy my sense of smell and taste is still gone from being turned into a puppet. Just by looking at him, I could tell he must have stunk. "I want to do a seance," I responded, tapping my button eye with my finger. "See if she can help me with this." I explained to the man. He took a good look at me, finger taking the cigar out of his mouth and nodding as he rubbed his chin. "Yeah, I've seen shitty work like this before," he said, standing back and blowing out more of his smoke and chuckling. His voice was high and nasally. "Her grave is behind you, 6 rows back. Can't miss it. It's got a big old statue of an angel on it." He pointed, causing my head to turn and look over. And when I turned to thank him, he had up and vanished on me. Stupid voodoo people, getting to teleport and shit. Making my way through the overgrowth and gravestones, I did indeed come upon a giant angel statue. Guess King Creel wanted to make sure his mom was remembered alright. Scraping off the moss, I was greeted by the words, "Mama Creel." So this was her grave. Kneeling down before it,
I put out the candles that Alexander had given me and carefully lit them. Didn't want to start a fire in this place. Alright, let's see if this'll work. I sighed, kneeling on my knees and sighing. Mama Creole, my name is Travis. Your son has given me a voodoo curse, and I humbly beg for you to lift it, if you can. I looked at the grave, expecting something to happen. The candles flickered a bit, but other than that, not much else happened. Figured this wouldn't work either, I said, about to give up. Until a rotting hand shot through the ground and grabbed me by the arm. Now that did get a loud scream out of me, as the hand yanked me down, as if to pulling itself up. And sure enough, a worm-infested skull burst through the ground and met my button eyes, keeping me in a death grip, and pulling itself until it was about waist deep in the dirt. The corpse finally let me go. Standing up, I tumbled backwards against the grave behind me and stared at the corpse. "How can I help you, dear?" the corpse asked me in a sweet and caring voice. Now that really threw me off. I know they say don't judge a book by its cover, but when the cover is rotting and full of worms, I probably wouldn't read that book. Mama Creole? I asked hesitantly, getting a nod from the corpse. Some of its maggots fell to the ground as it did so. Well, I had my answer. I was currently talking to King Creole's mother. I need your help, I said after sitting back up from my backward tumble. Obviously, dear. You don't just call on me if you have nothing to chat about, she giggled, waiting for me to get over the fact I was talking to a corpse. Still not the weirdest thing that happened to me, if I'm being really honest with myself. Your son Charles, he cursed me. Well, really he murdered me, then brought me back to life to be his puppet. Is there any way for you to reverse it? I asked her, looking into those vacant eye holes and tried to get any kind of idea what she was going to say, and it wasn't what I was expecting. "Oh, you're that Travis," she said in a disgusted tone, pulling herself further out of her grave, clutching my arm again and pulling me back into her face. "The same Travis that dared to hurt my darling boy?" she hissed, opening her jaw up and leaning in to bite me. "He tried to kill my parents!" I shouted back at her, pushing her moldy corpse and trying to keep her away from me. Why does this always happen to me? I really should have gone to college instead of taking this stupid voodoo job. "He's out of control and killing innocent people!" I shouted, still struggling with the surprisingly strong corpse. "He was teaching you a lesson, you ungrateful puppet!" she snarled, taking a bite on my arm. Luckily her teeth didn't get through thanks to my hoodie sleeve. Looking around for a weapon, I grabbed one of the candles and shoved it in her face. The sizzling of her rotting face was enough to get her to let me go. I quickly blew out both candles, and soon enough, she was seemingly dragged back into her grave by some unseen force, hurling every insult known to man at me. So much for her being able to help me. Should have figured the woman who created King Creole, in both senses of the word, would stand by him no matter what he did. Well, now I was back to square one, packing up the things I came with. I quickly got out of there and started on my way home, being sure to avoid the voodoo shop this time. Making it home, I skipped on eating and just went out to my room, plopping myself onto my bed with a loud and annoyed groan. I would have passed out if someone hadn't started pulling at my hair. "Yes, Tempe?" I asked in an annoyed groan, turning my head to look at the voodoo doll. He waved his little arms at me and held up a scrap of paper. He was learning how to write better and must have been reading the alphabet books my mom used to get me when I was in kindergarten. Sighing as I sat up in the bed, I took the little scrap of paper and read it. Basement. Something down? Okay, maybe he still isn't the best at writing, but hey, he's getting there at least. I looked at him confused, thinking at first that he meant my basement. And then it clicked, and I remembered the store's basement door. I looked over at the desk where I had put the basement door key, and then I looked back at him. "If he's down there and causes my death, I'm going to be so pissed at you," I declared at my little template friend, getting out of my bed and taking the key and shoving it in my pocket. Once again telling my parents I was going out. This time I didn't say I was going to the voodoo shop. They'd lock me in my room if I told them that's where I was going. Pulling my hood over my head and heading off towards the voodoo shop, I was having second thoughts about this. And they got worse when I once again ducked under the police tape and entered into the burnt-out shell of a shop. Swallowing a lump in my throat, I approached the scorched basement door, producing the key from my pocket and inserting it into the keyhole and opening up the door. It was as dark and endless as it always was. Producing my phone and walking into the darkness, I held my breath the entire way down. The stairs were spared from the flames that engulfed the store, most likely thanks to the door, so I didn't have to worry about falling through them. Although when I finally touched solid stone, I stood there for a solid minute, too afraid to move a muscle.
Come on, Travis. You got this, man.
My weak attempt at a pep talk did manage to walk a few steps as I looked around the basement. And to my surprise, the entire basement was empty. No bodies, no table where I got my head cut off, no nothing. I was kinda disappointed, really. I half expected all those corpses that dragged Creel away to still be down here. Slightly bolstered, I walked my way deeper into the basement to look around for something. There had to be a reason Tempe had sent me down here, and I tripped over it. Landing flat on my face with a hard thud, I looked at what had caused me to trip. Creel's cane. That really caused me to have some traumatic flashbacks. Getting beaten by that thing on nearly a daily basis still caused me to wake up and expect the pain to come to me. It was Creel's favorite way of getting me up from behind the counter. Sitting up, I reached out and grabbed the item. Rubbing the white head of it and sighing, I used it to help me get back up.
You found my cane.
An all too familiar voice said to me, causing me to freeze in place and clutch the item in my hand for dear life. Turning around, my fears were confirmed when I saw him sitting in the same comfy chair I'd been seeing in my dreams.
Be a good boy and bring me the cane, Travis.
He hummed, beckoning me to come over. I took backward steps and turned to run, only to slam into the stone wall that suddenly was behind me.
You can't do this to me! You're dead!
I shouted at him, lifting the cane up and ready to smack him in his stupid smiling face. He chuckled at me and stood up from the chair. The wall suddenly started to push me towards the Voodoo King.
I've died before. I'll most likely die again. But as long as I have a way back, I'll never let you go, Travis. You belong to me.
He said sweetly, like the tone of a parent saying they aren't mad, just disappointed. Soon the wall had pushed me all the way to him and he grabbed me by the throat. Easily he caught my futile attempt at hitting him with a cane and he yanked it from my hands.
You've got one important thing,
I choked out as he strangled me. He looked at me with some confusion before I rammed my head into his, causing him to grunt and fall backwards against his chair. Reaching down, I picked up the cane he had dropped and swung it against him, hitting him in the head and lifting the cane up to do it again.
You don't have control over me!
I huffed, lifting up the cane higher to do it again, until I felt something wrap around my arm.
Don't I?
He asked with a chuckle, spitting out some of the black sludge from his mouth. I looked up in horror as the strings began to descend onto me.
This couldn't be happening!
I janked my arm against the strings and tried to break it. I even tried chewing through the fucking thing. Soon another string came and wrapped itself around my other arm. Pulling both arms, I was forced to dangle a couple of inches from the floor.
Mama told me that you visited her,
he said with a chuckle, getting off the floor and dusting himself off. He stood and picked up his cane I had dropped and marveled at it with some appreciation.
Yeah, she looked almost as ugly as you.
I shot back, receiving a hard smack from the cane against my face. I don't even know why I said that. I guess I was just pissed off at ending up in this situation again.
I must teach you some manners, since your parents clearly didn't.
He chuckled, lifting his cane up to smack me again, only for him to be grabbed by the shoulder. We both looked to the hand in confusion. Only Creel was spun around and decked right in the face, sending him flying into me and falling to the floor. Whatever had just hit Creel stepped out into my field of view and instantly melted my heart.
Mary!
I called out. Mary appeared to me as she looked when Creel had forced her to sing on stage. She smiled at me and shook her head.
Part of your master plan, huh?
She asked me, coming over and cutting me down from my string captors. Rubbing my wrists, I quickly wrapped my hands around her and hugged her tight. Rubbing my wrists, I quickly wrapped my arms around her and hugged her tight. She patted me on the back before pushing me away. You have to wake up, quickly. Take the cane with you, she said, pointing to the item. Creel nowhere to be seen. I quickly nodded and grabbed the item. Now what? I asked, only for her to stab me in the leg with a metal nail filer, sending me screaming and suddenly waking up on the stone floor of the basement. I looked around, quickly in confusion. Had I just dreamt all that? Well, judging by the fact I had the cane in my hands, it must have been real. Great. Now I'm in some Nightmare on Elm Street shit. I looked around before I stood back up and held onto the cane, heading back upstairs and quickly closing the door behind me, rubbing my head. I looked around and saw that night was quickly falling. How long had I been down there? I shrugged it off and quickly made my way out of the burnt-out shop and off on my way. Making it home, I was scolded and hugged by my parents who had been worried sick over me. I said I was sorry and that I promised to come down and eat something after I was done with something I had to do in my room. Heading up there, I opened the door and looked at Tempe sitting on my bed.
You're in big trouble.
Up and examined it. So he's in my dreams now or something? I asked Tempe, who merely shrugged at me. As in the dark in this as I was, both of us were startled when a fucking rock came through my window. Landing on the bed, it was covered in blood. Looking over to the window, I stuck my head out to see who had done it. Then instantly stuck it back and covered my mouth as to not scream. Standing on the street was the rotting corpse, and next to it was Creel. When I poked my head back out to see again, they were gone. Great. Now I have 2 angry voodoo creatures after me. I did not leave my room for almost 2 days after I saw the 2 standing down on my street. Let's just say that seeing 2 people that wanted me dead were staring at me from my street and driveway really kinda made me want to hide in my room. But they didn't do anything, and soon they disappeared and caused me to quickly call Alexandra. After about 2 minutes of her trying to figure out how to use a phone, she finally got a hang of it.
Hello?
She said rather loudly, causing me to take my phone away from my ear.
Alexandra, you don't have to shout. I can hear you just fine.
I chuckled, putting the phone back to my ear. I could tell the gears in her head were turning before she apologized for shouting at me. It was an easy thing to shrug off, especially with what my life had become.
Were you able to talk to King Creel's mother?
She asked me, causing me to check out the window, to check if the woman in question would suddenly appear just by the mention of her name.
Oh yeah, I did. She was not happy to meet me, and now I think her corpse is walking around and wanting to kill me.
I said, sitting on my bed with a groan. Tempe climbed up in my lap and soon enough offered a scrap of paper with a heart on it. Gosh, this guy really has changed, since staring angrily at me whenever I was on my phone.
Oh no, I feared this may happen. Were you respectful to her?
Alexandra quickly asked, the sound of books being flipped through.
If by respectful you mean sticking a candle in her face, then yeah, I was most respectful to her.
I answered. The long period of silence told me that she was certainly not amused by my attempt to make a joke out of this situation.
Did you at least tell her goodbye?
She asked, exasperated.
But was I supposed to do that?
I asked, with a raised brow. The sound of her books falling to the floor painted the picture of her face palming. In my defense, I only skimmed that long-ass list of things I was supposed to do for a seance.
This is bad, Travis. Very, very bad.
She groaned, stacking the books back on her lap and sighing hard.
I think you've angered her spirit enough for her to cross back into the mortal realm. That explains why her and Creel were outside of my house the other day.
This time I heard her hand smack her forehead. I'm pretty sure I was causing her to age rapidly just through this conversation.
What else did you screw up?
Her tone was one of worry. Fair enough, at this point I belong in a Looney Tooney episode with how incompetent I was doing all of this.
I met a black guy with a top hat smoking a cigar that told me where Mama Creel was buried.
I said. Once again, all her books fell to the floor. I'm guessing she stood up from the chair she was sitting in.
You what?
She shouted, causing me to pull the phone away.
Did you meet Baron Samedi without even knowing it?
Now I've heard that name before, mostly thanks to you guys and my previous attempt of escaping the half-price voodoo store. He's a voodoo loa, basically a spirit. He's the spirit of the dead, so kinda makes sense I found him in a graveyard.
I guess I did. He blew smoke in my face and showed me where Mama Creole was buried, and then he was gone.
I told Alexandra, who was quickly running around and probably finding a book on loas. I waited for her to finish before I asked her,
Why? Can he help me, or am I going to have an evil voodoo god on my ass as well? He might be able to help you, but you need to do it very carefully and don't screw it up.
she said in a disappointed mother's tone. Agreeing, I pulled a notepad out and started to scribble what she told me.
You need to offer him cigars, rum, coffee, or even simple bread. Then he might decide to help you. Might? What? Do I have to offer him a human sacrifice too?
I asked skeptically, only to be yelled at to take this seriously. Pouting as I wrote down her instructions, I finally got everything written down and hung up on her with the promise that I wouldn't fuck this up. Heading downstairs, I went into my dad's office and opened his cigar box, shoving a couple into my pockets and borrowing his Zippo lighter. Looking around in his liquor cabinet, I was annoyed to find no rum, so I hoped that the cigars were enough. Telling my mom I would be back, she warned me about the fact it was going to rain, but I shrugged it off. That's what hoodies are for, after all. Running off towards the cemetery again, I checked around the alleyways and lampposts to make sure the gruesome duo weren't anywhere near me. Making it to the cemetery, I entered into the same path I cut open last time and went into it, looking around for any sign of the loa.
Baron Samedi? I have an offering for you, if you want them.
I shouted out in the abandoned cemetery. Walking around, I took the chance and went to check on Mama Creole's grave, and swallowed hard when I saw the grave had been emptied of its content.
The hell you want, boy?
The nasally voice suddenly asked me, causing me to look behind myself and nearly stumbled into the empty grave. The top hat wearing black man looked down at me with a raised brow as he looked down at me. Swallowing hard, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the cigars. His tone changed as he gave me a rotting yellow tooth smile as he took one and smelled it, sticking it in his mouth. He chewed off the end and spit it out on the ground. "A light?" I asked him, holding up the Zippo and flickering it to life. He smiled at me and leaned in, taking a few puffs of it to get the cigar going and blowing out a stream of smoke. He nodded with a chuckle and looked down at me.
Now, what can I do for you?
He asked me, his tone much more friendly as he took in the scent of the cigar, was much more excited and happy. "I need your help. Can you save me from King Creole and his mother?" I asked in desperation. He looked down at me as he happily puffed away on my dad's cigar. Stroking his chin and chuckling, he looked down at me and tapping some ash on me.
Sorry, Sonny. I can't do anything. Mama Creole and I go very far back, and I cannot go back on it.
He shrugged. I stared at him in horror. It really seemed like everything wanted to fuck me with a barbed wire bat. "Oh, don't worry. I'm not gonna turn you over to her. I'm far too busy to care what she and her spoiled brat do." He waved it off, holding the cigar in his mouth. "But you also won't help me?" I asked him. He looked at me with a raised brow and chuckling.
Look, I hate her son more than anything, but he has a deal with me. Keep his rotting corpse alive no matter what. But since you gave me this beautiful cigar, I'll make a deal with you," he said with a smile. I would have accepted his offer, no question, except the crack of thunder and strike of lightning showed me that the Baron was a skeleton staring down at me. Wait! I'll give you all this!" I shouted, sticking my hands into my pockets and showing off the cigars. His eyes nearly leaped out of his head when he saw all of them. "I'll give you them if you give me a good deal, no strings attached," I said, handing over the cigars. I like you, kid. You're smart,
he said with a toothy grin, chewing on the cigar he had, already nodding happily.
All right, kid. I'll give you a hint as how to beat him.
He chuckled happily and blew smoke in my face again.
Force him in the ground. I'll take care of the rest,
he said with a smile. I stared at him in confusion, but when he blew smoke in my face, I coughed up a storm. And when I saw that he was gone, I sighed hard in annoyance. I hate riddles. Walking back home, as the rain started and thunder cracked loud, I looked down at the ground as I thought of the riddle. I stepped in puddles as I made it to my neighborhood,
and when I got to my house I froze in place, as my front door was open and split in half. Rushing inside, I looked around the house in horror as I looked for any sign of my mother, and I found her, all right.
Travis, my boy!
A familiar voice greeted me. He sat in my dad's chair, smiling with his stitched-up mouth as he took a sip of coffee from a cup, with my mother's head sitting on the table next to him. My legs gave out as I fell to the floor, covering my mouth and shivering.
Your mother makes a beautiful cup of coffee. Shame this was her last one.
He giggled, smiling at me and standing up, tossing the cup on the floor and walking over to me.
You fucking monster!
I screamed, standing up and rushing to tackle him, only to be struck in the back of the head and falling next to him. Looking up, I was met by a tan-skinned woman dressed in one of my mother's dresses. Her hair was black and curled, and she looked down at me like she'd stepped on a bug.
Sweetheart, are you sure he's the one you want to keep?
She asked Creole, handing him the item she had hit me with, which turned out to be his cane. He happily took the item and pushed my cheek hard with it as he pushed his weight against me.
Yes, Mama. Since he took Mary away from me, I want him to be her replacement,
he said with a smile, replacing his cane with his dress shoe, grinding it into my face and chuckling all the while.
You piece of shit!
I snarled, trying to push him off of me, only for me to get hit on the head again with his cane. That certainly brought back some fun memories.
You'll never get away with this! I swear to God I'll rip you to fucking pieces!
I screamed at him. Both he and his mother were smiling at my pathetic attempts to escape. I knew I had to do something, and the item in my pocket was the only thing I could think of. Reaching into my pocket, I brought the Zippo out and lit it and put it on Creole's suit pants.
You little shit!
He screamed, pulling his foot away and slapping the growing flames on his legs. His mother gasping and trying to help him out from the fire. Pushing myself up and heading towards the stairs, I ran up to my room and slammed the door, huffing hard as I shoved the door against it. I slid down the door as I shivered at the thought of my dead mother. I curled up hard and planted my face into my hands. I wish I could shed a tear for her. My button eyes prevent me, but my body still acts as if it can cry. The sound of them slamming against my door, clawing at it, caused me to stand up and look around the room. I saw Tempe jumping up and down on the desk, pulling my attention over to him. I went over and picked him up, shoving him into my pocket and scribbling down a note from my dad. Hopefully he could read my horrible handwriting. Going to the window, I stepped out of it and crawled across the roof, heading down the drain pipe and running away from my house as fast as I could. I arrived at the house of Alexandra and Olivia and stumbled into Alexandra's arms as I cried into her, barely being able to tell her what had happened. She quickly took me inside and sat me in a chair, running off to get me some towels. Sitting there and crying into my hands, I felt some arms wrap around me. Looking up from my hands, I saw it was Olivia hugging my leg to try to make me feel better. Smiling a bit, I patted her on the head and reached into my pocket, showing off Tempe to her, which caused her to gasp and ask to play with him. As Alexandra arrived with towels, she wrapped me up in them and sat next to me with a hard sigh. She hugged me and assured me I was safe here. She patted me on the back and tried to get me to tell them what had happened. He cut my mother's head off, and his mother isn't a rotting corpse anymore. She's got skin and shit now, I mumbled, pulling the towels wrapped around me tighter. I lit him on fire again and ran off, I said sadly, looking up to her and sighing hard. It doesn't surprise me. She's a master at voodoo, and most likely only appears to be human again. She most likely is using a spell to appear human, Alexandra explained, rubbing my shoulders lovingly, trying to keep me from breaking down and crying all over again. Did you get in contact with Baron Samedi? She asked. Yeah, he's got a deal with Mama Creole to keep Charles alive. He only offered to help with a stupid riddle, I said with a sigh, looking up at her when she made a gesture to me what it was. Force him in the ground. I'll take care of the rest, I explained. She looked at me and stroked her own chin in thoughts, looking at me and asking Olivia to get her one of the books on the table, and she nodded, carefully putting Tempe down on the table and grabbing the book. Running over and handing it to her mother, she thanked her daughter and flipped through the book. He is the lower of the dead.
My best guess is to put King Creole in a grave. He'll then most likely lead his soul to the underworld.
Alexandra thought out loud, looking at me. I gave her a skeptical look. Ah, yes. I lay on the ground and you push him over me into the grave we dug for him. I mumbled to her, getting kicked in the chins from my smart mouth. Rubbing my leg, I sighed and looked at her. Even if we get him in a grave, what's stopping him from coming back?
He said he would take care of the rest. I guess we must simply get him in the ground,
she said, closing the book and looking at me. Our silence was broken by the window being broken, and my mother's head rolled to my feet. I looked at it and looked over to the window.
You left something at home, Travis.
Creole's voice rang out, laughing at me. I stood up and walked over to the window and stared in anger at the voodoo king standing on the sidewalk. He smiled back and waved at me.
He can't come in. He wouldn't hurt Olivia. It's the one thing he won't do,
she explained, pulling me away from the window and covering my mother's head with a towel. She set me back down and went back to the window, clearing her throat.
King Creole, I would appreciate if you leave my property,
she said softly, looking at her. He looked at her with a tilt to his head and shrugged, tipping his top hat and walking off down the street. You'll still find a way to get in, I said with a mumble, looking at the lump of a towel on the floor, curling up in the chair and sighing hard.
Travis, it's so cold, so cold.
A voice came from the towel. I looked at it and reached a trembling hand out to pull the towel away, seeing that my mother stared up at me with a sorrowful expression.
It's so dark and cold,
she mumbled softly. I stared at her and stood up, walking off to the bathroom and locking myself in there. I spent a long time there, covering my ears and just dry sobbing. The fucking monster killed my mom, and the last thing I said to her was that I loved her. I wish I could have hugged her and taken her with me to keep her safe. It's all my fault. It took me 4 hours to get out of Alexandra's bathroom. By the time I had finally managed enough strength to get out, Alexandra had removed my mother's head and assured me that she was in a better place. The usual crap that gets said to you when a loved one dies. Olivia offered a hug to me, and I gladly accepted. Even Tempe gave me a hug, the best he could. Afterward, Alexandra let me sit and cope with everything, while she went on about trying to come up with a way to get Creole into a grave. Soon, my phone started ringing, and what I feared had happened. My dad had found my decapitated mother sitting at the kitchen table. To say he was hysterical was an understatement.
Hey, Dad,
I said when I answered the phone, pulling the phone away from my ear as he talked a million miles an hour, asking what had happened, if I was safe, who could have done it, etc., etc. It was my boss, I answered simply.
I'll rip that fucking bastard's head off.
Sighing, I rubbed my button eyes with my hand and looked at Alexandra for any kind of reassurance, but she was nose deep in another book, so I wasn't going to get anything from her at the moment.
No, you won't, Dad. He's more dangerous than you can ever know. Look, just get out of town, okay? I'll handle this. Just get out before something happens to you. I can't lose you too.
I whimpered to him. That seemingly got him out of his murderous rage, calmed down and became easier to talk to.
Okay, son. If you think that's the best course of action for us,
he said with a long sigh. It was obvious he was holding in all his pain and loss at that moment.
Be safe, son. I can't lose you again either,
he said, a rare moment of emotion from my father. It brought a sad smile to my face. I nodded and said I loved him. He returned the favor and we both hung up. Sinking back into the chair, Olivia tugged at my jeans and forced me to look down over to her. She climbed up into my lap and hugged my torso. She's such a good kid.
I can't think of any way of getting King Creole into a grave.
Alexandra sighed, coming back into the living room and sitting on the couch next to us. But the annoyed frown turned into a smile when she saw the scene before her.
Come here, Livy. Let's let Travis rest for a bit. He's been through a lot today.
Olivia obeyed and came over to her mother. No, I'm okay, I said, standing up and looking at the spot where my mother's head had landed. Shaking it off, I looked over to the street and stroked my chin in thought. The shop is out of the question. The basement floor is stone, and who knows what's underneath the floorboards? I sighed.
And most likely his mother knows all too well her son's weaknesses,
Alexandra responded to Olivia, sitting on her lap, looking up while her mother brushed her hair.
So, luring him to a graveyard is also out of the question. What about pushing him in a hole?
Olivia asked, wanting to be a part of this conversation. I thought about it, and then I realized something. Force him into the ground? That doesn't mean it has to be a grave. Hell, I can force him into a ditch, and that counts as the ground, I said, looking to the mother-daughter duo, who looked back at me with raised brows. Alexandra looked down at Olivia and then up to me.
I have a very intelligent daughter,
she hummed with a proud smile. Her accent was just a bit more posh than usual. Our moment of excitement was cut off by a loud thud upstairs. We both looked up in horror. What was that? I asked in hushed fear.
It came from Olivia's room,
Alexandra mumbled, looking down at Olivia. The little girl also looked up, the gears in her young head thinking about what could be in her room at that moment.
The only thing up there is the dolly Mr. King Creole gave me,
she said, causing me and Alexandra to look at each other in terror. There's no way. He wouldn't dare stoop that low, would he? The loud thuds coming down the stairs behind us quickly dispelled any doubts we had. You little shit! Came a screech as something dragged itself down the stairs. Sophie, Olivia's old mother, was dragging herself down the stairs. Only the woman was looking worse for wear. She still appeared to be half doll, half human. As such, she was once again a full-sized human, but some of her body still appeared to be made of fabric, and the parts that were made of skin were sewn tight to their fabric counterpart. She was bleeding and unable to stand on her legs, which seemingly had no bones in them. Olivia screamed at the sight of her original mother and clambered into Alexandra's arms. The mother quickly scooped up her daughter and put some distance between her and the woman whose daughter she had taken. I armed myself with the only thing at arm's length, a heavy-ass book. The creature called towards us as we backed up, and to break the tension, I threw the heavy-ass book at her. The fact I cracked her face straight down the middle didn't seem to bother her. In fact, she just spawned long needle-like teeth all the way down that split in her head. Maybe we should run, I said quickly, which got nods from both girls, all of us booking it out of the house and out onto the streets. I headed towards the car as Alexandra and Olivia piled in with me.
Do you know how to drive this automobile?
Alexandra asked me in a panic as I buckled myself in. I looked at her and nodded. Yeah, I took 1 semester of driver's ed. Just because I didn't finish it doesn't mean I don't know how to drive. Throwing it in reverse, I smashed into their mailbox. But after that, I managed to get onto the streets and gun it. It might have been bumpy any time I tried to brake, but it wasn't too bad if I do say so myself. Alright, well, now, where do we go? I asked the pair, keeping my eyes on the road and praying no cop tried to pull me over. Although, by my looks, I'm sure that they'd probably let me go. I do look like the guy they work for after all.
Perhaps your house? You don't have any kind of voodoo in there, do you?
Alexandra asked me as she stroked Olivia's head. The little girl was curled up, her head resting in her mother's head. Poor girl. No, none except... Tempe! I suddenly realized, slamming the brakes hard and searching my pockets for him. I looked back at Olivia to see if she had brought him, and thanks to whatever messed up God there is, she did. The doll was busy being squeezed by the afraid little girl. I breathed a sigh of relief as I turned back to continue driving. Yeah, except for him, we should be okay, I sighed as I drove us to my house. Arriving there, I saw that my dad's car was long gone. I entered the house first, hoping that my dad had moved my mother's headless body. He had, and I thanked him for that. Letting them in, I sat them both on our living room couch and went to go put on some coffee and find something for Olivia to try and eat. Stepping over the puddle of blood, I went to the sink and washed out the coffee pot.
She's asleep.
Alexandra said as she entered the kitchen, also stepping over the blood puddle and coming over to me.
How long has it been since you've eaten?
She asked me, looking at my pale face with some bit of concern. A couple of days. I don't need to eat like this, I said, going and starting up the coffee machine. I received a sympathetic rub of my arm, causing me to sigh hard and shake my head.
Try to eat something. I'll handle the coffee,
she said with a soft smile. I responded with a defeated nod and made my way over to the cabinets. Opening them, I was instantly greeted by a familiar smiling face.
Travis, my boy, you wouldn't believe how long I've been waiting for you.
He chuckled, reaching his foot out and kicking me in the face, sending me crashing against Alexander and landing flat on my ass. He easily hopped out of my cabinets and straightened himself up nice and good. I backed up away from him as he approached me and Alexandra.
You were waiting here for my dad, weren't you?
I shouted, standing up and grabbing the first thing in arm's reach, which turned out to be the coffee pot. Swinging it around, I managed to smash it over his head, sending him back a bit and soon enough causing him to lean against the wall, covering his head as his hat fell off from his messy black hair.
Maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. The important thing is that I have you and this traitor in the same place at the same time.
He chuckled, reaching down and picking up his hat, dusting it off with some dramatic flair. He placed it back on his head with a chuckle.
Don't worry about Olivia either. Mama always was a good babysitter,
he said with a smile, the stitches on his mouth nice and tight as he did so. Alexandra grew pale as she looked out of the kitchen and towards the couch where she had left Olivia to sleep, but Creel stepped between us and the living room. His cane tapped on the floor with malice as he began closing the distance between him and us. I looked to Alexander, who was shaking in fear. Looking back at my former boss, I swallowed some of my fear and placed myself in front of her and Creel.
Fuck you, Charles!
I sneered, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him into the wall. My act of bravado was quickly subdued once I was hit in the head again by a hard object, sending me slumping against the Voodoo King. He caught me easily and chuckled, patting my head with his gloved hands.
Thank you, Alexandra. I always knew you were a good girl.
I cocked my head back in horror as he said those words. Alexandra stood with a pot in her hands. Another betrayal. And this one hurt the most out of all of them. She looked away with me, tears in her eyes, as she backed away and let the voodoo creature take me away from my own house. As I slipped into unconsciousness, I cursed on my breath.
I'm sorry, Travis,
she mumbled to me. I didn't really blame her. Between me and Olivia, I would have chosen her as well. No hard feelings, Alexandra. Although at the time, I wanted to call her every swear word in the book. But I was dragged away and slipped into the ether as I was dragged out of my home.
Wake up, young man!
A woman's voice said, tapping my cheek with some force to wake me up. As the vision came back to my buttons, I looked around confused. This wasn't the store or even the basement. It was on a stage, similar to the one Charles has dedicated a song to his mother from. I was tied to a chair and looked around as everything became clear. You're Mama Creel? I asked with a raised brow as I struggled against the ropes keeping me bound. She smiled at me and nodded, pulling a chair out and sitting down in front of me. Seeing her in good light and right in front of her, she was certainly looking good for her age, especially since the last I saw of her, she was a rotting corpse. Her skin was tan like caramel and she had big black locks.
Charles certainly has a liking for you. He's a sweet boy, and I'm so happy he made a friend,
she said with a smile and a sigh. She suddenly produced a makeup kit and patted me with it. It appeared to be a white powder. Now, ever since I was turned into a voodoo puppet, my skin has been all chalk white as Creel's, so smashing my white face with white powder seemed just pointless. Some friend he is to me, I mumbled under the constant smashings of the pad. She stopped and suddenly shoved a knife blade at my face, lowering the blade and plucking at the stitches around my throat. I swallowed hard as I stood still. She smiled as she dragged the knife across my throat.
My, he really did a good job bringing you back to life. He really was paying attention all those years.
She smiled, pulling back and going back to cleaning me up, producing some red paint and touching up my cheeks. It was like she was getting me ready for some kind of show. And when that thought came across my mind, I instantly started to panic. Wait, is he going to make me dance again? I mumbled, holding as still as I could as she touched up my cheeks.
Please don't. I can't do that again.
I begged her. She stopped her painting of me and looked at me, pursing her lips in some thought as she looked me up and down.
I know how painful it must feel, dear. But can you imagine what my poor Charles went through? When that whore and her thugs ripped out his eyes and cut off his head. My sweet baby boy didn't deserve that.
She sighed, producing a comb and starting to brush my messy black hair down into the combed state it used to be in.
I don't deserve this!
I shouted at her, receiving a hard smack from her when I did so. She looked down at me like I was scum and grabbed me by the hair like Creole used to do when he was beyond the pissed off.
Know this, young man! I might have sided with you if you hadn't burnt his store down and attempted to kill him with his own victims!
She snarled, shoving me back and going back to combing me. Yep, she was just as crazy as her son. Maybe all those years in the dirt really sent her in a downward spiral. Or me waking her up made her grouchy.
Mama, are you almost done?
A familiar voice asked from behind the stage, Creole's face poking out from behind the curtain. I craned my neck back to try and see, but it was forced back into place and I received another smack from his mother.
Almost done, baby.
She hummed, waving him away back behind the counter and smiling down at me.
You know, he's always wanted to post one of those stories, like you do. Maybe after this performance he can?
She asked with a smile. I only responded with silence. Nodding, as if I had agreed with her, she stood and made her way down to the stage seats and sat in the front row. After a moment, the ropes tied around me fell off, and soon the strings came back down. I stared up in horror and tried to run, only to fall on the stage floor and look back up to see my shoelaces had been tied together. And that once again I was back in a suit. God, it was happening again.
And now,
Came a thundering voice from seemingly nowhere. The strings firmly attached themselves to me again, despite my thrashings and biting. Soon they forced me to my feet, the familiar hard tug of them sending my body stiff and unresponsive to my brain's signals. But they responded to someone else.
a performance of great proportions. Travis, the dancing puppet.
Came the thundering voice. My stiff body was forced to bow before the crowd of Creole's mother. A smile forced back into my face, and I stood at attention. Sweet melodies of a piano began. I already knew who it was, but the announcer made the obvious known.
And the pianist extraordinaire himself, King Creole.
The announcer shouted, Creole appearing in a puff of smoke, the melody turning into fast keystrokes as he went to town on the keys. I bit my tongue in anticipation of the pain, but nothing could prepare me for it. When the strings pulled tight and forced me to dance, it was like I was tied to two horses and being pulled apart. Every swing and step I took was like a nail into each and every inch of my body. Mama Creole clapped in delight as she watched the scene. I smiled my stupid smile as I was forced to dance faster and faster as Creole seemingly picked up the pace of his playing with every dance move I made. He knew full well how much this hurt, and he wanted me to feel each and every tug and pull of the strings. I don't know how long he went for, but when it was finally over, I felt like I was barely being kept together with shitty Scotch tape. I hung limply from the strings. They were keeping me dangled up about an entire 3 or 4 feet up from the ground, and it soon felt as if my arms would be ripped off.
A beautiful performance.
Mama Creole clapped, walking up on stage and throwing her arms around her son. He smiled and chuckled as he looked over at me, tilting his head at me and enjoying the throbbing pain I was in.
You look good like that, Travis. Maybe I'll keep you like that. Keeps you from snooping around,
he said with a smile, taking his cane from his mother's hand and swinging it against my side. If the strings making me dance was like a million tiny paper cuts at once, the swing of his cane was like being thrown into a salt and lemon bath with all my paper cuts. It was a blinding pain as I screamed out.
Charles, Don't play with your toys like that, Mama Creole said, walking over and stopped him from swinging at me again. Save it for tomorrow, when he feels even worse. She hummed, kissing his forehead and pulling him away. They talked for a few minutes before leaving me suspended from the stage, in complete darkness. I'm fucking back here again. My only ally has thrown me under the bus, and here I am back with the fucking strings and forced to dance for the psycho and his mother. I'll get out of here. I'll show him.
How about King Creole take over for a spell? Travis needs a break after all. My. I'm sure many of you are very concerned about Travis, but don't be. He's safely suspended from the stage where I left him. Just let him have some rest and let King Creole have a chance of talking to y'all. I must say, many of you seem to hate me, maybe even despise me for kicking little old Travis like he's a puppy. Some in particular are very hostile to me, and I can understand that. You've all been hearing from a biased source after all. I would hate me as well, but why would I care about what any of you think? After all, you are some of the people that turned my puppet against me. Started planting all of those doubts into his little mind. Think about that. If faceless creatures started planting doubts in something you care about. But I don't hold grudges, especially with possible future clients. Travis has been rather good at detailing what working for me once looked like. And of course, you know the tragic story of Charles Sumner, but Travis is leaving a big hole in the story. Something that for some reason he didn't say, and that concerns the sweet Miss Elizabeth, or as she liked to be called, Liz. From his account, I forced him to take the young Miss Liz down into the basement and turn her into a doll. I did that. I won't deny my beautiful work after all, but he didn't tell all of you what happened shortly after I tied her down. Now, if you recall, I've been very rudely shot several times in the face by young Liz. Needless to say, I wasn't exactly happy about this situation, but I was not the one to worry about such trivial situations. Travis stood dutifully next to me as my body healed itself. Liz thrashed and yelled out for Travis to help her, but the strings kept him docile and under my control. Travis, be a good boy and look away for this part. We must be respectful of the young lady, I hummed as I produced a knife from my suit pocket. Travis was forced to turn around by the strings and be kept still as I sliced off Liz's clothes. Some may think me a pervert, but I assure you that I take no pride in doing such things to a woman. It simply makes the process easier if she's nude. Finishing up with that, I made my way over to Travis.
Anything else, sir?
He asked me in that cheery tone I love so much. His button eyes looked into mine, and I knew in his mind he was wishing he could do what Henry and those thugs did to me 100 times over. But now he was safely under my control. Just stay here while I get the necessary materials. I smiled, patting him on the back and heading to the corner to grab some pieces of porcelain, making sure that whore was in her proper place in the corner. I knew the whole time she and Travis were planning a way of escape, but I was confident enough that it would fail, and I was interested to see where it would all go wrong. As I gathered the pieces of porcelain I needed, I heard Miss Liz let out a loud scream. I looked over, confused, and saw Travis climbing on top of her. For a moment, I thought I had lost control over him, but I still felt the strings connected to my fingers. So what was he doing? More importantly, why wasn't he standing in place as I told him to do? Travis, just what the hell do you think you're doing? I shouted at him, standing up and walking over to him, grabbing him from the shoulder and yanking him back. I saw that a grin was on his face, not unlike the one he wore when I had control over him. But this time, there was something sick about it.
I'm silencing this bitch,
he said with some giggles. I looked over him and saw that he had taken a decent chunk of flesh out of her shoulder. Disgusted at him ruining my canvas, I beat him over the head with my cane, kicking him off the girl and quickly fusing some porcelain to her wound so she wouldn't bleed out before I could have some fun with her. Looking over at Travis, I raised my cane again to strike him, but he simply stood up and waited at the table, a blank look over his face as he stared at Liz on the table. "Travis?" I asked him, stepping closer and waving my hand in front of his button eyes, raising a brow at his inaction. I shrugged, however. He seemed domesticated enough, so I went about with my plans. The rest of Travis's story is true. I did smash Liz in front of him and leave him there. Although, there's a reason I believe he said it was all his fault. If you recall, after I had turned him into my very own puppet, he said he was losing his sanity. Why do you think he stopped bringing that up? Travis was held in my shop for a very long time. I was not allowed to sleep. In fact, he still isn't allowed to sleep. So how does he say he keeps falling asleep? He doesn't, I'm afraid. I must admit this to all you fair readers. It would seem Travis has developed a fun side to himself. Do you need more proof? I admit, you must think of me as the least reliable source after all. I didn't kill Travis's mother. Quite a bold claim, eh? Travis breezed past his mother's warnings of rain, said that the last words were that he loved her. A sweet sentiment. Of course, it didn't end that way. I and my mother arrived just as Travis ran out of the house on a mission to somewhere. Probably some failed way of getting rid of me. Needless to say, he had broken down the door in an attempt to escape his own house. If he hadn't been in such a hurry to enter the house, he would have noticed it was broken out of, not into. Stepping inside with my mother, it was obvious to see a struggle had broken out in the house. Making my way into the kitchen, I raised a brow as I found his mother's lifeless body on the floor. Now there was something I wasn't expecting. You all thought I'd killed her? Have I had any reason to do so? She asked me for nothing. She had not harmed me before. Yes, I wanted to do it to punish Travis, but didn't I say I'd do it in front of him? Where's the fun in him arriving to find her dead already? Kneeling over her head, I placed a hand on her and gave her some temporary life, trying to find out from her what had happened. Her eyes sprang to life and looked around the house frantically. I looked at her with a chuckle, waiting for her to calm down and reveal what her last words were.
Travis, it's so cold. So cold. It's so dark and cold outside. Put on a sweater. What are you doing? Ah!
She screamed at me. Now that really brought my attention up. If Travis was the last person she talked to, and we had just seen Travis run out of the house, it doesn't take a detective to figure this one out, does it? I brought the findings to my mother, and she confirmed my thoughts.
Why would he kill his own mother after saving them from you?
She asked, handing me back the head, which had since fallen silent. I shrugged back at her and set the severed head back down. It didn't make much sense to me, but it did, the more I thought back to it. Mama, is it bad that I refused to allow Travis to sleep? I asked her, as she was the one who created the way to keep my body alive and my soul kept inside the said body. She looked at me for a second and then to the head on the table.
Charles, don't tell me you did that to the boy. You know very well what happens when a resurrected body is left to think for itself for so long.
She sighed, taking a seat on Travis's surprisingly nice furniture. I shrugged and looked away. I thought he didn't deserve to sleep, I explained. How was I supposed to know that Travis was going to end up growing an insane personality? Mother sighed and thought for a while before looking at me.
We have to keep him alive a bit longer, son,
she finally said.
I know you want your revenge, and you'll get that, my love. But for now, we need to make sure he doesn't screw up with any Loa and undo everything I worked so very hard for,
she said, standing up and wrapping her arms around me. Fine, but I at least get to use him in a performance for you, I said with a smile, to which I got a happy nod. So we waited for Travis to come back from wherever he was going, and when he did, he ended up lighting my pants on fire and booking it. Shame. He's a slippery salamander. I admire that in him. You really think I'm lying? Fair enough, but let me ask you this. Why would I only cut off her head? Where's the fun and showmanship in that? Why didn't I turn her into a living voodoo doll, or bring her back to life to attack him? A simple decapitation is simply too boring and unoriginal for me. King Creole takes great pride in his work. This must be hard for you all to hear, and I understand that. You've grown attached to him, like a puppy. But any feral or rabid dog must be put down, and I intend to do so. What's wrong with him? To the best I can piece together is that he blacks out and this violent personality takes over. It happens suddenly, just like when I cornered him in his house with Alexandra. After he had thrown me against the walls of his kitchen, he then turned to Alexandra, who confusingly looked at him, and then let out a scream as he attacked her. He lurched towards her and nearly took a chunk of her arm off. Luckily, the woman was able to grab a pot and strike him in the head, sending him into my arms as he slipped into unconsciousness. Thank you, Alexandra. I always knew you were a good girl, I said with a chuckle as I patted his head. She watched as I set him down and approached her. She lifted the pot to hit me next, but I raised my hands to show her I meant no harm. Easy, I'll let you stay with Olivia, I chuckled.
How on earth do you think I can believe that?
She said with the pot still firmly in her hands. Then I pointed down to the voodoo puppet at my feet. She hesitantly lowered the pot but still put some distance between her and me. Let's just say little old Travis isn't in his right head currently, I said with a chuckle, pushing my head up and brushing the bangs out of my buttons. Have you noticed that? I asked with a smile, looking down at the floor and putting my foot next to his head to keep him down on the floor just in case.
I thought it was just grief,
she mumbled, stepping back and sitting down in one of the kitchen chairs, facing her hands as she let out an exhausted sigh.
He locked himself in the bathroom. First I thought he was just crying, but then he started throwing and ripping things apart inside there. And well, his mother's head certainly put some doubts in my mind,
she said, rubbing her arms and avoiding the gaze from me. Figured as much. I'll take him off your hands, I said with a toothy grin. The feeling of the stitches in my mouth about to rip is a feeling that makes others worry, but it makes me want to smile more, just to see how far they go until they burst. Sorry for getting off track here.
No! Keep your hands off him!
She declared, picking up that pot again and about to hit me, until little Miss Olivia came running and hugged me by the legs. I looked down at her and smiled as I rubbed her head.
Don't hurt him, Mommy!
She shouted, gripping my leg tightly and refusing to let me go, despite her mother's protests. She looked at me in defeat and lowered her weapon. Chuckling, I picked her up and balanced her against my hip. "My knight in shining armor," I joked happily, tapping her on the nose and smiling at her as she giggled, wiping some tears off her eyes. Yes, bringing back her old mother was a low blow, but it was the only way to get them out of the house to protect Olivia, and I would never hurt a child.
I will stop you and save Travis,
Alexandra mumbled to me, coming over and snatching the girl from me, keeping her close and putting a distance from me. I shrugged and grabbed Travis by the hair and started dragging him away.
I'm sorry, Travis,
she said sadly as I dragged him away. If I still had eyes, I would have rolled them. She cares far too much for him. I gave her a second chance to raise a child, and now she wants another one. Give a mouse a cookie, eh? From my findings, it seems that Travis's murderous personality is quite a sadist. From just hanging out there on stage, I can examine his words and his actions. He can't do much swinging and hanging out there, but he certainly has the mouth on him. It's pretty easy to tell when it's Travis is talking and when it's his more fun side talking. His more fun side has the voice of him under my control.
Sir, will you let me down so I may have my fun?
He asked me, gnashing his teeth at the string suspending him. He thrashes around and demands to be released. He wants to have fun. He clearly has some issues that he wants to let out. Tell me something, Travis, my boy, I asked, walking around him on the stage, going over and sitting at my piano, playing some scales to ensure that I will never lose my skills. He cranes his head to look at me, the stitches on his neck nearly breaking at that angle. "How do you kill your mother?"
Oh, that's a fun story, sir,
he said with a happy noise I can best describe as a squee. I smiled at that and continued to play, letting him rely on the little fun details on the action. Letting him relay the fun little details of the action.
I was on my way to some graveyard when my mommy told me to put on a sweater, since it was so cold and gonna rain or something like that.
He shrugged, the best he could, and be suspended from the strings on his arms and feet. "What did you do?" I asked, giving the key a nice flourish to get the details out of him.
Well, I went into the kitchen where she was and grabbed a big old kitchen knife. I grabbed her by the hair and drove the knife into her neck. She let out a scream, but I think the knife caused her to stop talking. So right after that, I grabbed the knife and just hacked away at her.
He said, with the giddiness of a naughty child. I rather enjoy this side of Travis. Why? And to think you believed I would do something so crass and unsightly, I said, with a chuckle, ending my little practice session and walking up to him. Having the strings lower him so that I could meet him button to button, I saw there was the same kind of bloodlust that I first had when I had killed Henry and his thugs. Seems that when you're first brought back to life and you aren't properly taken care of, some unexpected results can happen. Well, Mama never said her method was perfect. I bet most of you still don't believe me, but I issue a challenge to all of you. Pay careful attention to the next upload. I'll give Travis his little cell phone, and he'll be able to update y'all. If any time you see that Travis seems to be suddenly in a different location, or talking to a person for a second and then they're dead the next, you'll know that I was right. That's all from King Creole, folks. I look forward to seeing what little old Travis has cooked up for me.
Don't believe a fucking word he said. He's lying through those fucking stitches of his. I would never kill my own mother. He fucking did it. When he handed me my phone back to me and informed me that he had added a new part to my log, I was worried to see where it was going to go, and to my shock and horror, it was worse than I imagined. He's lying through his fucking teeth, I swear he is. I told him as much. All he did was laugh at me and issue me a challenge, as he said that the strings released me and I collapsed to the stage with a hard thud.
You think I'd lie to you, Travis, my boy?
He tasked me, approaching me, and he kneeled. Pushing my chin up with his fingers, he smiled down at me and fixed my hair.
How about this? I'll let you go for 24 hours. If you can't prove to me that you haven't lost your marbles, I'll let you go. Cross my heart,
he said, pulling me to my feet and dusting me off. What makes you think I won't just take this opportunity to run? I spat at him, keeping my distance and making sure he didn't do anything funny with me. I know his tricks, I know how he thinks, and I know for a fact he'll take any opportunity he can to hurt me.
Because I've read your little conversation with the Baron, and I can safely say that no danger is going to come my way.
He chuckled, turning and walking away from me. Despite the strings no longer controlling me, I couldn't just lunge up and rip him to shreds as badly as I wanted to. Not until he exited the auditorium was I finally able to move on my own. Rushing after him and throwing the doors open, I was met with the charred remains of the voodoo store once again. Looking around in pure confusion, and then looking back at the door, which now was the basement door, I rubbed my head in confusion. Shaking that out of my head and making my way out of the burned down remains, a sign attached to the outside frame of the door to the shop was permanently displayed. It read, "Coming soon, the grand reopening of Old King Creole's."
I grabbed the sign and ripped it from its place. No way I will let him reopen the shop. Not after what he did to me. Running off towards my house, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. Seeing my house was still abandoned, and theorizing that Alexandra and Olivia were back at their home, I entered the house and changed into my normal clothes, tossing the suit I was forced into wearing at the wall of my room and sitting down to think. He's lying, I mumbled to myself. There was no way in hell that I did that to my own mother. Heading back down to the living room, I went to the spot where my mother had been lying. Well, her body at least. I closed my eyes and tried to think. I know I said goodbye to her and left the house, right? I did say that. I did. My button eyes scanned the room for the murder weapon that Creel had said I had used. Kitchen knife. Not finding one, I chuckled. My first proof that he was lying. That was until I took a step forward and suddenly found myself bending under the fridge. How the hell did I get there? Looking around confused, I soon found the reason I was laying on the floor reaching underneath my fridge. It was because I pulled out a bloody kitchen knife. Staring at it in horror, I quickly tossed it away and backed up from it, grabbing my hair and shaking quickly. No, that didn't make any sense. He planted it there. It was obvious he did. He's just trying to fuck with me. Reaching out for the knife again, I took it into my hands and looked at it. The blade was bent. I didn't do this, I mumbled to myself, dropping the knife and looking back to where my mother had been sitting. I had seen her, and I had told her I loved her. I had. Shaking my head, I quickly stood up and rushed past the dried bloodstain on the floor and looked around for my mother's body. But most likely Creel had his cop buddies remove it after he took me. Reaching for my phone, I quickly dialed my dad, hoping he would pick up.
Travis, I've been worried sick about you.
He quickly shouted at me, sending my stress levels way down, just hearing his usual yelling voice. Letting out a cathartic breath, I sat down on one of the couches and just let him scold me for a bit.
Dad, how bad was Mom's body?
I asked, interrupting his lecture. There was a long period of silence, as he was obviously caught off guard by the question. He and Mom were high school sweethearts. They'd known each other their whole lives, and I knew he was hurting just as bad as I was.
Bad. Really bad. Her neck was jagged. Like he just hacked away at her with a kitchen knife like it was a dull axe.
He mumbled to me. That gave me some hope. Creel was decapitated with a dull saw. Did he do the same to my mother in revenge?
Did you find the knife?
I asked him, looking back at the kitchen and seeing the knife was still where I had left it.
No, it was nowhere to be found. Where are you, son? I don't want to lose you as I lost her.
My dad said, obviously choking back tears. Rubbing my face, I looked at the spot where Creel had been drinking coffee next to my mother's head.
I'm at home. Where are you?
I finally answered, giving my dad time to get his emotions in check. I had warned him to get out of town when he had found Mom's body. I was hoping he had heeded my warnings.
I'm at a hotel, just outside of town near the freeway.
He explained. I nodded as he gave me the details. I said I would be there soon, hanging up with,
I love you.
I sighed and started on my way, past the destroyed door and took a look at the pieces of it. It was broken out of, not into. Swallowing a lump in my throat, my next destination was Alexandra's house. Pulling my hood over my face, I made my way there. It took me a bit to get there on foot, but when I arrived, I knocked on their door. Noticing the hole in their window was still there. The door cautiously opened as Alexandra looked at me and hesitated to open it all the way.
Travis,
she said in a shocked gasp, looking around me before opening the door all the way.
did you escape?
She asked me, letting me enter the house, but she kept a good distance between the two of us. I thought it was for her betrayal of me. It had to be that, right? No, he let me go so I could prove that I'm not the one who killed my mom, I explained, walking past her and looking around the house. She avoided eye contact with me when I looked back at her, and I started to get worried. You don't think I did that, do you? I asked. My heart broke when I tried to approach her and she backed up further away from me.
I don't know, Travis. How long has it been since you last slept?
She asked me, concern plastered all over her face. I looked at her like she'd just insulted my mother. She wasn't on his side too, was she? Last night, when I was being suspended from the strings again, I told her, crossing my arms and staring at her in a defensive manner, and her face grew paler as a result. I didn't know it could, since she was about as pale as I was. Travis, you couldn't sleep when connected to the strings, remember? At the shop, you were never allowed to sleep, she told me, and my stomach dropped as I lost my balance and backed up into the wall behind me. She had a point. So, ever since I escaped, I've been able to sleep. I shot back at her, pushing off from the wall and pointed at her, sending her cowering back and backing up into the living room as I followed after her. Travis, when you were in my bathroom, after your mother's head was thrown in there, what did you do? She asked, shaking. I stared at her for a good long while, my button eyes trailing to the bathroom. Walking in that direction, I opened the door and stared at the sight before me. The entire room was a mess, things broken and thrown in random directions. All I remember was trying to cry in here. I didn't do this. You're trying to set me up. You hit me in the back of the head and turned me over to him, I shouted in anger, taking a shard of broken glass from the bathroom mirror and pointed it at her. She threw her hands in the air and backed up further away from me. No! You attacked me! You tried to attack me and yelled awful, awful things at me! She whimpered, truly terrified of me. I looked down at my hand and stared at the shard of glass I was threatening her with. What was I doing? I dropped it and walked off towards the door. Tell Olivia to take care of Tempe for me. He makes a better doll than her old mother, I said as I exited their home. Tuning out words Alexandra said back to me, pulling the hood back on, I stuck my hands into the pockets and walked off in no particular direction. I didn't kill my mom, he's fucking lying, he's wrong. I love her, I would have never done that to her. My aimless wandering suddenly had me walking right into the gate of the old cemetery. I looked around in complete confusion. How the hell had I gotten here? I went in the complete opposite direction of this place, and this place was a good hour's walk from Alexandra's house. Pulling out my phone, I stared at it in disbelief. It was an hour's walk, because it had been an hour since I last checked the time. No, I stammered, stepping away from the cemetery and staring at the rusted and overgrown door. Creel's words to you guys echoed in my head like a gong. Watch out for when I black out. I shook my head so hard I thought the stitches holding onto it would bust and my head would go rolling.
What the hell's the matter with you, son?
A familiar nasal voice asked me, causing me to look to my side and see none other than the Baron. Chavo slung over his shoulder and staring at me like I was some kind of freak show attraction. He was chewing on one of my dad's cigars. I quickly stumbled over to him and looked up at him. What's happening to me? What did that psycho and his mother do to me? I begged him. He chuckled with a grin as he took the cigar out of his mouth and tapped it over me like I was an ashtray.
You shouldn't play with life and death, son. Only a professional can do it right. Creel's mother is one, so he got off mostly scot-free. Him, on the other hand, his work is downright shitty, he said to me, setting his shovels down and looking at me as he puffed away at the cigar I had given him. I would love nothing more than to tie up all his loose ends, but Mama Creel and I have an understanding. I can always tie up your loose ends, of course, he said with a chuckle. I looked up at him confused by what he meant. I don't have any loose ends. I've never brought back anyone from the dead before. That got a genuine cackle out of the Baron. He slapped his leg as he let out a howl of a laugh, looking at me like I had said the funniest shit in the world. You are a loose end, son. Why do you think I offered to help you? Getting rid of Creel helps getting rid of you. Before you get too comfortable with your little murders. He chuckled. I saw into those buttons of yours. I saw something bad brewing in them. So, I offered you the way to beat him. Though it seems like you're running out of time in that regard, he said, leaning down to pick up his tools as I stared at him in horror. I haven't killed anyone,
I shouted at him. He looked at me with a raised brow as he blew smoke from his nose, taking the cigar out of his mouth again and tapping the ash off.
"You're sure about that? You certainly did a number on your own mother,"
he said with a smile, pushing the door to the cemetery open and entering it, shutting it closed behind him as I stared at the spot where he had been. I wrapped my arms around myself and fell to the floor as I rocked back and forth. No, he's wrong, fucking wrong! I screamed, looking back at the cemetery door and banging on its door. Do you hear me? I didn't kill her! I screamed, smashing my fist into the rusted door and clawing at it. Shoving myself away from it, I walked off in no particular direction. I pulled up my phone and texted my dad to come to pick me up. As I waited at the spot we determined, I stared down at my hands covered in the door's rust. Don't really think I have to worry about the tenderness as a voodoo puppet. As I sat at a park bench in wait for my dad, I did my hardest to try and remember back to when I had left the house. I clearly remember walking down the stairs, walking past my mother and saying I loved her, and being on my way to the graveyard. There was no way I could have done that.
Travis!
My dad's voice shouted at me. Looking up, I saw that he was already here. I raised a brow at that. How the hell had I not heard him? I shrugged and just entered the car and sighed as I sat there. Finally! I thought I was gonna have to honk at you. He sighed, putting the car in drive and driving us both towards the highway. Dad? I finally spoke up, after an awkward length of time. My dad looked at me for a second and then back to the road. He signaled that I had his attention. Have I been sleeping? I asked him. He raised a brow at that question and shrugged. Shouldn't you be the one who knows that? He asked me, pulling into the exit to the hotel. I sighed and shook my head, letting the conversation die right there. Thankfully, we could skip the lobby, since my dad already had booked 2 single beds, in case I finally showed up in need of a rest. Taking me up to his room, I looked around at the stereotypical hotel room. Entering the bathroom, I closed the door behind myself and again let out a long and sad sigh as I sat on the hotel seat and put my face into my hands. I didn't kill her. Creel's deadline loomed large in my mind as I washed my hands off the rust still on them. Some of it had gotten underneath my fingernails, so I scrubbed and picked at them to get my nails cleaned. Except, on closer inspection, it wasn't rust, it was dried blood. Backing up from the sink, I stumbled and fell into the bathtub, taking the shower curtain with me as I sat in complete shock. Standing up, I quickly shut off the water and walked out of there. You okay? My dad asked me, concern plastered on his face. I assured him that I was perfectly fine, and just slipped and tumbled into the shower. He and I laughed it off and sat to watch the hotel's crappy TV. I sat and watched in awkward silence as I fidgeted with my fingers. Where had all this blood under my nails come from? Dad? I finally spoke up, clearing my throat again to wake him from his slumber. He had a habit of falling asleep whenever the TV was on. He snorted awake and looked at me. I'm gonna go out to get some fresh air, I said. He gave me a nod and handed me the room key. Walking out of the room, I put my hood on and mumbled to myself as I walked along the halls of the hotel. As I wandered around, I found myself heading outside to my dad's car. Unlocking it, I climbed into the passenger seat and opened up the glove box. Aside from all the paperwork and random crap in there, I found the item I wanted. My dad, along with being a smoker and drinker, is also a hunter. And inside the glove box was a hunting knife. Taking the item and hiding it in my hoodie pocket, I closed the car door and locked it. I once again entered the hotel and made my way back up to our room. Unlocking it and entering it, I found my dad asleep again on the bed. I didn't kill her. I didn't grab her by the hair and stab her in the neck. Then while she was on the floor, I hacked away at her throat with a knife until her head fell off of her shoulders. Taking the knife out of my pocket, I pulled it out of its sheath and dropped the sheath to the floor. Climbing on top of my dad, he jerked himself awake and stared up at me in horror as I drove the knife into his torso. He didn't get to scream much after I slit his throat. Just like you showed me, Dad. I chuckled as I gutted him like the animal he had made me gut when he took me hunting when I was young. I giggled loudly
As I stabbed and stabbed him, I had more time to have fun with him than I did with my mom, so I made sure to show everyone all my hard work. Some guts over here, his head on the TV. Oh, I had so much fun. I killed her. I killed her. Maybe now King Creole will say what a good boy I am now.
What happened? I didn't kill her. My dad is dead. Why? I didn't do this. I went for a walk and found him dead. No. Yes, I did. I did it. I did it.
With him after I murdered him. I could have killed her, but what little conscience I had left stopped me from doing it. I didn't say a word as the police slapped the cuffs on me and shoved me out of the bloodied hotel room. I was silent again when they roughly shoved me into the police cruiser and when they began driving me off towards the station. Better call that voodoo freak. He's got a lot of explaining to do on this one, the cop driving said, driving me towards the station. I looked up at them from behind the cage that separated me from them. I pushed my face close to the cage to try and listen to their conversation. It's getting harder to do whatever he says, especially after the whole shop burned down. He's got us turned up to 11 covering for all his shit. The man mumbled, sighing as he stopped at red light and looked back at me, flinching when he saw how close I was staring at him. He soon elbowed the cage hard and sent me back into the seat. Rubbing my nose, I stared in silence as they continued driving after the red light. Isn't this his clerk? Or cashier or whatever? The other cop asked, turning to look at me with a disgusted look. And I stared back at him with my button eyes and just stared at him, eventually winning as he turned to look straight ahead. How should I know? That freak never informs us of anything, the lead cop said, driving off towards the station. He looked at me through the rear view mirror and kept a watchful eye on me the whole drive there, then making sure to keep quiet about King Creole around me. I sighed as we finally arrived at the station and I was pulled out of the back seat and into the station. Having all these cops eye me as I was pushed into a solo cell was uncomfortable to say the least. I sat down on the cold bench of the holding cell and stared at the ceiling light as I took the gravity of what I had just done. I killed my mother. I killed my father. And while inside, I was tearing myself apart with grief. But aside from some thoughts of that, I didn't feel anything other than a sense of pride. At least with my dad's death, I was able to have more fun with it. Hey, freak! The cop who brought me here said, banging on the bars with his nightstick, bringing my attention from the ceiling over to him. I stared at him for a while. I would normally answer him, but I really didn't have anything I wanted to tell him. Your boss is here, he snuffed, stepping aside as a familiar face and a top hat came into my view. I sat up straighter when he did, and stood up all the way when he came to a stop in front of my cell. Travis, you've been a very naughty boy, he said to me, looking at me in the cell and looking at the bars, tapping the metal rods with his cane with that smile of his. I looked at him, and then looked at the floor in disgrace. I'm sorry, sir, I said on my own volition, the first word I've spoken since carving up my father into pieces. He seemingly relished in those words and stared at me through those bars. He was eating up the side of me, no longer trying to fight him. I heard from this nice officer that you made a very big mess in a nice hotel room, he said with a chuckle, and the cop rolled his eyes. He did more than make a mess. This psycho of yours completely destroyed his dad like he was a fucking fish. He shot at Creole, grabbing him by the back of the collar and pulling the Voodoo King back from my cell. I swallowed hard as I backed away from what I was dreading was about to happen. Son, I'll ask you to kindly let go of me, Creole said, clearly annoyed at this officer for laying a hand on him. The officer, however, clearly didn't take the hint, pulling him away from me and shoving him into looking at him.
Listen here, your little deal with the department is quickly showing itself to be lopsided in your favor. The only crime that gets committed here is by you. He shoved his finger into Creel's chest. He looked down at it and then up at the officer's face, sighing as he grabbed the man's hand and yanking it right off his wrist. It was like his hand was a glove and had been easily ripped off. He stared in disbelief for a moment and then began screaming as blood began spilling out of his stump. Creel didn't give him long enough to anguish as he quickly shoved the man away as he tumbled down and fell to the floor with a loud thud. Dead from what I assume shock, fast acting shock.
Seems you don't have a family anymore, Travis,
he said with a hum, opening up my cell and walking in, dropping the keys and tapping his cane on the cold stone floors. I looked at the floor in disgrace once again as he approached me and gripped me by the shoulders. I don't, I said with a soft mumble. He looked at me with a smile and pushed my chin up to meet his button eyes. My time's up, isn't it? I asked him, to which he nodded with a wide smile and a tussle of my hair.
Afraid so. Not like you have anywhere to go anyway. And I need my clerk back for the grand reopening.
He patted me on the head and turned to leave, waiting at the door for me. I looked at him and then at a cage I was being forced to choose between. An eternity of prison with him, or an eternity of prison behind bars. Reluctantly, I chose him, walking over to him and keeping my head down as he led me out of the station. "Creel!" An old grumpy voice came, causing him to stop and turn to look at the owner of the voice. I followed suit, seeing an elderly cop with a white mustache and receding hairline coming over to us. Creel gave a slight giggle as he waved to the man.
"Captain! How are you, sir? Is there something I can help you with?"
Creel asked him, leaning onto his cane with a smile as he waited for an answer. The man stopped in his tracks when he laid eyes on Creel. He gulped, and any courage he seemingly had was quickly wiped away. You killed another officer. Did he give you some kind of trouble? The man asked, clearly on the defense, as Creel seemingly had some kind of sway over him. Creel tapped his chin in thought, as if the fact that he had just killed a police officer had completely slipped his mind.
"Oh, yes. He was very rude to me and my employee, saying things like our deal with each other was only benefiting me. Can you believe such nonsense?"
Creel cackled, slapping me on the back as he laughed. I stumbled forward a bit and offered my boss a little courtesy chuckle as well. The captain, meanwhile, was seemingly about to faint at how badly he was sweating. We would never think that, sir, the captain quickly assured, swallowing hard and leading us over to the front desk, pulling out my record and handing it over to Creel. He marveled at it and handed it to me to see. Looking at my old self was like looking at a complete stranger. I didn't know who the person looking back at me was, and I didn't think he even knows who I am.
"Thank you for all your help, Captain."
Creel tipped his hat and led me out of the police station. Once we were outside, he yanked the sheet from me and tore it up into pieces in front of me. Another piece of me was destroyed, and I was left with just him now. What happens now, sir? I asked timidly. He looked at me with a raised brow and chuckled like I was an idiot. Maybe I am one.
"We go back to the shop, of course. After all, you and Mama need to learn to get along together. Plus, your punishment still isn't over yet. Just because you killed your daddy doesn't mean you get rid of what you did,"
he hummed, grabbing me by the hair and pulling me close, shoving the head of the cane into my face.
"Besides, I'd like to meet this new Travis, the one who wants me to call him a good boy."
He mused. I swallowed hard, forgetting I had written that during the murder of my dad. I kept silent, which didn't make Creel happy, as his smile wavered and he beat me on the head with his cane. He grabbed me by the hair and dragged me off, as he forced me to walk off towards the end of town where the shop is located. I received several strikes and hits from him, but I finally arrived at the shop, seeing that it was nearing completion.
"Amazing what a couple of hands can do, isn't it?"
he asked with a chuckle as he leaned on my shoulder and waved his hand at everything that had been done to fix the once burnt-down voodoo shop. It was like visiting the site of a horrible accident that had scared you for life. and I was forced to be back here once again. Yes, sir. Amazing, I answered back to him submissively. He smiled and ushered me into the shop. It was pretty much exactly the same, down to the rusty counter and the wall of voodoo dolls. No telling where all those had come from. My main guess was they were all the old ones, just shoved back into a voodoo doll. Is that you, Charles? A voice came from the office. Creole's mother poked her head out there, and upon seeing me, she instantly stared daggers at me and exited from the office, a voodoo doll in her hands as she continued to saw. Seems she taught Creole that as well. Why on earth did you bring him back here? She snuffled, obviously not liking me. I share her sentiment.
He's my pet, Mama. Besides, who else is going to be the clerk?
He slapped me on the back, sending me stumbling into the strings which had been dangling from the ceiling, seemingly waiting for my inevitable return. This time I didn't bother fighting it. What was even the point? I had nothing left I was willing to fight for. He'll bring us nothing but trouble, Charles! Mama Creole scolded, coming over to me and grabbing my face roughly, digging her nails into my cheeks and examining every inch of my face. Apparently, she didn't like what she saw, since she pulled away with a disgusted look on her face. He's defective, she declared.
Well, I already knew that,
Creole said with a chuckle, coming over to his mother's side and looking at me like I was a display sign. He smiled his stupid little smile as he looked at me, seemingly waiting for me to do something. And that something was brought to him when the door behind me opened and a familiar chime of the bell rang. I spun on my heels and looked at the person who had suddenly came into the shop. She was a teenager, probably just starting her senior year. She visibly recoiled when she saw me, and I didn't make the situation better by stepping forward to her, causing her to back up and seemingly trying to find the door to get the hell out of there. Welcome, I sang, on my own, without string influence. She looked at me with a good amount of fear and confusion in her eyes. Unfortunately, we are still not open yet. If you like, I can keep your order on hold until our grand reopening, I said with a smile as she looked around the shop and then back at the sign, seeing clearly that we weren't open yet. No, I was just looking for a job, she asked, handing me a flyer. I stared at the flyer, grabbing it and looking over to Creole with anger in my buttons. He waved at me with a chuckle. He was trying to replace me. He was trying to get rid of me. I crumpled up the flyer and turned back to look at the girl with a big smile. Ah, I see. Come right this way, I said, taking her past Creole and his mother, who both said nothing as they watched me with interest. I led the girl over to the counter and bent down behind it, smiling to myself when I found exactly what I was looking for. I reached out and grabbed a pair of scissors. Reappearing from behind the counter, I stabbed her hand into the counter with a hard smash. She screamed loudly as she looked to the scissors sticking out of her hand. She pulled on them to try to get away. I smiled as I watched her struggle to try and get away from me. She really was so pathetic, even trying to pry her hand off of the counter. I grabbed her by the hair and stared into her terrified eyes. The old me would have been terrified to see what I was doing to this poor girl. But she was after my job, and this is all I have in the end, isn't it? You fucking freak, let go of me! She screamed and begged, trying with all her frail might to pull herself free. Well, I certainly helped her, of course. I pulled the scissors out of her hand and drove it into her temple. That certainly shut that naughty mouth of her right up. She flopped to the floor in silence as she finally shut up. I looked over to Creole for any kind of praise. He smiled at me and clapped happily. His mother was still staring with disapproval at me. There is still no pleasing that woman. Creole walked over to me and looked at the body that was wriggling on the floor. He smiled with a sense of pride as he looked at me.
You're a good boy,
he said with a soft coo, as if finally giving me something that he was holding on to for so long. And I offered him another smile back, but that was quickly wiped off my face when he raised his hand and slapped me across the face, sending me spiraling into the wall next to me. I held my cheek and looked up at him in terror. But I'm a good boy, I whimpered out pathetically. He looked over the counter at me with a raised brow and chuckled happily.
coming over behind the counter and grabbing me by my bloodied hoodie. He stared into my button eyes and I shot it back.
So, you still must be punished for your past sins. Nobody gets unpunished, Travis. Nobody,
he said softly, patting me on the spot where he had smacked me, before gut punching me and causing me to dry heave. No telling when the last I ate was.
You're my new Mary,
he said with a yellow toothy grin.
Except you're more useful than that whore ever was.
He chuckled, pulling me to my feet by my strings and forcing me to stand in place.
Charles, stop playing with your defective pet and get rid of that body. No point in letting precious materials go to waste.
Mama Creole spoke up, to which Charles nodded and walked over to the dead girl, grabbing her by her legs and pulling her away towards the basement. I guess business was starting back up again after all. Once Creole was down in the basement, Mama Creole walked over to me and got a good look at me, touching my face before finally letting out a long, exasperated sigh. Suddenly she looked a lot older than she normally looked. Not like when she was a rotting corpse, but old enough to bring my attention to it.
It looks like you were right. He's not the same son I once had.
She sighed, looking towards the basement. The trail of blood soon disappeared as we looked at it.
All those years without me must have corrupted him, just like your lack of sleep has done to you.
She sighed, rubbing her face into her hands and just shaking her head.
Why? Does Baron Samedi have a deal with you?
I gathered the courage to ask, expecting to be hit or something by the woman, but she just looked at me with a sad chuckle.
It's a very long story. A mother in sheer grief begging Aloha to save her baby boy. I wouldn't expect you to understand.
She scoffed, turning to me, and stared again with her disapproving eyes. I said nothing to her as she went off and entered the office. I stayed at my counter until King Creole returned, happily singing to himself as he walked past me, over to the front door and turned the closed sign to open.
Travis, my dear boy, I do believe it's time for our grand reopening,
he exclaimed with glee, clapping his hands and practically jumping up and down with excitement. He really was just like a giant child whenever he got excited. But when he was angry, it was like a demon itself was hitting me over and over again.
Sir, should I change?
I said, looking down at my bloody clothes. He looked over at me and smacked his forehead. He'd completely forgotten. He came walking over to me and took me by the shoulder, nodding and pointing to the basement door. I nodded obediently and walked over to the basement. Opening it up, I was soon kicked in the back and sent tumbling all the way down to the bottom. Creole's cackling followed me down all the way to the basement. I pushed myself up and looked around, finding a clean change of clothes on the table before me. Changing back into my suit, I made my way back up to the top floor. I was worrying that I would be locked down here like Mary, but the door was open and Creole was standing there waiting for me, a smile on his face as he stepped out of my way so I could take my place at the counter. I sighed as I stood behind it, staring at the empty spot where Tempe once was. I really was all alone this time. All my plans crumbled around me, and now I am stuck here.
Welcome back to Old King Creole's, everyone. I do hope you'll stay a while. Please, stay.
Taking King Creole's blow on my back, I curled up into a ball and just accepted that he was going to beat me until he finally got bored. It took a long time. And in the end, only a phone ringing from his office tore his attention from me. He looked over to his office and then down to me, sighing annoyed. He kicked me hard with his dress shoes and turned to enter his office. I sat there and slowly managed to pull myself up onto the counter. I gasped and tried to catch my breath. Finally getting my bearings, I looked up to see Mama Creole staring at me with a silver platter, with a coffee pot and a fancy-looking coffee cup. I looked at her in confusion. Was she offering me a cup of coffee?
Don't get the wrong idea. Bring this to Charles. He's going to be on the call for a while, she said, shoving the tray at me. I caught it quickly, looking down at all the items clanging around. Great. Now I'm his butler. Why didn't I go to college? Sighing and nodding obediently, and walked over towards his office. Knocking softly, I pushed my way into the office and stared at him as he talked to someone through a rotary phone.
Monsieur Leblanc, comment allez-vous? Oui, tout va bien ici,
he said with a genuine chuckle. I stared confused at Creole, never having heard him speak in French once in my entire time of knowing him. Not only was he a good speaker, it sounded like he always spoke in that language. Keeping my head down, I walked over to him and set his cup down, softly pouring some black coffee into his cup. He grabbed me by the shoulder and shoved me out of the way once it was enough.
Elle? Non, juste ma stupide marionnette. Sans clair? Disais, je n'ai pas entendu parler de lui depuis de moi.
He mumbled into the phone, shooing me away with his hand and forcing me out of his office as he grabbed the cup I had poured for him and took a sip as he nodded to the receiver phone. Sighing once I was out of the office, I returned to my position at the counter as I looked down at its endless dust. So, you met the Baron? Creole's mother asked me as she sat in the rocking chair making a voodoo doll. She saw the little doll without even looking. She just stared at me as she did so. I looked at her and then to the office, saying nothing as I nodded to her. She nodded and sighed as she finally looked down at her doll. When Charles died, I acted out of anger and sheer grief, and agreed that if I supplied him with as many bodies as he wanted, he would never allow my son to die again, she said with a sigh, rubbing the doll's little head and closing her eyes. He told me how to stop him. I mumbled softly, keeping my voice down to hide it from Creole. She looked back up at me with that smile that all mothers have, the one where she has pride over a child. Chuckling, she set the doll down on my counter. Bury him. I know. That's how Samedi takes us to the afterlife. Because Creole is undead and has never been buried, I was able to put his soul back into his body. As long as he never goes into the ground, he'll never die, she explained to me, looking at the little doll she had made in seemingly no time at all. It would also be how to put me back to rest. I looked at the woman who, since I had first accidentally brought back to life by accident, she was informing me how to beat her and her son. But why? She was his mother after all. She seemingly read my mind and stood to come over to me and take me softly by the shoulders. I shivered, expecting a hit from her, but instead she wrapped her arms around me. I've made mistakes. Seeing what Charles has done with his second chance of life really has opened my eyes to my mistakes, she sighed, letting me go and fixing my hair like a mother does when they see something out of place. Well, you helped me? I whimpered to her, submissively looking down to the floor, expecting to be hit or hurt for even asking for her help. But she pushed my chin up to be able to look at her. Her motherly eyes looked down at me like I was a little lost, abused puppy. Our little chat was interrupted by Creole, who slammed the door to get our attention. We both looked over and stared at him as he watched the scene with a raised brow, walking over with his cane in his hand.
Mama, what are you doing with my puppet?
He asked, coming over to me and tapping his cane on the floor, causing me to stand up straight and rigid. Walking over to him, I stared at him in terror as he raised the cane up to scare me. Luckily, he was interrupted by the front door opening, and a small child running and wrapping her arms around him. Mr. King Creole! Olivia hummed as she hugged him. His tone instantly changed as he turned to look at her with a bright smile, picking her up and smiling at her.
Olivia! My! Why isn't it a surprise to see you here?
He hummed as he sat her on the counter. I stared at her and then looked over to the door to see Alexandra standing there, too ashamed to look at me as she walked into the shop. She looked over to Mama Creole and bowed her head in respect to the old woman.
What are you all doing here anyway?
He asked Olivia, the little girl looking up at him with her innocent little eyes. She then pointed over to the door, following her fingers. He saw she was pointing at Alexandra, who moved out of the way and revealed Sophie crawling into the shop and staring up at Creole.
She was looking worse, her human half rotting and her doll half leaking stuffing. "You!" she snarled, pouncing up with speed and velocity enough to tackle Creole and sending him over to the counter as she attacked him. Creole let out a growl as he was tackled and attacked. His mother quickly rushed behind the counter to help him. I stared in awe at it, and with a quick snipping sound, I saw that Alexandra had rushed over and cut the strings holding me.
Quickly! We don't have much time!
She said quickly, grabbing me by the tie and rushing out of the store. Olivia followed after us, apologizing to the Creoles over and over as we ran. I looked back at the shop as it went out of view. I looked over them to Alexandra swallowing the bile building up in my throat.
Why? Why are you helping me?
I asked her softly. She looked over to me and sighed as she slowed down and let Olivia catch up with us. The little girl gasped and climbed into her mother's arms as she collapsed in exhaustion. These little legs could only take her so far.
It's the right thing to do. I cannot leave you to suffer as Mary did for all those years. And if we lift the curse of Creole from you, then perhaps you may return to normal.
She explained to me, pointing over to the cemetery in the distance. I looked over there and then looked back towards the shop. Creole's words echoed in my mind. That I had no one left. I had murdered my parents. I'd been murdered and brought back to life for one reason only. To be the plaything of the voodoo king Creole. I don't know, Alexandra. What if I try and kill you? I asked her. She scoffed and smiled at me.
You'll have to try very hard for that, Travis,
she said with a smile. Taking my hand, she led me while carrying Olivia in her other arm. We arrived at the cemetery gates and entered them. Looking around at the overgrown graves, we looked out for the Baron. Olivia, who was now out of her mother's arms, tugged on my dress pants. I looked down at her and got to her level, and she greeted me with Tempe in her hands. The little voodoo doll reached out and grabbed my face, holding on to me as I pulled away. He clung to me and refused to let go. I gave a soft, tired smile as I pulled him off and held him into my hands. He clung to my fingers then, as he seemingly refused to be separated from me. I missed you too, little guy.
Olivia, hand me the purse, baby girl.
Alexandra asked. Olivia nodded happily and ran over to the gate and grabbed the bag. Bringing it to her mother, she smiled and received a head pat for her efforts. Fishing through the bag, Alexandra picked up a bottle of rum. Thank you, Sophie, she sighed, holding the bottle up and shaking it. Seemingly instantly, a hand reached out and grabbed the bottle. The Baron appeared from the grave beneath her. He grabbed it and pulled himself up with some grunts. Patting the dirt off of him, he looked down lovingly to the little bottle before looking over to me with a raised brow and a scoff.
You look like that asshole,
he chuckled, putting the neck of the bottle in his mouth and biting it off, spitting the top of the bottle away and swigging the rum like it was water, letting out a satisfied groan as he pounded his chest with his hand. I looked at the floor to avoid his judgmental gaze.
We acquire your assistance, Baron Samedi,
Alexandra said, causing the tall black man to look at her with a raised brow as he took a good long swig of the rum. Finally finishing his pull of the bottle, he looked at her with an interested gaze.
You're with him?
He asked, pointing over to me. She responded with a nod. He nodded and understood that we were all working against Creole. Took another swig and looked off towards the gate, pointing his finger over to the door and chuckling.
He's right outside. Whatever you're gonna do, better do it quickly,
he said with a soft giggle, going back into his hole with his bottle of rum. Great help, I mumbled, softly rubbing Tempe's head with my thumb as I looked over to the gate. Indeed, the gate was thrown open as Creole and his mother entered it. In Creole's hand was what was left of Sophie, body mangled beyond recognition. He tossed it to us and caused Olivia to run to Alexander and hide behind her mother.
Oh, ho, ho. I've got all of you right where I want you,
he chuckled, walking over and stepping on the corpse of Sophie. Walking over to us as his mother stayed by the gate entrance, looking around the graveyard she had been buried in.
Travis, my boy, you want to prove to me that you're a good boy, don't you?
He asked me, tilting his head as he looked at me. I stared back at him. He was right. I just wanted to show him that I was good and didn't want to be punished anymore.
How could I make it so I was a good boy? Maybe, if I kill Alexandra? She'd been such a problem to him ever since he had given her the second chance of being a mother. I began, but something pulled me back from the chain of thoughts. I looked down at Tempe as he pulled on my fingers. I looked down at him and he vigorously shook his head at me. Seeing him, I was able to pull myself back from the brink and stared up at the creature that had abused and hurt me for all this time. The creature that had caused me to kill my own parents and help him murder countless others. "Go fuck yourself, Charles!" I said angrily. He tilted his head at me, like I had just spoken in some unknown language. He put his hand to his ear and cocked it towards me.
Did I hear that correctly? Guess I'll have to beat some sense into you,
he said with a giggle, coming over to me only for his mother to grab him by the shoulder. He looked back at her confused. "Charles, leave him! You can always create a different puppet." She pointed out to him. He looked to her like she had just stabbed him. He shrugged off her hand and stared at her in complete disbelief.
What?
He asked, staring at her and gritting his yellow teeth.
You think I'm just gonna let him go? After all the shit he's done to me?
He screamed, his mouth wide open and snapping a good many of his stitches. His mother tried to calm him down, but he simply shoved her off of him. "Charles, I always taught you to never be selfish. Just let him go. The poor boy has suffered enough," she begged, pushing her son back and pointing an accusing finger at him. The Voodoo King stared back at me and then to his mother.
You brought me back to life. That was selfish. You kept me alive. That was selfish. You do not get to tell me never to be selfish,
he shouted, turning to me and pointing.
He will belong to me forever,
he growled, grabbing his cane and coming over to me. I had backed up and had a gravestone between me and him. He came over to me and stepped on the grave, and I smiled at him. "Watch your step, Charles," I said, pointing down to the grave as he came towards me. He stopped and had time to read the gravestone before he looked up at me in anger. His mother's grave, which she'd dug herself out of. He didn't have much time to react as the soft earth gave way and he tumbled down into the grave. He clambered his way up and began to pull himself up, but something seemingly began to drag him back down into the grave. He looked back in shock at what he saw. Baron Samedi pulled himself up to his level and smiled down at him, his black skin melting off his body until nothing but a skeleton smiled back at Creel.
Time's up, Charlie boy. Looks like I finally get to drag your sorry ass down with me,
he declared, sinking back into the grave as Creel dug his fingers into the dirt to try and pull himself up. He looked around frantically for his mother, but when their eyes made contact, she simply looked away, leaving Creel as several skeletal hands rose up from the grave to start pulling him down into it.
You think this is over, Travis? Just 'cause I'll be gone doesn't mean a thing. You hear me? You don't go unpunished for what you've done.
He screamed as he began to lose grip on the dirt and grass. The skeletal hands pulling him down into the grave refused to let up. "I'll see you in hell," I said, looking down at him as he was pulled further into the grave by the hands. He left me with one final smile as the dirt consumed him, and the last thing left of Charles Sumner, aka King Creel, was his top hat once he was dragged underneath the dirt. I stared at the grave, seemingly waiting for him to burst back from it, but he didn't. "So, 95 years erased just like that?" Mama Creel spoke up, bringing my attention over to her as she walked over to her own grave. She stood a good distance away from it, so she wouldn't immediately be dragged down under as well. "He's right. I was being selfish when I brought him back and made him immortal. But I don't know any mother who wouldn't do that for their child," she said, looking over to Alexander, who was holding on to Olivia. "Is he really gone?" I asked her. She looked up at me and offered no answer to me, just a simple smile as she approached the grave she had occupied. Her body seemingly returned to its rotten form as she was more gingerly sucked back into her grave, closing her eyes and accepting her fate. After so long, it was over. I looked over at Alexandra and Olivia, who looked at me with a sense of fear. But when I came over to them, they offered me hugs and held me as I cried hard into them.
Tempe clung to my hand as he comforted me as well. With my parents dead and no immediate family to take me in, I returned to their home. Despite my hopes and prayers, I remained the same. My body did not change back. I did not get my eyes back. I did not become who I used to be. I was cursed to remain a voodoo puppet. I spent a lot of time in my new room that Alexandra had given me. It was originally a guest room, but she left it to me to do whatever I wanted. I brought many of my items from my old room at my old home and brought them there. Olivia was so happy to have an older brother. At night when they sleep, I stay wide awake, staring out my window, expecting him to be there, expecting him to have found some way to claw his way out of hell and take me down with him, but he didn't. And somehow I felt abandoned, like I had been used and dumped after all my uses had been extinguished. It was hard adjusting to life with Alexandra and Olivia. Alexandra wasn't a mother to me and I was no son to her. It was like they brought in an abused puppy and tried to treat it like nothing had happened at all. I would eat with them, watch TV with them, and even when I was feeling brave, go with them shopping, but it never felt genuine. Tempe did the best he could to cheer me up, but a little voodoo doll can really only do so much. Each day dragged on and on. Alexandra tried to talk me into seeing a therapist, but what therapist would look at me and be able to help me? And I bet you guys are wondering about the elephant in the room, my blackouts, and my murderous tendencies. They haven't gone away. Where would they go after all? I didn't notice it beforehand, but people have been dying in our neighborhood, and more than a few of my clothes had to be gotten rid of. Otherwise, people would have seen the blood. Alexandra knows. Oh, of course she knows. She walked in on me, climbing back into my window with blood all over me. Lucky me, we understand each other. He doesn't tell, and I don't hurt her. There isn't much more I need to tell you all anymore. After all, I can't have any of you finding out where I live and operate. Can't have any of you stopping my fun. Although, I will leave all of you with the promise of something in the future. After all, the flyer that was delivered in the mail says it all. Coming soon, the grand reopening of the half-price voodoo store. Hopefully they're hiring. I have prior experience after all.